Chapter 689. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't retort, but poured the entire tray of bait into the lake with a cold expression. The koi fish splashed into the water, creating a clamor. Su Fengnian waited for the lake to calm down before saying helplessly, "When will you change this bad temper of yours? When Wenhua and I first met you, although we couldn't control our mouths and flirted with you and were in the wrong first, how many noble ladies would be so calculative as you? Now that you've become the head of the Huishan clan, and want to unify the Jianghu, with your terrible temperament, even if you become a top-notch expert in martial arts, you're destined to be alone. Of all the people I could nurture, why did I have to nurture you? You're destined to draw water with a bamboo basket, wasting not only money but also energy. It's true that we wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought, but when we sit down to do business, we have to pay attention to the rules of doing business." Xianyuan Qingfeng stared at Su Fengnian, his eyes cold. "Su Fengnian, it's not your turn to lecture me." Su Fengnian, who hadn't rested much since arriving at the prince's estate, leaned against the pillar again and said softly, "I treat you as half a friend. That's why I'm nagging you with these unflattering words. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. "Can't you be frank with me?" Su Fengnian gently clapped his hands and smiled. "All right then. Since you have a favor to ask of me this time, I'll be frank with you. I have a friend who's fighting Han Diaoxi in the western regions. It's been a while now, and the prince's estate has sent a few loyalists over to help, but they haven't been very effective. Now that your cultivation has skyrocketed, why don't you go and warm up? Just treat it as a dangerous martial arts practice." "Oh right, Xianyuan Qingfeng, do you have a man you like? If not, that's good. That friend of mine is the #1 beauty in the world, Nangong Push. The #2 beauty, Chenyu, is rated as not inferior to Nangong." "That's Nangong. I'm used to calling him White Fox Face, but remember not to call him that. You'll get beaten up." Assassinating the world's premier eunuch, Han Diaoxi, can also be considered as a proof of your allegiance to the Bailiang. Only when there is no way out can I rest assured and trust you, the head of the Huishan clan, who is thousands of miles away." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. "This is your imperial person technique? It really can't be said to be perfect." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I'm the same as you. I only know how to control people. We're both newborn calves in the officialdom." Xianyuan Qingfeng glanced at the crown prince's snow-white hair and asked with a smile, "Su Fengnian, what happened?" Su Fengnian stroked his hair and said calmly, "To put it nicely, I'm at the pseudo-finger profound realm. To put it bluntly, I'm sure you can tell that even if I'm fully recovered, my cultivation base won't even be at the 2nd rank. However, in the blink of an eye, I was able to use pseudo-heavenly phenomenon to control swords. Therefore, you don't have to pity me. If you want to pity me, you should at least wait until you've truly entered the perfected finger profound realm." This woman's temper was truly terrible. She couldn't even be bothered to hide her schadenfreude and laughed loudly. Pseudo-finger profound realm and pseudo-heavenly phenomenon. It only sounds frightening. Su Fengnian, then won't you be at the Vajra realm for the rest of your life? I really want to take pity on you." Su Fengnian looked at this smiling face and laughed as well. "Like I said, you look better when you're smiling." Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't deliberately hold back his smile and laughed wantonly. "I'm really happy to see you in such a miserable state." Su Fengnian threw the nameplate back to Xianyuan Qingfeng. "Although we're not familiar with each other, we're not strangers to the point where you need to hand over your nameplate to visit my house. In the future, if you come here again, you don't need to go through the front door. You can even climb over the wall to enter. As long as the good news I want from the western regions comes, I guarantee that your Mount Hui won't lack money or people." Xianyuan Qingfeng took the nameplate and placed it on the blue and white plate. Suddenly his smile disappeared and he asked seriously, "Su Fengnian, are you saying that a dying man's words are kind?" Su Fengnian laughed and scolded, "Bullshit, Xianyuan Qingfeng. Can't you say something nice that doesn't sting people?" Xianyuan Qingfeng said, "When do you want me to go to the western regions to kill Han Diaoxi?" Su Fengnian stood up and waved his hand toward the shore. Immediately, a young man with a huge iron bow on his back ran over. Su Fengnian pointed at the young kamikaze, Wu, who he had brought back from Beimeng to the prince's mansion. He smiled at Xianyuan Qingfeng. This child's nickname is Yi. He'll take you out of Beiliang. There will be people from the western regions to meet you, the robust young man said softly. Young master, next time when you introduce me, can you not say Yi? My name is Wu. Su Fengnian slapped him on the head. You little idiot. Didn't you always say that you want to be the most outstanding kamikaze? Don't you think it's embarrassing to tell everyone your name and identity? The young man was stunned. He scratched his head and grinned. That's true. Su Fengnian smiled. Go. Take this ant to the western regions. Xianyuan Qingfeng silently took a deep breath. The young man agreed and turned to leave. From time to time, he would steal a few glances at the woman beside him. Ant. How old would he be? Almost 30? Could it be that she took good care of herself? Su Fengnian said behind Xianyuan Qingfeng. I'll make arrangements for Hong Yuang's whereabouts. Xianyuan Qingfeng turned around and smiled. You're such a good nephew. Su Fengnian laughed it off. What a woman who refused to be taken advantage of. After laughing, Su Fengnian walked to the courtyard where his second sister, Su Weisheng, was staying. The smell of medicine filled the air. He sat down at the head of the bed. She was still unconscious. For the past few days, Su Fengnian had been staying in the room. Other than washing up carelessly and changing into clean clothes, he hadn't slept much. The color of his clothes had gradually faded, revealing his white hair. He found it troublesome to dye it, so he had Bluebird wash up and give up. Su Fengnian gently held her hand. The room was silent. The fire was big and smokeless, and the water was smooth and soundless. People's feelings were so bitter that they were speechless. Chapter 690. Beiliang was in turmoil. The news that Chen Jibao had entered Shu and was about to be made king had spread throughout the world. He was probably going to become the second king of Liang before Su Fengnian, the hereditary king of Beiliang. A simple and elegant carriage slowly stopped in front of the Chu manor. The gatekeeper, who was leaning against the side door and eating melon seeds, was a little stunned. The coachman was a young woman in green. She thought that the master of this manor was really not afraid of sending a servant girl into a tiger's den. However, when the gatekeeper saw the people coming down from the carriage, he was so scared that he kept quiet out of fear. His lips trembled as he threw down a handful of melon seeds and staggered out of the door. The first to come down was a white-haired man. He wore a white base and a black robe. He did not have much of an air of nobility, but his face was enough to make the gatekeeper nervous. In Beiliang, only this young master could keep his master in check. Behind him was the second son of the great general, Su Longxiang, the handsome Yuan Zuozong, and the tall and sturdy Qi Danghua. The four of them were all prominent figures who could not possibly visit the Chu manor. Now that they had gathered together, could it be that they had come to raid the manor? The gatekeeper hurriedly spat a few times. General Chu's loyalty was clear. No matter who they raided, they would not be able to get here. Seeing the rare guest at the front, His Royal Highness Su Fengnian, the quick-witted gatekeeper knelt down without another word. Just as he was about to muster enough energy to shout and make his master proud, Su Fengnian had already laughed and said, "That's enough. Stand up and lead the way." The group had just sat down in the main hall of the Chu manor when they felt the ground shake. Chu Lushan, dressed in loose casual clothes, stepped over the threshold and rolled into the hall. A lump of fat knelt at Su Fengnian's feet. "Lucio, has finally brought your highness to my humble abode. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. When I return, I will burn more incense for my ancestors." Su Fengnian kicked him. "Humble abode? I don't think it's any worse than Beiliang Palace. Today, I've brought second brother Yuan and General Qi to your place to drink. Don't talk nonsense. Let's find a quiet place that isn't so tacky." With great difficulty, Chu Lushan staggered to his feet. He turned his head and gave the old steward of the residence a fierce look. Then he turned his head and gave a fawning smile. A pair of soft and boneless white and chubby hands pulled on Su Fengnian's arm. "There are good places to drink and drink tea. Later, if your highness is dissatisfied, Lushan can cut off 2 caddies of meat to drink." Su Fengnian said sarcastically, "You're so fat, yet you're shameless enough to serve as food. The rest of us can't even eat." Chu Lushan said embarrassedly. It's Lushan's fault for not being able to grow a body that's fat and thin enough to go well with the wine. They arrived at a bamboo house. The purple bamboo was sparse and not dense enough to make one feel desolate. The small pond was deep and green. Sunlight shone through the gaps between the bamboo leaves. Beside the pond, there was actually a wild turtle the size of a palm dragging its family along to bask in the sun. When it heard the sound of footsteps, it slithered into the green pond. The small pond house was large, and the lighting was ingenious. When they pushed open the door and entered, it appeared quiet and spacious. There wasn't the slightest sense of uneasiness. There was even a guqin with speckled patterns placed in the bamboo house. Sitting here, regardless of whether it was drinking or drinking tea, it could be said that the scenery and tea complemented each other. Su Fengnian glanced at the guqin. Outsiders didn't know the talent of Chu Lushan, but he knew the inside story. Chu Lushan was good at music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry. It was a pity that he didn't have the appearance of a famous scholar. After sitting by the window, Chu Lushan poured 2 cups of wine for Su Fengnian and Qi Dangua. Holding the wine pot, he asked Yuan Zuozong with a smile, "Since you don't mind my dirty hands and the smell of wine, I'll be bold enough to pour a cup for you." Yuan Zuozong raised his eyelids. Chu Lushan took the opportunity to pour a cup of wine. Qi Dangua had a good relationship with Chu Lushan. Among the 6 adopted sons, he was the most popular one. He and the other 5 adopted sons of the same generation often visited each other's homes. A little girl from the Chu family was born a few years ago. She even recognized him as her adoptive father. The only thing he didn't do was to betroth the 2 children to each other. Chu Lushan often beat and scolded his other sons as if they were adopted. Only this little girl was doted on. He despised Qi Dangua's youngest son for having a coarse appearance. This made Qi Dangua ask Chu Lushan why his son was ugly every time they met in the past 2 years. Su Fengnian took a sip of wine and looked around. Among the 3, White Bear Yuan Zuozong had the highest military rank. He was a 2nd-grade Genin general, which was a real high position and power. In the Bailiang army, he was only half a grade lower than Chen Jibao, the governor of Bailiang. Yuan Zuozong was currently the deputy general of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Chu Lushan was a primary 3rd-rank 1,000-bull dragon marshal general, but he did not have any actual military power. Qi Dangua was even worse. He was just a Zhichong chaplain with a very small official hat. However, in every large-scale battle, he was responsible for carrying the flag. Because Bailiang was under the control of the military and the government, and because Su Xiao was once a 1st-grade pillar state and a 1st-grade agile cavalry general, and because the emperor was far away, the civil officials had the same rank as the Liang dynasty. Most of the generals could be 1 grade or half a grade higher. The imperial court also pretended not to see this. Even Grand Secretary Zhang Jilu had said that Bailiang should be like this. Today, Bailiang didn't have a special civil official system. Just the generals who were 7th grade and above, not to mention the officials who had withdrawn from the border, still numbered as many as 80 people. Most of these people who supported Bailiang's 300,000-strong cavalry hadn't seen Su Fengnian with their own eyes. Su Fengnian finished a cup of wine. While Chu Lushan was pouring wine, he asked, "Lu Qiuer, who do you think will be the governor of Bailiang?" Chu Lushan said without hesitation, "General Yuan. If it weren't for Zhong Honggu, the cavalry commander, and Yan Wenwan, the infantry commander, they would have the qualifications and ability. But to be honest, General Zhong has a big prejudice against His Highness, and he has a complicated relationship with Chen Jibao. It's not suitable for him to be the 2nd-grade governor. As for Yan Wenwan, he seems to be impartial and has a gap with Chen Jibao. But the old general has a gloomy temper, and is more difficult to deal with than Zhong Honggu. I've been watching him for more than 10 years, but I haven't heard him say anything bad about His Highness. On the contrary, it's not reassuring. In the end, General Yuan should be the governor of the 2 provinces. It's reasonable in all aspects. Why are you staring at me? I said this in front of His Highness and you, Yuan Zuozong. It's the same in front of my adoptive father. Believe it or not, you don't appreciate my good words. You're hard to please." Yuan Zuozong smiled and lowered his head to drink. Huang Manor had been squatting beside the zither in a daze. Su Fengnian said calmly, Lu Qiuer, give me a list of names. I'll promote 1 or 2 ranks as appropriate. If it's really necessary, it's okay to skip 3 ranks. Chu Lushan took out a stack of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Su Fengnian with a smile. Yuan Zuozong frowned and coldly stared at Chu Lushan, who could predict the future. Su Fengnian smiled and spread out 3 pieces of paper on the table. There were more than 60 people on the paper. In addition to the names, there were concise military resumes. The advantages and disadvantages were clear at a glance. The writing was Chu Lushan's unique semicursive. It was dangerous but not strange. It was natural and unrestrained. Su Fengnian read it all and pushed it to Yuan Zuozong. After reading it carefully, Yuan Zuozong's eyebrows slightly relaxed. There were more than 10 people on the paper who could be classified as Chu Lushan's direct subordinates. But most of them were the frustrated middle and lower level captains in the Bailiang army. What they had in common was that they were young and good at fighting. They were full of vigor without any lethargy. Su Fengnian asked with a smile. Lu Qiuer, don't you have any scruples? Won't you take it out later? Chapter 691. Sitting like a small hill, Chu Lushan chuckled and said, There's no need for that. The general is my adoptive father who is willing to die for me. Needless to say, Your Highness is the master that I, Chu Lushan, am willing to submit to. It's pretentious to hide these things from you. By the way, there's one more thing that has been stuck in my throat for many years. I have to get it out today. If I'm wrong, please don't take offense. Su Fengnian nodded and said, Let's hear it. Chu Lushan sat upright and said, There are nearly 1,000 civil officials in Bailiang who can be called high-ranking officials, but they're all a mess. Most of them retired from the Bailiang army. They're good at leading soldiers, but they're just laymen when it comes to governing and pacifying the people. There are only a few of them who don't disturb the people. They're all honest and good officials whom the people are grateful for. Most of these people have a lot of bad temper, that is a good habit in the army. They're protective of their children and help their relatives instead of reason. They're rude and unreasonable when governing their families, not to mention being awe-inspiring officials. Fortunately, the people of Bailiang are used to suffering and are afraid of being poor. Otherwise, if they were placed in any place in the Liang dynasty, they would probably start an uprising. Moreover, officials protecting each other has become an incurable disease. Those old generals who are idle at home can find a big brothel and drink casually, and you can meet a few of them. As for the sons of generals behind them, it's fine if they dare to join the army. Most of them can be considered promising. As for those who stay at home, 9 out of 10 of them are domineering playboys who have no regard for law and discipline. Their only ability is to harm the people in the village. Mother Kur Yuan, are you addicted to staring at me? How can I say this to my adoptive father? Do you really think that my adoptive father can't see this kind of situation? It's not easy for him to do it. They're all old brothers who have been fighting with him for decades. Let's not talk about anything else. I, Lu Qiuer, will tell you about the Meng family in Lingzhou 2 years ago. Old General Meng and his 2 sons died beside you at the concubine's tomb. Do you remember? In the end, his only grandson grew up, stole someone else's wife, and hired a hitman to kill an entire family of more than 40 people. But what could foster father do? With a crack, the incense of old General Meng was cut off just like that. How many bastards have tried to test foster father's bottom line over the past 10 to 20 years? Yuan Zuozong snorted. For the first time, Chu Lushan said in a flustered and exasperated manner, The Confucian school of benevolence and righteousness has always placed the word benevolence before the word righteousness. If you're not righteous, you're just not a subject. If you're not benevolent, you're not even human. In today's world, if things were done according to legalism, it would be even more chaotic. In the past 1,000 years since Sage Zhang, for a whole 1,000 years, Confucians and scholars have been trying to find a balance between the 2 opposing concepts of benevolence and righteousness. Do you really think it's a simple matter? It's not easy to seize the world on horseback, but is it easy to defend the world under horseback? After saying this, Chu Lushan quickly wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and slapped himself a few times. He said in a low voice, I've forgotten myself. I should slap myself. Su Fengnian gently changed the topic and said with a smile, Let's get to the point. This time, I'm here to tell you Lucio to let the people like Wei Fuqing go. Don't make things difficult for them. Su Fengnian paused and said flatly, also Su Xiao promised me to let you be the governor of Beiliang. Chu Lushan fell back and the whole bamboo house shook a few times. The fat man sat on the ground with his eyes blank and forgot to stand up. In fact, it was the first time for Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua to hear this shocking news. Yuan Zuozong didn't move and looked calm. The latter opened his mouth wide and couldn't say a word. Su Fengnian didn't look at Chu Lushan and said to the other two, Brother Yuan, General Zhong Hongwu will definitely resign in a fit of anger. At that time, you can take over. General Qi, you will take over the 6,000 iron-footed cavalry and Wei Fuqing's crossbow cavalry. Ningame will be your deputy. If you think it's too little, I can give you more. If you think it's too much, I won't care. Yuan Zuozong put down the wine cup and said, I won't refuse. Qi Danghua rubbed his cheeks hard. Your Highness, can I do it? Su Fengnian joked. You can't let me be a general, right? Chu Lushan got up with a sad face. When he was about to speak, he saw His Royal Highness waving at the window. Not long after, a beautiful woman holding a little girl timidly stood at the door. Chu Lushan ran over and slapped her face. You blind thing, who let you disturb His Highness's drinking? The child in the young woman's arms cried loudly. Chu Lushan held her in his arms and comforted her softly. The woman's mouth was bleeding, but she still endured the pain and gracefully bowed to everyone in the room. Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua didn't find it strange. They didn't get up or return the bow. Only Su Fengnian walked to the door and smiled, Greetings, sister-in-law. The woman with the beautiful face was uneasy. She was only a concubine of the Chu mansion. How could His Royal Highness call her sister-in-law? She didn't know how to deal with it. Chu Lushan coldly said with disgust, Go back. The woman bowed again and slowly left. Su Fengnian didn't look at her and just stared at the little girl. He reached out to pinch her cheeks, but she dodged. He had to withdraw his hand helplessly. Lucio, your daughter looks like her sister-in-law. No wonder you don't want to be betrothed to General Qi. Little girl, how old are you? The little girl with tears on her face pouted and didn't speak. She was sulking. Chu Lushan had to smile and said, She's only 3 years old. She speaks much later than other children. But the first word she says is father. I'm so happy. She can walk for half a year, but she likes to stick to people. Chu Lushan rubbed his daughter's rosy cheeks and said with a smile, Come, call His Highness Crown Prince father. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry and scolded, Get out of here. The little girl wasn't very sensible, but she already knew how to protect her own. She puffed up her cheeks at the big bad guy who spoke so fiercely to her father. She didn't breathe in or out, but her little face soon turned red. Chu Lushan laughed. This is her trump card. I don't know where she learned it from. I can't do anything about it every time. Su Fengnian was also amused. Let her rest for a while. Be careful that she doesn't pass out. Chu Lushan quickly kissed his daughter's forehead. Chongqing, be good. Father will give you beautiful clothes later. Don't be angry. The little girl raised her head and smiled brightly at her father. Then, she turned to look at Su Fengnian and began to puff up her cheeks to hold her breath. However, she couldn't stand being tickled by Chu Lushan and soon broke down. She could only hide in his arms and not look at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian held his belly and laughed. Oh, are you blaming me for not giving you a greeting gift? Little Chongqing, do you know that I gave your father a second-rank Beiliang protector? Do you think this gift is not enough? Well, I'll say it here today. If I have a son in the future, I'll let you be my daughter-in-law. Chu Lushan said with ecstasy. Your Highness Lucio is serious? Su Fengnian nodded. You are serious. But the premise is that your daughter doesn't change 18 times. Chu Lushan said excitedly. Don't worry, my Chongqing takes after her mother. She won't be ugly in the future. Chu Lushan turned his head and said, Yuan Zuozong, Qi Danghua, you two have to testify for me. If His Highness goes back on his words in the future, I'll have to rely on you two to speak for me. Yuan Zuozong got up and said, It depends on my mood. Qi Danghua laughed heroically. He only felt comfortable all over. The green ant wine on the table was not enough to drink. Su Fengnian made a face at his little daughter who secretly glanced at him. Then he said to Chu Lushan, "You don't have to see me off." Watching the 4 people walk on the bluestone path that he had carefully piled up with his own hands, Chu Lushan waited until their figures gradually disappeared from his sight. Then he carried his daughter to the pool and sat down. The little girl called out to her father. Chu Lushan came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Little Changsheng, it depends on whether you have the life to be the empress in the future." Chapter 692. As expected, Huaihua's great general Zhong Hongwu went to the prince of northern Liang's residence and directly scolded Su Xiao. Su Fengnian had not even become the prince of northern Liang yet, but he was already selling his position. If he did not take back those military orders that promoted people who were not even fully grown yet, he would dismount from his horse and take off his armor. He wanted to be a farmer who took care of the fields. The king of Bailiang only avoided the topic and talked about the exciting battles they had fought side by side in the past. In a fit of anger, the commander of the Bailiang cavalry, Zhong Hongwu, threw down his general's helmet in the hall and headed straight for the Lingzhou mansion, closing the door and refusing to see any guests. At that time, Su Fengnian just happened to step into Lingzhou and visit the administrator's mansion. Li Gongda, who was already a high-ranking official, saw the young, white-haired man in the study and was dumbfounded. Then, tears flowed from the bottom of his heart. Probably because he loved the house and its crow. This administrator placed great importance on His Royal Highness. It was not just because of Su Fengnian's special status. Li Gongda naturally considered himself half an elder and half an official. The 2 statuses did not oppose each other. At this time, seeing Su Fengnian, he could only tightly hold Su Fengnian's arm and cry silently. Sir Li knew that crying like a woman was inappropriate, and quickly wiped away the tears on his face. He called for Su Fengnian to sit down and drink tea. When Li Gongda raised his cup and saw the porcelain cup in his hand, his face felt hot. Although it was a small teacup that only weighed a few taels, it was the best ice cup in the Longquan kiln. In the heat of the summer, even if boiling hot water was poured into the cup, it would cool down in an instant. It was very magical. In the past, when Su Fengnian had not visited the Li estate, Sir Li had welcomed him and sent him off calmly. He had even felt that he was extravagant and had the style of a tycoon. Today, however, was somewhat inappropriate. Fortunately, Su Fengnian did not seem to have any doubts. After drinking the tea, he asked about Li Hanlin's military exploits and his aunt's health, and then prepared to leave. How could Li Gongda let him go? In every possible way, he insisted on having His Royal Highness eat a welcoming banquet at the estate. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian insisted on hurrying back to Liangzhou. Li Gongda could only awkwardly drop the subject. Before leaving, Su Fengnian left behind a golden yellow stone square. Li Gongda had long trained a pair of discerning eyes. With great difficulty, he restrained himself from eating it and placed it back on the table. He did not truly love it too much to part with it. After seeing him out of the study, Li Gongda accompanied Su Fengnian to the Yi sect. Coincidentally, they ran into Li Fuzhen, who was returning to the estate. Meeting in a narrow corridor, the old fox's administrator did not even care about his face. Using the excuse of having a stomachache, he turned and left. He had his daughter send His Royal Highness off on his behalf. On this trip, Su Fengnian's coachman was Blue Bird. In secret, there was an otherworldly item, the Danning. On the surface, the only person that could be brought into the estate was the scholar Chen Shiliang. When he met Li Gongda, he only said that he was a scholar from Liangzhou who was not part of the mainstream. Li Gongda, however, wished that he could memorize all 18 generations of Chen Shiliang's ancestors in his mind. Who knew if this scholar in humble attire would become a county chief tomorrow, and then the governor of Lingzhou the day after? Chen Shiliang saw that the atmosphere in the corridor was awkward. Without revealing anything, he took a few steps back. Clasping his hands behind his back, he sized up the precious inscriptions in the corridor. He distanced himself from Su Fengnian and the cool and elegant woman. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I won't trouble you to see me off. I know the way." Suppressing the shock of their first meeting, Li Fuzhen silently turned around and led the way in front. However, she did not speak the entire time. When they arrived at the Yi sect that was too late to open when they left, Su Fengnian thanked her with a warm face and a cold butt. He then led Chen Shiliang down the steps and into the carriage. Li Fuzhen did not cross the threshold to see them off. She watched as the E-sect slowly closed. In reality, Li Gongda was standing not far behind his daughter. In a quiet voice he said, "Fuzhen, in the past I purposely brought you to the prince's manor because I wanted you to be close to him. This time, I want you to see him off." "That's not the case." Father and daughter slowly walked back into the inner courtyard. Li Gongda slowly said, "There are many confidential inside stories that even a decorative administrator, like me, cannot come into contact with. However, since even Bailiang Protector General was forced to go to Western Shu, I think this man you look down on is not as you think, a crooked tree that can't be supported. You are just like your mother. You can't even pick a man. Back then, your mother refused to marry me no matter what. She secretly admired a talented scholar, and said that I would only be a minor official for the rest of my life. If she married me, she would suffer for the rest of her life. If it weren't for your father, who took advantage of his mother-in-law's growing fondness for her son-in-law and practically tied your mother to a sedan chair, you and the Hanlin Academy would not exist in this world." Looking back at that talented scholar, he clearly had a family background much better than your father's. Even today, in Lingzhou, he is only a county magistrate in a remote village. He has been ostracized in the officialdom. All he can do is return home and vent his anger at his wife. This is because your father did not make things difficult for him. Every day, he would drink and go crazy, saying that he was born in the wrong era and that his ambitions had not been realized. When I was the magistrate of Lingzhou, that fellow had angered the son of a general in the same county, and had almost lost his position as the county magistrate. He was already at the age where he knew his destiny, yet he still shamelessly gave me money, calligraphy, paintings, and famous inkstones. As for father, I accepted all of them. If I didn't accept them, I was afraid that he would go bankrupt and jump into the river to commit suicide. Later on, during the county's evaluation, I helped him write 16 words. His character was upright, honest, and self-disciplined. He had no grievances in prison, and he was selfless in court. Only then did he keep his position as county magistrate. After that, your father returned everything to him. Your mother has always been kept in the dark about this matter. You can just treat it as a joke. The reason why I'm telling you this is to let you know that a moment of glory and disgrace is nothing. Looking at a man is the same as looking at jade. In the Book of Rites, there is Yin Dagui who does not cut out the finest quality. He is like a fine jade, without a single strand covering the flower. Some men are just like a green jade. Outsiders may think that the color is all right, but the quality and quality are very poor. Fuzhen, don't be in a hurry to defend that fellow that you like. Your father said that he would not break up a couple, so he will keep his promise. These past few years, I have been paving the way for him. Due to his poor family tree, your father helped him enter the ranks. He went from a poor scholar to a noble family. Even if he did not pass the exam, it is fine. Your father helped him go from an official to an official. But look at him. Other than wanting to stick to you all day long, and saying words of love that don't cost him money, has he ever spent any effort on currying favor with the officialdom? Yes, you might say that it is because he has a noble character, and does not want to wallow in the mire. But did he write a few poems that are popular among the people or something? Or did he work hard to bring benefits to the people? For an official like him, if he does not fight, his spine will not be straight. You are not charming, and your knees are not too bent, but aren't you a little too comfortable? He clearly knows that your father will not starve him to death, so he took out his salary to buy you a few exquisite gifts. Does that mean that he cares about you? Fuzhen, your father is not a pedantic noble family descendant. Today's official position was snatched from others step by step. Your father is stingy and shrewd to everyone, but I am not stingy to you and Hanlin at all. Of all the people you can be angry with, you had to be angry with your father. When has your father ever been wrong about whether someone is good or bad? Of all the people you can listen to, you had to listen to your mother, who is blind. She said that person is good at understanding others, but in your father's eyes, he is just a sweet talker who knows how to coax people. Women are just easily swayed. They can't be counted accurately. Li Fuzhen's eyes were red as she choked and said, After all is said and done, Su Fingyan is also not a good person. When has he ever said any sweet words to women? I don't care if he is a loser or just pretending to be crazy. Li Gongda said calmly. When you met today, your father deliberately let you be alone. Did he say a single word to you? Li Fuzhen wanted to say something but stopped. Li Gongda calmly asked. Did he look at you? Li Fuzhen angrily said. I did not look at him. How do I know if he looked at me or not? Li Gongda smiled and said, Oh. Then he slowly walked away from the fork in the road. Li Fuzhen stood in the same spot and was out of her wits. She was all alone. In the carriage far away from the governor's mansion, Chen Shiliang, who was born as a poor scholar, talked about politics as if he was making a joke. Beiliang Province has 3 provinces, Liangyu Province and Ling Province. Liangyu Province and Liangyu Province are important places at the border and border with Beimang. Only Lingzhou Province is relatively fertile. It is a place with more oil and water than Liangyu Province. It forms the structure of Beiliang's general in the north and officials in the south. For the same yamen, the number of officials in Lingzhou Province is usually twice or even 3 times that of the other 2 provinces. It is like the backyard of Beiliang's army when they retire. The children of the officials who are not working in the army also have to come to the various yamens in Lingzhou to get a share of the pie. When the father steps down, the son will take the position, and the grandson will take the position to fish in oil and water. It would be strange if there were not many people. This makes Lingzhou's yamen especially mountainous and intertwined. In Beiliang's officialdom, it is joked that if you can be a stable official in Lingzhou, you can also be promoted 2 ranks in other provinces and have your butt firmly rooted in your seat. There are benefits for those at the top, and there are benefits for those at the bottom. Using Li Gongda as the governor has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Beiliang's tax collection is not a problem, but this is just a way to reduce expenditure. It is nothing more than taking 2 or 3 of the 10 copper coins that go into the Beiliang's private pockets and giving it to the Beiliang army. Furthermore, Li Gongda is not the kind of good official who can get more money. Beiliang's salt and iron are huge profits, and the government has always been unable to make a profit. Furthermore, there are many powerful families of generals who take the initiative to seal and seize the profits. Write a detailed report about the salt and iron official camp for me. Su Fingyan nodded. Chen Shiliang gladly accepted the order. Su Fingyan saw that he seemed to have something to say, so he laughed and said, If you have something to say, just say it. If you want to rebel, there is no harm. Chen Shiliang said softly, Li Gongda's official position is high enough, standard 2nd rank. He is greedy enough. Other than the prince's mansion, he is Beiliang's richest merchant. The most important thing is that he has a good relationship with your Su family. He is the most suitable person to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He can guarantee peace in Beiliang's officialdom for 10 years. Chapter 693. Su Fingyan shook his head and said, 10 years? Impossible. It's hard to say even 5 years. The fallen emperor of southern Tang wanted to be the master of resurgence. He even used the method of skinning the corrupt officials, but the results were still minimal. Of course, this is also related to southern Tang's long history of corruption. Also, it's definitely not a good thing to give a seriously ill patient too strong medicine. I can't overdo some of the unwritten rules that Su Xiao has accumulated. Of course your method is useful, but... Halfway through his speech, Su Fingyan stopped talking. Like a magic trick, he took out a yellow seal that was the same as the one he gave to Li Gongda. The texture was warm and delicate. A flying sword flew out of his sleeve. The blade moved swiftly, carving 5 characters on each side of the seal. He then threw it to Chen Shiliang and said with a smile, For you. A good man multiplies his negative, sitting steadily in peace. Collecting a daughter at home, becoming an official and a minister. Chen Shiliang slowly turned it around and looked at it carefully before carefully putting it in his sleeve. He didn't express any gratitude. Su Fingyan asked, I heard that you've recently been searching for the history of the upheaval of all the noble families in the late spring and autumn period. Chen Shiliang nodded and said, Using history as a mirror, one can know the rise and fall. Your Highness also knows that I was born a poor scholar and was shy of money. So I developed the bad habit of treating books as my life. I'm also very curious about how these deep-rooted noble families were described in the history books with tens, hundreds, and thousands of words to describe their extreme nobility and extreme decline. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Reading more is always a good thing." Chen Xiuliang smiled playfully. Su Fengnian stared and said, "I've read a lot of books, aren't banned books books?" Chen Xiuliang didn't expose him and asked, "Where are we going next?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "We're going to Lingzhou's Dragon Eye County to see some old friends. Last time, we didn't get along very well. However, it was not necessary for them to meet. The main thing was that Dragon Eye County was still the place where old General Zhong Hongwu had retired to. Let's see if I can add fuel to the fire." Besides, Su Beiji was serving as a military advisor in the county capital, so he decided to pay him a visit. "Oh right, it will take quite a while to get to Dragon Eye County. If you're bored, I'll take out some silver and go to the city to invite a few courtesans to relieve your boredom. It's up to you whether you want to eat or not." Chen Xiuliang shook his head and said, "I won't accept a reward if it's not deserved. If I succeed in the salt and iron business, even if your highness gives me 10 courtesans, I will accept it with a clear conscience." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Hurry up and return that Huangtian stone seal to me. My heart is aching for it." Chen Xiuliang coughed, lifted the curtain and said to Bluebird, "Let's go to Dragon Eye County." Dragon Eye County was famous for producing ink stones that were like the eyes of a dragon. The quality of the stone was gentle like jade, tender but not smooth. If one knocked on it, there would be the sound of metal and stone. If one caressed it, it would be like the skin of an infant. It was regarded as an immortal product by the famous calligraphers of the past generations. It was said that old General Zhong's only son had a collection of 108 ink stones. The ink stone had 108 eyes like the eyes of a dragon. The most legendary thing was that this ancient ink stone had been passed around in the 6 dynasties in several countries by 8 famous dragon painters. Therefore, it was also known as the ink stone that painted the eyes of a dragon. In his later years, Zhong Hongwu had a son named Zhong Qingxin. Before he reached the age of 30, he had already established a great undertaking and held a high position. As soon as this old General Zhong retired, Zhong Qingxin would immediately be promoted to Dragon Eye County Chief. This famous son of a general's family had an even bigger family. Not only did he have 3 wives and 4 concubines, he also had no less than 20 mistresses in his golden house. He also had a hobby of eating the grass near his nest. He had hooked up with many wives and concubines of Dragon Eye County's high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Of course, Zhong Qingxin himself also often held banquets to reward guests. Every time he met someone, he would send out servant girls and beautiful maids that he had carefully trained. In Dragon Eye County, other than all kinds of romantic affairs, there were also gangs and sects in great numbers. For the most part, the officials at the top played around with their love affairs, while the people at the bottom of the Jianghu killed them. The well water did not interfere with the river water. Moreover, in recent years, the trend was that if the sects wanted to expand, they would have to compete to see who could get closer to the government. One by one, the well water flowed into the river water. There were very few people who persisted in establishing their own sect, and did not observe the situation. Su Fengnian's carriage entered the county's Baiba city. From the name of the county, it could be seen that the ancient inkstone in Zhong Qingxin's hand was priceless. Su Fengnian knew the ins and outs of the Fish Dragon Gang very well. Although the Fish Dragon Gang had completed the big business in Beimang worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, the Fish Dragon Gang did not get much money. The several thousand taels of silver that Zhou Ziru, the young master of Maguan, paid as compensation were also given to the families of the gang members who died in a foreign land. To make matters worse, the deputy leader Xiao Chong and the chief guest Gong Sunyang were both dead. This was a loss that could not be measured with money. The Fish Dragon Gang originally wanted to rely on this business to turn their fortunes around. However, they did not expect that the disciples of the military families in Lingzhou City would turn their backs on them after the business was completed. They even ignored the Fish Dragon Gang's subsequent visits. Fortunately, the granddaughter of the old leader connected with the business in Beimang City, and was able to do some unique business that allowed them to maintain the gang's operations. However, when Liang Meng started a fight, the Fish Dragon Gang, which had been hanging on by trading at the border, was beaten back to its original state. Many of the gang members began to turn to other sections. When you're rich, you're warm. When you're poor, you're naturally cold. The barren real estate under the name of Old Master Lou of the Fish Dragons was located in the southwest part of the county. It used to be a long street, but it was sold to the neighbors every now and then. The neighborhood on both sides was getting bigger and bigger. The Fish Dragons, which only had one martial arts club left, was caught in the middle, which was very awkward. Fortunately, the martial arts club where their lifeblood was located occupied a large area. The Fish Dragons was an old gang that had been through a lot. Many of the gang members, including their descendants, had relied on Old Master Lou to make a living. Even if they wanted to leave, no one would take them in. The Fish Dragons were weak, but on the surface, they were still okay. At most, there were only 200 people left. As for the strong young men who could fight for territory, it was hard to say. The carriage stopped opposite the dojo of the Fish Dragons. Not many gangs in the city dared to openly hang their banners with their gang's name on them. There were only 1 or 2 gangs in the entire Lingzhou, and they all had powerful backgrounds. Dragonai County originally had a rival of the Fish Dragons, the Honghu sect. They hung their banners for a few days, but it was said that a young master who was traveling here didn't like them. That young master was very rough, and was the grandson of the great General Yan Wenwan. He threw their banners into the latrine on the same day. The Honghu sect didn't even dare to raise their banners again. Before that young master left, he said that he beat them because he knew that their master was the brother-in-law of that Zhong Qingxin. After that, Zhong Qingxin's brother-in-law went to complain but returned without success. It became the topic of conversation for the people of Dragonai County. Su Fingnian hung up the curtain and quietly looked at the main gate of the Fish Dragons. The faint sound of the disciples practicing martial arts could be heard from the other side of the wall. Chen Shiliang asked doubtfully, "Is this the place?" Su Fingnian nodded and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I also took in an unknown disciple in this gang. He's very stupid." Chen Shiliang asked, "Don't you want to go in and take a look?" Su Fingnian put down the curtain and shook his head. "Forget it. I was wearing a mask at that time, so he wouldn't recognize me even if he saw me. Let's go, Bluebird." The carriage slowly drove out of the street. Just as it turned the corner, a large group of strong men rushed into the street with great momentum. They were just short of hanging a sign on their bodies saying that they were gathering for a brawl. Su Fingnian opened the side curtain and frowned. He saw the people of the neighborhood pointing and said slowly, "Liangxi, go and ask around." Chen Liangxi got off the carriage and soon returned to the carriage. He said with a smile, "It's the same old story. There's a girl called Lu Narong in the Fish Dragon gang. She caught the eye of a military officer under the command of Yi, who was in charge of the Dragonai County. He wanted to take her as his concubine. It seems that the Fish Dragon gang didn't know what was good for them and rejected him. Perhaps they forgot to give the rank 7 military officer a way out. Your Highness, there's something I've wanted to say for a long time. Beiliang's military titles are really unreasonable. Officers and military officers are too worthless. They should be changed and simplified. In this aspect, Beimeng is much better." Su Fingnian nodded. Just as he was about to put down the curtain and let the Fish Dragons gang pass the tribulation, he caught a glimpse of a group of more than 30 armored soldiers in the distance. Chen Liangxi glanced at them and sneered. "Hey, this military officer of Dragonai County has some tricks up his sleeve. It seems that he wants to punish both sides fairly and selflessly. However, I think that those who went to cause trouble can definitely bear the punishment, but the Fish Dragons gang can't. It's really a waste of talent to be a rank 7 military officer. It seems that if we really want to rectify these Jianghu sects in Beiliang, we'll have to cut off many people's source of income." Su Fingnian lowered his head and put on a root-shaped mask. He said indifferently, "Then let's go and watch the show." The street that originally had shops and hawkers was now empty. Most of the 100 or so men had broken into the Fish Dragons gang, leaving 7 or 8 relatively thin and weak fish outside to keep watch. Among them, a crooked and skinny monkey with sharp eyes saw Bluebird. He called his friends and ran all the way here while drooling. It was nothing more than the usual 3 axes used by the scoundrels and ruffians. One couldn't expect these guys who didn't know many words to have any new ideas. When they saw that the delicate and pretty woman in green robes and embroidered shoes remained unmoved, they did not dare to immediately take action. She was someone who would foolishly drive her into trouble, and she might not be someone they could afford to offend. She might not be someone they could afford to offend. She might be a pawn who ran the docks, and her worldview might not be great, but that did not mean that she did not have her own survival knowledge and climbing skills. Even though the thin monkey did not attack, he still had the guts to use his mouth. His mouth was full of obscenities, and his gaze was obscene. His brothers beside him cheered for him. Then they saw a young man with white hair walk out of the carriage with a smile. They subconsciously took a few steps back. Su Fengnian jumped off the carriage lightly and took the horsewhip from Blue Bird. He twisted it in his hand and asked pleasantly, "Brothers, are you from the Great Tiger sect?" The skinny monkey-like man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in a threatening manner, "Which path are you on?" Su Fengnian pointed at the fish dragon's gang with the horsewhip. "You can say that I'm from this sect." Chapter 694. Hearing this, the skinny monkey-like man was relieved. He grinned and turned around shouting, "Come here, there's a fish that escaped from the fish dragons." He was obviously very proud of being able to mention the fish that escaped from the fish dragons. He knew how to be a scholar. The other 4 men rushed over in a hubbub. There were 8 of them, and they all looked ferocious. The so-called Jianghu at the bottom relied on having more people, more hands and more sticks. Unfortunately, this time the higher-ups had clearly said that they were not allowed to use their weapons. This made the 8 men somewhat unhappy. Before they could make a move, howls and screams came from inside the wall. Then soldiers with spears who had been waiting for a long time rushed in. The 8 men subconsciously turned their heads to look. Just as they were about to look away, they fell to the ground. Su Fengnian brought Blue Bird, who had not fought much, to the martial arts center. Chen Liangxi followed behind them. Just as they went up the stairs, they heard a captain say gloomily, "More than 100 people gathered to fight. The main culprit will be banished to the army. Using weapons to injure people is an additional crime. The whole gang will be sent to the border." Lu Narong of the Fish Dragons kneeled down. On the sand-covered training field, Lu Narong, who had angrily attacked with her sword, was livid. In fact, only one of the leaders of the Great Tiger sect fell to her sword. The rest of the people took out their own daggers and cut their arms or legs. Then, they threw the daggers far away and lay on the ground, pretending to be heartbroken. This was a trap that had been planned for a long time. When the leader of the Great Tiger sect went to take down the plaque of the fish dragons and stomped it, Lu Narong was not unaware of it. She simply could not bear the humiliation. At this moment, she was gnashing her teeth. She wanted to kill the captain who always hung around the leader of the Great Tiger sect. Vice leader Xiao Chang's son, Xiaoling, held an ivory fan in his hand. He looked handsome and elegant. He exchanged glances with the leader of the Great Tiger sect, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He smiled faintly. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he saw 3 strangers at the door from the corner of his eye. Xiaoling subconsciously retracted his foot. In the end, he resisted the urge to take a step forward. If he took a step forward, it would mean that his meticulous plan was laid out on the table. In Xiaoling's field of vision, Chen Shiliang sneered softly, "I underestimated the captain. It turns out that one side will be lightly beaten 10 times, and the other side will be beaten 150 times. Your Highness, why don't you promote such a smart person?" Xiaoling. Xiao Chang had colluded with the horse bandits and to frame to pave the way for his son. It seemed that Xiaoling didn't let his fathers, so he did it himself. He himself. It was Xiaoling. Was. The young man from the fish dragons, Wang Dashi, also saw Su Fengnian, but he didn't shout. He just waved his hand secretly, indicating that Su Fengnian should leave the martial arts club as soon as possible. It was the same as the night battle at Tuma Pass. As long as the government was involved, especially the local soldiers, young Master Su's status as a relative of the general's mansion's steward was completely useless. Su Fengnian walked over with his horsewhip and said to the captain, "I have a friend surnamed Su. He's a military officer in this city. I hope you can give him some face." "Military officer?" He was barely an official. He didn't have any real power. However, the person standing behind the junior captain was a field officer under Yi's command, whose rank was much higher than his. Besides, Great General Mansion was indirectly connected to Great Tiger Sect. You're just a little military officer. Who do you think you are? What's more, the captain, who knew everything about Dragon Eye County, had never heard of any son of an official surnamed Su, so he didn't take it seriously. Usually, if there really was such a person, he would just do some small favors. Now, even if there were 10 military officers, he would treat them as if they were farts. The captain didn't dare to fight with Lu Su and Lu Narong. He was eager to have someone hit the tip of the spear to show his power. He didn't unsheath his cold knife. He just smashed the scabbard at the man's chest. Bluebird kicked out, and the captain flew into the martial arts hall. Then everyone slowly turned their heads. They didn't see the military officer come out. Old gang leader Lu Su, who was considered an expert in Lingzhou, narrowed his eyes. His heart shivered. It wasn't hard to kick someone to death, or kick them a few zhang away. Even Lu Su, who was an expert in external martial arts, could do it. But to kick them a few zhang away and not kill them, he admitted that he couldn't do it. A soldier stabbed his spear at Bluebird. Qing Niao raised her leg and stomped down. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sharp spears were unable to hurt her in the slightest. Instead, one of the spears bent into an arc and bounced off the sturdy armored soldier's chest, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Bluebird tiptoed and the spear straightened in the air. She held the end of the spear with one hand. With a flick of her wrist, the spear tip turned into a terrifying circle. Lu Su was dumbfounded. When did Lingzhou have such a young top expert? Moreover, it was a woman with delicate features? Su Fengnian tilted his head and smiled. Bluebird, bring our brother Shiliang to ask Su Jizzy to call for reinforcements. Bluebird nodded. She gently lifted the spear. The spear broke in half and she threw it away. She turned and walked out of the martial arts hall with Chen Shiliang. Su Fengnian said to the leaderless soldiers and the Honghu sect that were playing dead. Not going to call for reinforcements and compete with your background? It's said that the heroes of Jianghu don't fight when the odds are against them. Are you waiting to be beaten? The birds and beasts scattered. Some of the men who had been lying on the ground on the verge of death were now full of vigor and vitality. No one dared to find trouble with the white-haired man. Chapter 695. Wang Dashi shouted excitedly, "Young Master Su." Su Fengnian walked in front of Lu Su and cupped his hands. Greetings, old gang leader Lu. Lu Su, who had spent half his life in the mud of Jianghu, was a shrewd man. He felt relieved and worried at the same time. He said softly, "You must be young Master Su from the capital of Lingzhou, the Fish Dragon Gang, and I will remember your kindness today. However, we are not trying to boost the morale of others and diminish our own prestige. The Great Tiger Sect obviously came prepared, and they have the support of people whom the Fish Dragon Gang cannot afford to offend. I hope that young Master Su can leave the Dragon Eye County as soon as possible." Lu Narong sheathed her sword and said coldly, "Why are you still here? Do you need me to drive you away?" The kind woman had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Su Fengnian smiled. "Lu Narong, you and I have traveled together from Lingzhou to Beimang. Do you think I am the kind of person who puffs himself up at his own cost? If not, I will have to trouble Miss Lu to serve me a pot of tea and do your best as a host." Lu Narong hesitated. Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Let's not talk about anything else. I have to wait for someone." Lu Narong snorted and walked to the hall. Old gang leader Lu had heard about his granddaughter's experience in Beimang, and had always thought highly of this mysterious young Master Su. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't insist. Su Fengnian approached Xiao Ling and said softly, "Young Master Xiao, fortunately I came in time. Otherwise, you would have fallen out with your favorite Miss Lu. Was it dangerous?" Xiao Ling frowned. "What did young Master Su say? Why can't I understand?" Su Fengnian smiled. "Then I will say that I killed your father Xiao Chong. The letter your father sent you before he died was written by me. Do you understand?" Xiao Ling trembled as if he was struck by lightning. Su Fengnian said slowly, "The letter clearly stated that you should know your place and behave yourself. Why did you take the risk out of desperation?" Or do you want to destroy Lu Narong with your own hands since you can't get her? Or are you thinking that one day, she will be tired of being played by the nobles of Dragon Eye Commandery, and then it will be your turn to have a taste? Xiao Ling's eyes turned red. Su Fengnian put his arm around this playboy's shoulder, as if they were old friends. You're just like your father. Both of you are too smart. As for me, I'm not a good person either. Heh, it's a pity that Lu Narong is in love with me. I'm going to piss you off, you trash who can't even get close to her. I've heard that there are many senior brothers in Jianghu, who were angered to death by their childhood sweethearts and junior sisters who changed their minds after they grew up. Unfortunately, you're one of them. I'll ask Xiao Rongrong to send you an invitation later. Xiao Ling was almost driven mad by Su Fengnian's blatant lies. He asked gloomily, You with the surname Su, what are you trying to do? Su Fengnian said innocently, We're just chatting. Why else would I expose you as a traitor? No one would believe an outsider like me even if I told them. It's fun to piss you off. Xiao Ling smiled viciously. You're a white-haired guy. How many years can you live? How many years can you enjoy? Su Fengnian said indifferently. How many years can I live? Look at Lu Narong's figure, that waist, that butt. If it were you, wouldn't you be willing to live a few years less in exchange for every night of pleasure? Xiao Ling finally couldn't help but curse. You bastard. Same to you. Just you wait. I'll get someone to kill you. Oh. If you wait a moment longer, you'll die a horrible death. Okay, then I'll kill you before I die. Are you begging me to die, or begging me not to die? Outsiders didn't know the truth. They thought that the two young masters regretted not meeting each other earlier. Only a few people were qualified to sit here. Even Xiao Ling, the son of the deputy leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, didn't have this privilege. Now the gang's talents had withered. Some had died, and some had retired. Only old gang leader Lu and two elders were sitting in the hall. Su Fengnian ignored Xiao Ling and left quietly. Lu Narong poured tea for Su Fengnian herself. When she bent down to pour tea for Su Fengnian, she asked fiercely, Is it fun? Su Fengnian took the teacup and said calmly, I just happened to pass by. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't overestimate your beauty. The young man, Wang Dashi, stood behind Su Fengnian and laughed foolishly. In the eyes of this young man, whose Jianghu experience was limited to the trip to Beimang, young Master Su was undoubtedly one of the top masters in Jianghu. Young Master Su was outstanding in martial arts, chivalrous, and had taught him a set of peerless martial arts. Of course, it was only because he was stupid that he couldn't grasp the essence of it. Lu Narong, who had a pair of beautiful legs, turned and left with a frosty face. She stood behind Lu Narong. Su Fengnian took a sip of tea and raised his head to ask, Why didn't the Fish Dragon Gang hang the flag? Old gang leader Lu and the two elders smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was just a fledgling in Jianghu. They guessed that he only dared to swagger in Jianghu because of his good family background and an expert retainer. Old gang leader Lu sighed in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let this young Master Su get involved in this mess even if he had to throw away his dignity. Old gang leader Lu immediately felt somewhat puzzled. That trip to the northern Mang had been so bumpy and thrilling. According to Enrong's granddaughter's narration, this young Master Su had appeared to be very experienced and ruthless. He had dealt with many matters almost harshly and mercilessly. Did his granddaughter misjudge him? Chapter 696. Using the tiger skin as a banner could only scare people. In the hall, old gang leader Lu and the other elders were not in the mood to drink tea. When they saw the young man, who should be the Dragon Eye County soldier Chow, walk into the Fish Dragon Gang, their hearts immediately turned cold. This Gongzi's appearance and bearing were not bad, but how many scholars like him were there in the Dragon Eye County? Not to mention the distant ones, just Xiao Ling in the gang. Just by looking at his appearance, he could be the son of an aristocratic family in the county governor's mansion. Baoyang was a classic example of a military general being arrogant and lowering his head to a civil official. If he really offended a military officer with real power, what was the use? Furthermore, this Gongzi was clearly pulled over in a hurry. He was alone and was probably doing some simple work like writing in the yamen. There were still ink stains on his hands that he did not have time to wash off. When the young soldier Chow saw young Master Su, who was calm and composed, he did not lower his head and slowly sat down. He smiled and asked for a cup of hot tea from the fish dragon gang to warm his stomach. Old gang leader Lu sighed in his heart. It seemed that the young and white-haired young Master Su was not a popular figure in Lingzhou. Otherwise, a small official of the Dragon Eye County would not be so negligent. Su Beiji and Su Fengnian sat to the side. He blew on the tea and frowned. "Can't you let me have some peace and quiet?" This time, he took the initiative to come to Lingzhou's Dragon Eye County to be an official. There were very few people who knew about this. Not to mention the Lingzhou magistrate, even the administrator Li Gongda did not get any information. He only took the Shangguan family's ribbon seal, wrapped himself in his official robe and single-handedly went straight to Longyan County. Longyan County's military yamen also did not raise any waves, mistakenly thinking that he was some unattainable general's descendant. There were also a few local tyrants who made several attempts to probe him, but they were all casually dismissed by Su Beiji, and then he was immediately sidelined. What he got was some labor work without meat or fish, without oil and water. When everybody saw Su Beiji enjoying himself, they treated him even less seriously. In addition, there were 1,000 elite cavalry secretly transferred into Longyan County without any warning sign, so that many powers were on tenterhooks. Who would still have the mind to get to the bottom of the matter with a soldier, Chao Xiangjuan? The cavalry's commanding general was surnamed Wang, and his given name was Wang Ji. The deputy general was called Hong Shuwen. Both of their official positions were one rank higher than ordinary field officers. They could be considered important figures in the Bailiang army, who were not well known, but who suddenly held the commander's seal. This elite cavalry had never interfered with the local military and politics. The entire Longyan County was guessing back and forth. They only thought that the king of Bailiang attached great importance to great General Zhong Honggu, who had taken off his armor and returned to his field. This was to show that the great general's favor had not diminished. Su Fengnian chuckled in a low voice. "Keep your complaints to yourself for now. Has Xi Liang told you about the general situation?" Su Beiji said calmly. "What's so strange about the collusion between the local powers? But you're all so heartless. Are you trying to use me as bait to lure out the Zhong family? But aren't you worried about alerting the enemy? If you really provoke Zhong Hongwu, let's see how you're going to deal with it." Old gang leader Lu only saw the two young people whispering to each other. Looking at their calm demeanor in the face of danger, one could say that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger, or that an inexperienced and ignorant person was fearless. Old gang leader Lu sighed with emotion at his own extraordinary age. The Fish Dragon Gang's foundation today was not built by talking and laughing with his old brothers in desperate situations countless times. Old gang leader Lu subconsciously turned his head to look at his granddaughter. Was he really going to put this burden on her shoulders? Wouldn't that cause her to give up the happiness of a woman's husband and children? Old gang leader Lu was not a pedantic elder who favored boys over girls, but it was precisely because he loved his granddaughter from the bottom of his heart that he was unwilling to let Lu Nerong walk on the same path as him. As soon as one entered Jianghu, it was inevitable to make enemies and make enemies on all sides. How many people could really live until the day they washed their hands of gold in a basin? The teacup on the table began to tremble, and the tea swayed slightly. Old gang leader Lu and several old men who had been fighting for a long time became serious. The junior captain who had been kicked into the hall by the woman in green had been carried to the backyard for treatment. It was difficult to invite the devil in, but it was even more difficult to send him away. It seemed that today's disaster was inevitable. Earlier, old gang leader Lu had tried to evacuate the gang members, old and young, from the back door and go to their relatives' houses in the countryside to lie low. But as soon as they went out, they saw a group of strong men from the Flood Tiger sect blocking the entrance to the street. They were determined to catch all of them in one fell swoop and uproot the Fish Dragon Gang from Dragon Eye County. Old gang leader Lu was a veteran of Jianghu, so he always paid particular attention to not implicating the family members, and would never cross the bottom line. This kind of unwritten Jianghu rule was more important than the national law to the old men. But nowadays, the new gangs and sects were more ruthless than the previous one. They completely eliminated the root of the problem. In the past 5 years, there had been 5 or 6 massacres in Dragon Eye County. After the massacres, the government would investigate and send a few boxes of silver to the sons or concubines of the officials to close the case with a personal grudge. No matter how many dozens of murders you had committed, you only needed 1 or 2 scapegoats to pay with their lives. And those scapegoats whose families had received a large amount of compensation were regarded as heroes in Jianghu. Even before they were beheaded, they were still heroic and heroic, shouting that they were still a hero even after 18 years. This could arouse the passion of countless young Jianghu people around the execution ground. This made old gang leader Lu, who had scrupulously followed the rules for most of his life, feel strange and somewhat disheartened. More than 10 strong riders directly rode into the Fish Dragon Gang's dojo, followed by more than 100 elite soldiers in bright armor with swords. Chapter 697. Tang Zi, the lieutenant under Yi's command, sat high on his horse and looked down. He probably felt that he was qualified to look down on the world in this tiny Dragon Eye prefecture. With a sneer, he directly skipped over Lu Su and the other old guys and paused on the woman in green and the white-haired man for a while before looking straight at Lu Narong, who was standing gracefully at the door. His cold eyes hid the passion of a man looking at a beautiful woman. Tang Zi was not a repulsive person. He was tall and sturdy and was the second generation of a general family in northern Liang. He had gone to the border of Yuzhou and obtained military exploits that outsiders did not know were real or fake. After returning to Dragon Eye Prefecture, he started from the second lieutenant and gradually became the lieutenant under Yi's command, who controlled 300 armored soldiers. Such a successful and famous general wanted to take a woman from Jianghu as his concubine. The Fish Dragon Gang should be happy, but they repeatedly refused. Did they really think that Tang Zi was a clay bodhisattva who did not have any anger? If you follow me, even if your Fish Dragon Gang doesn't become the #1 gang in Lingzhou, at the very least, you will be able to dominate Dragon Eye County right under the nose of General Zhong. With my Yi family's officers and the Tang family's support for your father-in-law Lu Su, who dares to be disrespectful to you? If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame Tang Zi for turning the Fish Dragon Gang upside down. Tang Zi glanced at the woman in green. He had heard from the soldiers that this woman had some skills. That was good too. First, she would be imprisoned for the crime of assassinating an armored soldier. Then, he would slowly remove her sharp edges. After that, he would take her into his room with Lu Narong. The corners of Tang Zi's mouth curled up. He did not like the soft and weak women in the brothel. They could not withstand the whipping and always made him, a lieutenant under Yi's command, uninterested. Only women like Lu Narong, who had learned martial arts and knew some martial arts, were delicious to Tang Zi. This kind of woman with a pair of beautiful legs and a unique waist could really make a man ascend to immortality in bed. Tang Zi did things flawlessly, and was deeply influenced by his family background. He did not give people the bad impression of bullying others. He gently squeezed the horse's belly, and the horse under him stepped forward a few steps. Tang Zi said in a clear voice, "This general acts according to the law. Who dares to stop me? I've heard that Lieutenant Chao is here. Come out and meet me." Chen Shiliang chuckled beside Su Fengnian. "Nice table manners." Su Fengnian sighed. "Now that's tricky." Su Beiji slowly stepped over the threshold and walked to the top of the stairs. "This one is Su Beiji. I was appointed as Longyan County Sergeant Chao 10 years ago." Tang Zi said sternly, "Since you are an official of Bailiang, you should know that the Fish Dragon Gang and the Red Tiger sect gathered together to fight. Lu Narong and the others injured people with weapons. How should they be punished according to the law? This general is responsible for the safety and security of the people, especially the Jianghu bandits who use force to suppress the law. The government has written a notice stating that anyone who sees them will be beheaded. The soldiers will be punished according to the law and arrested. Why did someone hurt my subordinates?" Su Beiji said calmly, "The lieutenant has handled the matter of the Fish Dragon Gang appropriately. However, my friend is a good citizen." After entering the martial arts club, the lieutenant attacked him without any reason. According to Bailiang's military law, his military status will be revoked and he will be beheaded immediately. The punishment for this crime is 3 levels. The lieutenant under Yi's command happens to be on this list, so he should also resign. Tang Zi smiled. Do you have any witnesses? Subeiji smiled. The Fish Dragon Gang has more than 100 people who can testify. However, since they are suspected of rioting, they are not qualified. Su Fengnian raised his horsewhip. This one is a good citizen with a clean background. I can testify. Tang Zi sneered. But someone can testify that you are one of the Fish Dragon Gang's bandits. Su Fengnian remembered the ruffians of the Red Tiger sect who were knocked unconscious by Blue Bird outside the door. He frowned. Those people are from the Red Tiger sect. What qualifications do they have? Tang Zi said indifferently. They have never entered the martial arts club of the Fish Dragon Gang, nor have they participated in any fights. Lu Narong walked to Su Fengnian, who was about to say something. That's enough. You and I are not friends. I probably won't be able to repay you for what you did today. I only hope that if you have any connections, you can protect Wang Dashi and the others for me. Lu Narong will be very grateful. Su Fengnian touched on her sore spot. Don't tell me you're really going to be this captain's bed-warming plaything? Lu Narong gritted her teeth. Believe it or not, I will stab you to death before I kill him. Su Fengnian tightened his grip on the horsewhip and looked a little absent-minded. Su Beiji smiled and said, Lieutenant Tang, in this case, no one in the gate of the Fish Dragon Gang is qualified. Tang Zi was confident and didn't mind playing cat and mouse slowly. Oh, I'm all ears. Su Beiji said calmly. I have evidence that Lieutenant Tang was involved in the massacre. During the massacre, 9 of your soldiers took off their armor and killed 17 people with swords. It's just that I didn't have time to present the evidence to the county governor. Tang Zi laughed and slowly drew out his sword. Do you think you still have a chance? Su Beiji asked back. You want to silence me? Do you know what the punishment is for killing a Lieutenant Chao for no reason? Tang Zi drew out his Bailiang sword from his waist. I won't break the law knowingly. It's just that Lieutenant Chao died in a fight with the bandits. I may even personally send him some compensation. Your people should be grateful to me for killing the Fish Dragon Gang. Su Beiji shouted angrily. How dare you? Su Fengnian reminded her in a low voice. Juzi, your acting skills are really bad. Now you should be so angry that your lips are blue and your legs are weak. Especially if there's some trembling in your voice. Su Beiji looked at the lieutenant and said softly. If you can do it, why don't you do it? By the way, do you really have evidence? No, I do know the truth, but I don't have evidence. Your acting skills are average, but you're good at digging holes. Don't delay my fishing. Lu Narong, who was standing at the side and listening to every word, didn't understand what was wrong with this world. Chapter 698. Tang Zi raised his cold knife, and the soldiers behind him advanced with their spears. Tang Zi looked at the motley crew with a sinister smile. There was nothing in Dragon Eye County that he did not dare to do, especially after he racked his brains to obtain the 108 dragon-painted inkstone for Zhongqingxin. It was equivalent to having a gold medal to avoid death. This life-saving talisman given by the Zhong family was much more effective than the talisman drawn by the Wudongjinren. The military officers of each county always had the custom of exchanging military exploits with gangs. Far away from the war at the border, it was unrealistic to want to be promoted quickly without staining their hands with blood. Of course, Tang Zi was not going to massacre the Fish Dragon Gang just because of Lu Narong. Instead, he was going to kill the more than 100 youths of the Fish Dragon Gang who violated the rules and should be killed. This was a great merit that was enough to make the next county governor of Longjing County, Zhongqingxin, beam with joy. Since that soldier Chao of unknown origin had bumped into the horse's hooves, Tang Zi did not mind killing one more. As long as the stabilizing General Zhong was in Longjing County, not to mention Longjing County, even Lingzhou would not be able to overturn the heavens. What Su Beiji cared about was the deep-rooted marriage alliance and collusion behind Tang Zi. On his way to Dragon Eye County, he had a detailed genealogy of Dragon Eye County in his hands. The military officer under Tang Zi, was only a small fish in his eyes, and was not enough to mobilize a large force. Su Beiji wanted to drag out the new and old governor of Dragon Eye County, who was responsible for throwing the fish on the chopping board. As for how to put it into the pot, steaming it or braising it, someone would decide. At this moment, He was more concerned about the elite level of the local soldiers. This would directly determine the strength of the Bailiang cavalry. There were more than 200,000 cavalries at the border. If they were defeated, how long could Bailiang last? Behind Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang lowered his head and muttered to himself. His 5 fingers tapped together. This poor scholar's point of view was completely different from Su Beiji. Su Beiji traced upwards while Chen Shiliang deduced downwards. The citizens of Bailiang were divided into 5 classes based on the amount of land. How much resentment did the Fish Dragon Gang have accumulated over the past 20 years under the tyrannical military officers? Everyone knew that Bailiang was supported by the butcher Su Shao alone. He supported the 300,000 cavalries and supported the millions of poor families in Bailiang. If the door to the northwest of the empire would inevitably change, what benefits would the second king of Bailiang bring to the people? Of course, Tang Zi didn't know that the 2 scholars didn't treat him as an appetizer. He flicked the northern cold saber in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Take them down. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded." Su Fengnian looked up at the sky. A black dot was getting more and more conspicuous. It broke through the clouds and fell straight down. The blue-white luan, the most handsome feathered bird, hooked Su Fengnian's arm with its claws. It flapped its snow-white wings and looked at everyone with cold eyes. Although Su Fengnian's realm had deteriorated greatly, it was not to the extent that he could not stop a bird with his arm. He reached out to stroke the head of the blue-white luan, which was nicknamed Little White. Little White lowered its head and pecked at the horsewhip in its master's hand. It was not difficult for a well-off young master to raise a falcon. However, the difference between a horse's quality and a falcon's quality was like the difference between heaven and earth. Tang Zi was born into a proper landowning household, and was also the descendant of a general. His eyesight was not bad. He immediately became suspicious. However, he immediately pulled back the arrow he had shot. Just as he was thinking about whether to spare the life of Lieutenant Chow, the entire street behind him seemed to be on the verge of exploding. It was like a giant millstone was rolling non-stop. Tang Zi was shocked. This kind of sound was not unfamiliar to a military officer who had been to the border. More than 500 Yuzhou cavalries galloping in the city possessed such shocking power. Tang Zi was already so afraid, let alone the soldiers behind him who had never been to the border. Without the military officer's command, they subconsciously turned their heads to look. Bailiang's military orders were like mountains. They did not stop, but they were much slower. Wang Ji, who was unknown in Bailiang's military, strode into the Fish Dragon Gang's martial arts club. This valiant general who had led 3,000 cavalries to intercept Han Diaoxi outside the sword pavilion, did not receive the meteoric rise he had expected after making a great contribution. Instead, he was able to have a talk with the Supreme General. His elite soldiers were reduced to only 1,000 men. He did not have the title of a real general, but he was as happy as a child. Moreover, after he had personally fought against Han Diaoxi, who was the 10th most powerful person in the world, his aura had transformed and become more stable. He was less rough and more mellow. Perhaps he was not far off from the Supreme General Zhong Honggu. As soon as he entered the martial arts club, except for Su Fengnian and the others who had the flying feather on their arms, the others immediately lost their arrogance. Even Tang Zi quickly sheathed his saber and jumped off his horse. He clasped his fists and said respectfully, "General Tang Zi greets General Wang." Wang Ji only glanced at Su Beiji intentionally or unintentionally. After their eyes met, he quietly looked away. As his gaze wandered, old gang leader Lu and the others who had been in Jianghu for most of their lives felt a little scared. This general was definitely not someone Tang Zi could compare to. The forces of Bailiang's Jianghu had always been weak and scattered. This was not because Bailiang's boorish men were not brave enough or not united enough. It was just that Bailiang's army was too fierce and good at fighting. Wang Ji did not recognize the white-haired Su Fengnian, who was wearing a mask and holding a whip in his hand, nor did he recognize the humble scholar Chen Shiliang. He only recognized Su Beiji, because according to Ren Tu, even if Wang Ji and his deputy general Hong Shuwen, as well as 1,000 riders, all died, this scholar was not allowed to die. Before leaving Liangzhou, Ren Tu had promised that within 3 years, there would be one of the 4 deputy commanders of Bailiang's cavalry, Wang Ji. It was easy to imagine how important this soldier named Su Beiji was to the entire Bailiang. If he did not know Su Beiji's shocking true identity, Wang Ji would have thought that this kid was the general's illegitimate son. You mother***, you dare to kill Su Beiji who is related to my future? Even if the has-been Zhong Hongwu personally drew his saber, I Wang Ji would dare to kill you. After Hong Shuwen left the Phoenix Battalion, he could be said to have reached the sky in a single bound. In the Battle of Iron Gate Pass, he killed 6 people of the palace guards and 1 golden saber imperial bodyguard with 2 sabers. Although 2 of the heads were obtained by picking up scraps, it had always been a skill to survive in a hurried battle. Hong Shuwen's splendid battle record had almost overshadowed Lieutenant Yuan Meng's style. He could be said to be the most outstanding fierce man below the top masters. Other than Hong Shuwen, there were more than 40 other light cavalry soldiers from the Phoenix Battalion who had infiltrated the other armies. They had all crossed the first threshold to become lieutenants. These people were like Hong Shuwen at the moment. They were promoted extremely quickly, but their reputations were still relatively unknown. The fact that they had once been White Horse righteous followers was also quietly covered up. Hong Shuwen followed behind General Wang Ji with 2 sabers hanging from his waist. As usual, he looked drowsy and dispirited, like a tiger taking a nap. Wang Ji did not hesitate. He laughed coldly and said, "Remove your sabers." Being forced to remove one's saber in the Bailiang army was undoubtedly a great humiliation. It was equivalent to the civil officials of the imperial court being forced to remove their official status. Tang Zi's expression was ugly. He slowly removed his saber. Although he was very afraid of this foreign general whose background was a mystery, he still removed his saber. At the same time he gritted his teeth and asked, "May I be so bold as to ask, General, why do you want me to remove my saber?" Chapter 699. Wang Ji said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense with me. If I want you to take off your saber, then take it off. If you have the ability, go complain to your backer. If you can get reinforcements to make me take back my order, then you have the ability. If Wang Ji sees you in the future, I will avoid you and take a detour. Hey, I might as well tell you the truth. I have long been displeased with you. A commandant under the army who fills your own pockets with money. A day's worth of money is equivalent to half a year's salary. Today, I will take off your saber. Su Beiji is this general's blood brother. These days he's been ostracized by you bunch of bastards. Don't join the army and become an official. Tomorrow, I'll replace you as the commandant of the army. In any case, your ass is full of ***T. Anyone else would be more justified than you to be the commandant. Take off your saber, and get out of here with your bunch of trash." Tang Zi was infuriated to the extreme. This foreigner's table manners were so unsightly that he didn't even want to share a cup of the soup. Why did he have to take drastic measures and eat all of it alone? Tang Zi's face was filled with a sneer and anger. "Since you did it, don't blame me for doing it 15 times. Tang Zi took off his saber and threw it on the ground. When he threw it, the soldiers in the martial arts hall all lost their Bailiang sabers and spears. They were all overflowing with indignation and anger. If they were asked to deal with a gang like the Fish Dragon Gang without any backing, they could be unscrupulous. However, when faced with a general with 1,000 cavalry, they didn't have the guts. When the immortals fought, smoke rose everywhere. Naturally, the immortals above would use their trump cards to deal with each other. It was not their turn to die. They really didn't believe that Commandant Tang would be defeated in their own territory. This commandant under the army was a big shot who often visited the Zhong mansion. In Dragon Eye County, whether you had a status or not depended on whether you had taken in a beautiful servant of the Zhong family's son. Status was very simple. It was calculated by the number of beautiful servants you had taken in. Commandant Tang had 2 concubines, who were little beauties trained by the Zhong mansion. Tang Zi was so humiliated that he couldn't care less about who was behind Wang Ji. There were countless generals in the Bailiang army with titles, but how many of them could compare to the commander of the cavalry, Zhong Hongwu? Yan Wenwan can be counted as one, but that old general's roots are all in Yuzhou. If you, Wang Ji, have the ability to board this big ship, why would you come to Dragon Eye County to live under someone else's roof? Tang Zi followed the rules and cupped his fists to bid farewell. He raised his head and smiled sinisterly. General Wang, aren't you afraid of retribution for disregarding Beiliang's military laws? Wang Ji was like a boorish man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He grinned and said, "Hurry up and get lost. I'm not like you who likes to wag your tail. I've earned my military merits bit by bit. I don't believe in background. I only believe in the Beiliang sword in my hand. Zhong Hongwu, that old bird, is no longer the Huaihua great general. The old bird has lost all its feathers. What's the point of fluttering about blindly?" Tang Zi's mood was suddenly refreshed. He didn't leave behind any harsh words and just brushed past him. Old gang leader Lu felt a pang in his heart. It was said that the Jianghu world was a place of evil against evil. And it was very bloody. This kind of black on 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 black. However, with this general's support, even if the Fish Dragon Gang was about to face a disaster, they would have an extremely valuable buffer period. The Red Tiger Gang, who used the general's power to intimidate others, would not dare to act rashly. It was enough time for him to evacuate some of his gang members, and as many of them would escape. Since Beiliang was not peaceful, it was fine for them to temporarily escape from Beiliang. It was better to leave one's hometown than to be sent to the border, where there was a high chance of survival. Old gang leader Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He squeezed out a smile, and was about to invite the arrogant general into the hall for tea. Wang Ji did not refuse. He waved his hand and the 500 cavalrymen he brought with him dispersed to guard the Fish Dragon Gang's mansion. Only old gang leader Lu and his granddaughter, Lu Narong, were left in the hall. The rest of his trusted subordinates went to make arrangements for their escape. He prayed that the county city had not yet reached the dangerous situation of closing the door and martial law. Wang Ji sat down and drank a cup of tea in one gulp. Hong Shuwen originally wanted to stand beside Su Fingnian, but Su Fingnian pressed his hand and gestured him to sit down. Hong Shuwen then leisurely drank his tea. He was an uncultured barbarian, and chewed his tea along with the tea leaves. Lu Narong saw that Wang Dashi was still standing beside Su Fingnian like a fool. She walked closer and scolded him softly. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die?" In the past year, Wang Dashi's treatment in the Fish Dragon Gang had improved. He was given stewed meat and rice, so he grew quickly. Finally, he was no longer shorter than Lu Narong. However, the inferiority and shyness accumulated over the years still made this increasingly strong young man blush out of habit. Trembling with fear, he plucked up his courage and said, "Miss, I have some martial arts skills. I'm not afraid of death." Lu Narong did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What can you do with your skills? Don't be impulsive. No one dares to die like you. Go." Being stared at by her, Wang Dashi was completely at a loss. He was not a thick-skinned person who could say heroic words. The young man was so anxious that his face turned red. He could only look at his great benefactor, young Master Su, who was smiling playfully. In the simple young man's heart, young Master Su was the only person in the world who could persuade Mississippi. Only young Master Su, who was outstanding in both literature and martial arts, was worthy of Mississippi. The young man did not have extravagant hopes to be a hero saving a beauty. He simply thought that if they could share trials and tribulations, then they would not have walked Jianghu together in vain. Su Fingnian stroked the blue and white Wan's feathers with one hand, and tried to smooth things over. "Okay, it doesn't matter if Dashi stays." Lu Narong shook her head and said, "No." Su Fingnian laughed angrily. "Can you be in charge? If you can, the Fish Dragon Gang will fight to the death with the lieutenant under Yi's command, and the governor of the Dragon Eye County." Lu Narong's chest heaved up and down violently. One moment it was hills, and the next moment it was mountains. The scenery was beautiful and gentle. Fortunately, Su Fingnian had something to think about, and did not take advantage of her. Otherwise there might be internal strife. Soon after, the Zhong Mansion's aide dressed as a scholar came forward to act as a lobbyist. His official rank was not high, and he was only a middle-level official of the 7th rank in the Dragon Eye County. However, with the title of Xuan de Lang. He was very arrogant and was not afraid of Wang Ji at all. He acted arrogantly and ordered Wang Ji around. His words were nothing more than telling Wang Ji not to cross the line and cross the river. He reminded General Wang who was in charge here. This annoyed Wang Ji and he let the armored soldiers capture and beat him up on the spot. This was equivalent to completely falling out with both the military and the government of the Dragon Eye County. Su Beiji sat beside Su Fengnian and watched coldly. He drank a mouthful of tea and sighed softly. These things should have been delayed by 1 or 2 years. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "There is a lack of time. Some stubborn diseases can be cured by scraping the bones and cutting the flesh. There is no need to treat them slowly. Can't you let me be a military officer for a few more days? Why do I have to be the governor on the bonfire so early? Capable people do more work. Next, the soldiers of the Dragon Eye County will rush over. Are we really going to have a war with carriages and horses? According to the military law, the great general of Huaihua has 800 bodyguards to protect him. He is the main character. I'm just afraid that these 800 elites won't come." Lu Narong listened to these two people's riddle-like conversation. She was confused and didn't think too much about it. As for the words Governor General, she was preoccupied and didn't pay attention. Including Tang Zi's troops, there were a total of more than 1,000 soldiers surrounding the Fish Dragon Gang's dojo. A well-dressed aristocratic family's son held a Yixing clay teapot in his hand and walked into the dojo elegantly with only a few trusted subordinates. If it wasn't for his frivolous footsteps, he really would be able to make ordinary scholars clap their hands and applaud him. Without waiting for him to speak about sage principles, he was captured and tied up. This aristocratic family's son shouted that he was Zhong Qingxin, that he was the eldest son of the Zhong family's first wife. He didn't care about the famous teapot that was worth 100 taels of silver, and smashed it on the ground. There was an uproar inside and outside the Fish Dragon Gang. Wait a little longer. The sound of horse hooves finally came again. It was far louder than the clamor of the soldiers' footsteps. An old and sturdy general with a head full of white hair charged into the hall with a spear in one hand. He shouted angrily, "Which family son of a bitch dares to behave atrociously in my territory?" Su Fengnian put down the horsewhip and waved away the green and white wand. He slowly stood up and smiled. He put his fingers near his temples and tore off the skin on his face bit by bit. "My surname is Su, the same as Su Xiao. My name is Fengnian." Chapter 700. The Fish Dragon Gang was on the decline these years, and it was difficult for them to continue. The younger generation of the Honghu sect and Lujian sect opened up a path of wealth and became more prosperous day by day. Everyone in the Fish Dragon Gang said that there was a problem with the feng shui. Old gang leader Lu had no choice but to find a few experts in Dragon Eye County who were good at feng shui to investigate. He spent a lot of money and did many remedial measures according to the experts, but there was still no improvement. Over time, there was a private rumor that the yin and yang clashed. The spearhead was directed at Lu Narong, who was unwilling to get married. At that moment, the Fish Dragon Gang was almost exterminated. How could Lu Narong's self-reproach be light? Especially after they tied up Dragon Eye City's next parental official Zhong Qingxin. Lu Narong knew that this disaster definitely wouldn't end just like that. Old gang leader Lu also didn't have any extravagant hopes of establishing himself in Lingzhou. They did not know the details of General Wang Ji. This general just casually sat on the yellow rosewood armchair that was passed down from the old West Chu to Beiliang. He suppressed old gang leader Lu and the others to the point that they did not dare to breathe loudly. First, he detained the scholars of the Zhong family, which was shocking. Later, even the young master of the Zhong family was not spared. However, nearly 1,000 soldiers only dared to cower outside. It was not a good feeling to let the Fish Dragon Gang hang by a thread and be half dead. When old gang leader Lu saw the Huaihua great general Zhong Honggu stride over the threshold, the old man's heart immediately died and his hands and feet turned cold. He did not think that after provoking the ruthless General Zhong in Beiliang, who could save the Fish Dragon Gang, if he counted with his fingers he could count them with one hand. Unfortunately, they were all high and mighty figures. For example, the king of Beiliang, Su Xiao, Chen Jibao, who was conferred the title of king in Shu, the infamous Chu Lushan, and Yan Wenwan, who held the military power of Beiliang together with Zhong Hongwu. Old gang leader Liu had never seen them from afar in his life. With Zhong Hongwu's arrival, the situation was immediately reversed. Even the arrogant Wang Ji was obviously a bit nervous. After all, the old man in front of him was the nominal commander of the hundreds of thousands of cavalry in Beiliang. He was one of the few talented generals in the Beiliang army. He had followed the army for 30 years and had accumulated many outstanding military achievements in the Spring and Autumn War. Wang Ji put down the teacup and held his breath. He still did not stand up. Zhong Qingxin, one of the few scholars in Beiliang, was wild with joy. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. He was casually thrown onto the cold floor like a dumpling by an arrogant soldier. He constantly reminded himself that a soldier would rather be killed than humiliate himself. With great difficulty, he managed to hold back his tears and urine. However, Zhong Qingxin, who valued his reputation, could not resist Tang Zi's instigation. In addition, the eldest young master's brother-in-law, who indulged in debauchery, added fuel to the fire. He deliberately said that Wang Ji intended to use the Zhong residence to establish his power. As long as the Zhong residence took a step back and showed weakness, there would be no way back in the future. In the future, Wang Ji, a military ruffian who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, would swagger over the Zhong family's head and pee. This hit the eldest young master's itchy ribs. He had always considered himself a scholarly general. Since childhood, he had envied Qiao Chongqing and Chen Jibao's reputation for being proficient in both literature and martial arts. Zhong Qingxin usually cultivated in his residence. In addition to playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he also practiced swordsmanship or discussed the art of war with people at banquets. Everyone respected him as the only son of the Huaihua great general, and did not dare to refute him. They just flattered him. Zhong Qingxin became more and more remorseful. He once personally carved a cross with the words, "Born 20 years later," regretting not being born in the spring and autumn period. In the eyes of the scholar, this was just a light and funny private complaint. As an aide, he acted cautiously and was also good at acting. Since Zhong Qingxin insisted on having a taste of personally leading an army, he was happy to add fuel to the fire of the fish dragon gang. However, he did not expect Wang Ji to be so ruthless and directly capture him. He was surprised and secretly afraid, not because of Wang Ji's rude and unreasonable attitude, but because of the unreasonable calmness of the young people of the fish dragon gang. He looked down on the embroidered pillow Zhong Qingxin, but it did not mean that he looked down on all the disciples of the aristocratic families. Could it be that, as he had guessed, this was a meticulous premeditated scheme against the Zhong family? Was it Zhong Qingxin's position as the county chief of Longqing County? Or was it a bigger scheme? He originally thought that when the great general of Huaihua arrived with his spear, all the conspiracies would come to light. Then, like ice water, they would quickly melt under the great general's fiery power. Although Zhong Hongwu was angry with the king of Beiliang and resigned from his position as the commander of the cavalry, his salary was still there and his official rank was still there. Although his authority was somewhat damaged, he was not someone that ordinary people could provoke. He dared to assert that at this time, the old general who seemed to have fallen out of favor in front of the king of Beiliang was someone that even the military officer Yan Wenwan did not dare to openly criticize. The officialdom was just this interesting. Zhong Qingxin becoming the next county chief of Longyan County was a wake-up call to the entire officialdom of Beiliang. But the next scene was unforgettable for everyone in the hall. The white-haired young man slowly tore off the skin on his face, revealing a rarely seen handsome and feminine face, with a pair of peach blossom eyes. But the young master's appearance was elegant, and he had a kind of heroic demeanor that Zhong Qingxin would never have in his life. Su Xiao as in Su Xiao. When Wang Ji heard these words, he suddenly tightened his grip on his teacup. There was no doubt that Wang Ji was an extremely daring and truly talented martial artist. Otherwise, he would not have been able to personally lead his elite cavalry into the western regions to suppress bandits. This was probably a unique, pleasing style of a brave general on the border. There were not many people that Wang Ji admired, much less those younger than him. But after that assassination, he had personally experienced Han Diaoxi's invincibility. In addition, after drinking wine with the king of Bailiang, Wang Ji, who had roughly 50 to 60% of the truth, was truly somewhat shocked and fearful of His Royal Highness. Wang Ji's 3,000 cavalry had only been able to kill Han Diaoxi alone. As for the 2,000 cavalry under the command of his colleague from the Sword Pavilion, He Yan, they had not been able to fight to the death. After Han Diaoxi had passed through the cavalry formation, Wang Ji and He Yan had tacitly agreed to withdraw from the battlefield. Neither of them had any intention of wasting their 10 to 20 years of effort in the western regions. But after the Battle of Iron Gate, as far as Wang Ji knew, the forces on the surface were Prince Zhao Kai's 200 imperial guards, and a dozen golden saber imperial bodyguards who had been hiding their strength. They were also protected by a female bodhisattva, who was a top-notch expert. Su Fengnian had actually led his personal guards to attack them directly. What if Zhao Kai and the imperial court had a backup plan? Wasn't Su Fengnian afraid that he would die in the battle? Afterwards, he would implicate the entire Bailiang and be labeled as a traitor. This did not seem like a young man who only wanted to be the king of Bailiang for 10 years. She was determined to fight with Chen Jibao for Prince Liang's position and prevent the imperial court from interfering in the west. She was determined to do both. Wang Ji took a deep breath, put on his armor and knelt down. His armor clanked loudly as he respectfully said, "General Wang Ji pays his respects to His Royal Highness." Old Chief Lu was at a complete loss. He was stunned on the spot. Lu Narong and Wang Dashi were even more incredulous. They did not believe that this young Master Su, who had nothing better to do than run to Beimang, was the Crown Prince of Bailiang. Chapter 701. Zhong Hongwu was indeed worthy of being the Huaihua great general who had followed Ren Tu for half of his life. When he suddenly saw the young heir after so many years, he was only a little surprised and did not have the slightest bit of fear. If he thought highly of or feared this young man, how could Zhong Hongwu scold the heir in front of Su Shao for selling his official position? The old general smashed the iron spear in his hand into the ground and glanced at Wang Ji with a face full of disdain. Then he looked at Su Fengnian, who was secretly visiting Dragon Eye County, and sneered. "Oh? It's the heir who personally came to Lingzhou. Which girl have you taken a fancy to? I'll say the ugly words first. It's best if the heir spends money on the prostitutes in the brothel. If one is willing to beat and the other is willing to suffer, then it's fine. I'm too lazy to pay attention to them. But if they forcefully kidnap women in Dragon Eye County, not to mention Wang Ji's 1,000 cavalry, even if Your Highness White Horse is at it, I won't let a single one go and will detain all of them." Lu Narong narrowed her eyes at the Huaihua great general who had accumulated a lot of power. Her hair stood on end. Su Fengnian handed the face that had taken root to Blue Bird. He looked at Zhong Hongwu, who was like a tiger that refused to fall. He smiled gently. "Don't keep saying this, General. You're already an old man who has taken off your armor and returned to the fields. Just peacefully enjoy the rest of your life." The old general was furious. He already had a terrifying appearance. After he glared with his bell-like eyes, his aura was even more shocking. He shouted, "You dare? Others treat you as the great general's eldest son, but in my eyes, you're just a good-for-nothing. Look at your absurd actions for the past 10 years. Handing the Bailiang to you is like child's play. You're lucky that you're not my descendant. Otherwise, I would have personally used a rod to break your limbs and not let you go out and do evil." Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. The identity of Bailiang's heir was set in stone. Lu Narong and Wang Dashi looked at each other in dismay. Zhong Qingxin was cowardly by nature. When he heard that it was the heir, Su Fengnian, even if Zhong Hongwu was overseeing things, he still quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he relied on his identity as the son of the great general of Huaihua to get whatever he wanted in Longyan County, he still had many years of experience in the officialdom. In addition, there were experts in the Zhong residence who gave him pointers, so he was not unfamiliar with the ways of the world. He still understood the principle that the king of hell was easy to see, but the little ghosts were hard to deal with. In fact, Zhong Qingxin was secretly disgusted with his father for going against the king of Bailiang and resigning from his official post, incurring a grudge against the future king of Bailiang. He also did not understand. If Chen Jibao had not taken the initiative to leave Bailiang, this white-clothed war saint would still have a firm grasp of victory. Zhong Qingxin could still agree with his father's attitude. Zhong Qingxin also read many pages of bloody history books. Among them, the change of dynasties was the best time for heads to roll. Zhong Qingxin did not want this kind of precedent to be set on the Zhong family. Taking a step back, his father, the great general of Huaihua, could go back to his hometown and enjoy life for 10 or 20 years. He himself still had more than half of his life to climb in the officialdom. When Su Fengnian became the king of Bailiang, even if he was not implicated, wouldn't he have to obediently die of old age in this mediocre position of the county chief of Longyan County? He, Zhong Qingxin, had always regarded the next administrator as a national treasure in his pocket. In the hall, Lu Narong was the most confused and bewildered. That relative of the steward of the Lingzhou general's residence who was spat on in front of the Fish Dragon gang's escorts? That descendant of a low-ranking official who did not have any chivalry and chose to stand by during the siege at Tuma Pass? That cold and eccentric person who only talked to Wang Dashi? That slippery young master who called himself uncle and nephew in Luqing and chatted happily? That ruffian who only warmed people's hearts when he bargained with the water seller at Yanhui Pass? That dog-shit Jianghu person who carried a saber, but did not use it even once? How could he be the hereditary Shitsi of Bailiang? His surname was Su, but how could he be that Su Fengnian whom she should not have interacted with in this lifetime? The great general of Huaihua took Su Fengnian's smile as a matter of course and flinched. He waved his hand and ordered, "Release them." Su Fengnian glanced at Zhong Qingxin and the Zhong family's scribes, then turned back to look at Zhong Hongwu. Why? Zhong Hongwu was so angry that he laughed. Who do you think you are? Even if the great general is here, I will make you obediently release them. Wang Ji, who had been kneeling on the ground, raised his head and said sternly, Zhong Hongwu, don't take advantage of your seniority. This general can flatten the little Longyan county with 1,000 cavalry. Zhong Hongwu did not even look at Wang Ji. He only crossed his arms and said arrogantly, Are you worthy of speaking to me? Brat surnamed Wang, you also paid Su Fengnian to buy your official title, didn't you? Do you dare to take a trip to the Liangmang border? Be careful. Don't be so scared that your legs go soft when you see the Bailiang cavalry charging. Wang Ji was expressionless. He said coldly, Zhong Hongwu, I respect that you and my father are colleagues. If you humiliate me again, I, Wang Ji, will definitely make you suffer in the future. Zhong Hongwu laughed loudly. Your father? Surnamed Wang? Let this old man think about it. Zhong Hongwu restrained his smile and paused for a moment. He turned his head and said mockingly, In the Bailiang army, there really hasn't been a general surnamed Wang who has caught my eye in these 30 years. Who does that useless father of yours think he is? Wang Ji gritted his teeth and did not say anything. Su Fengnian looked coldly at Zhong Hongwu's domineering attitude. In the Bailiang army, there were many small leaders. Zhong Hongwu had been the commander of the cavalry for nearly 10 years. Among the old generals of his generation, only Yan Wenwan could compare to him in terms of military achievements and prestige. Zhong Hongwu was fully deserving of the title of King of a Mountain. Together with Chen Jibao's line of youths, the three of them restrained each other. Apart from the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and the Longxiang Army, most of the power in the Bailiang army was divided among the three. Among the three of them, of course, the number one Bailiang protector General Chen Jibao was the leader. Yan Wenwan followed closely behind. The power under old General Yan's command was slightly less than Zhong Hongwu's, but he was far better than Zhong Hongwu, who had a fiery personality. He knew how to manage and cultivate people, and his direct line of descent climbed up the ranks faster than Zhong Hongwu's. Excluding the 80 or so officers with real power, Yan Wenwan had close to 30 people under his command, which was far more than Zhong Hongwu's 10 people. However, the more this was the case, the more Zhong Hongwu did not understand the rules. For so many years, Su Xiao had been tolerating him. After Zhong Hongwu reprimanded Wang Ji, he turned to Su Fengnian and sneered, Crown Prince, why don't you untie him yourself? Otherwise, I'll go to the prince's mansion and scold you in front of the Grand General. Su Fengnian, who had been smiling, heard this. His eyes were as cold as water. His tone was slightly surprised. Oh! Zhong Hongwu retorted. What else do you think you're going to do? You're going to follow me to the prince's mansion to beg for forgiveness? Su Fengnian gripped his horsewhip and said to old Chief Lu and the other outsiders who were treading on thin ice, I'll have to trouble old Chief Lu to leave for a moment. Zhong Hongwu laughed fiercely. No need. You're the one who threw your face on the ground. Don't blame outsiders for stepping on you. Su Fengnian didn't insist. He laughed. I heard that Zhong Hongwu is a true second-level martial master? Invincible in the spring and autumn period? Zhong Hongwu gripped the iron spear that stood upright on the ground. Beating up Su Fengnian 200 times is not a problem. Chen Shiliang frowned and clasped his fingers. Su Beiji smiled knowingly. Chen Shiliang saw Su Beiji's relaxed expression from the corner of his eye. He quietly loosened his fingers. Su Fengnian nodded. Okay, then I'll ask for advice. Zhong Hongwu heard this and looked around. He shook his head and laughed. Let that little girl in green fight for you? Or let your henchman Wang Ji do it? Su Fengnian, oh Su Fengnian. Why don't you let them help you become the king of Bailiang? Su Fengnian lowered one hand and extended the other. His sleeve swept in front of him. 12 flying swords hovered in the air. They were of different lengths and colors. Su Fengnian flicked one of the flying swords and whispered, Taya! Kill the second lieutenant of the hall. The first sword passed through the head. The second time he flicked the flying sword, Peach Blossom. Kill Tang Zi, the lieutenant of Yi. The third time he flicked the flying sword, Xian Lei. Kill Tang Duan, the Zhong Mansion's aide. The scholar died in the same way as the second lieutenant in the hall. He died on the spot. Zhong Hongwu's robust body trembled. He let go of the iron spear and slowly lowered his head with great difficulty. He whispered, Greetings to His Royal Highness. The fourth sword. Su Fengnian put his finger on the flying sword. This sword is Huang Tong. He looked at the pale-faced Zhong Hongwu and asked, Kill Zhong Qingxin? Zhong Hongwu raised his head slightly. His eyes were mixed with many emotions: fury, malice, resentment. There was also a trace of reverence that he had never felt before. Su Fengnian said calmly, With so many remaining swords, it should be enough to kill the disrespectful Zhong Hongwu. Huaihua Great General Zhong Hongwu knelt down heavily. Zhong Hongwu greets His Royal Highness. Chapter 702. The 2 chapters have a total of more than 9,000 words. There will be another chapter at around 12 o'clock to make up for yesterday's break. P.S. End of the 2nd volume. Huaihua Great General's kneeling. It was simply kneeling heavily in the hearts of old gang leader Lu and Lu Narong, who had just risen to power. Zhong Hongwu lowered his head to look at the ground. The old man was afraid of this young man's proficient flying sword technique, but what really scared him was this heir's absurdity. Zhong Hongwu clearly remembered that after the old emperor passed away, the young Su Fengnian sang and danced on Mount Qingliang to celebrate peace. The entire city could see the brightly lit lanterns and hear the brilliant spirit-suppressing song. Zhong Hongwu had lived a military life and respected Chen Jibao, but he was not afraid of the white-clothed war saint who never appeared in the world with plum wine. Zhong Hongwu had competed with Yan Wenwan for power for many years, so he was not afraid of this gloomy infantry commander, because these people were all opponents who followed the rules. For example, Chen Jibao had used a horse to drag Jiang Baikui's wife and son to death in front of the battle, but he would never act so viciously towards his own people. Yan Wenwan would secretly dig a trap for Zhong Hongwu, but she would never tear off all pretense of cordiality. Even a bastard like Chu Lushan, when they met on the surface, he would always smile and appear harmless to humans and animals. But Su Fengnian was different. Zhong Hongwu simply did not know where his bottom line was. This was the most terrifying aspect. If this guy really rode his sword and killed his only son, Zhong Qingxin, or even killed Zhong Hongwu, who was in the gutter, could the king of Bailiang kill his legitimate eldest son to pay for the Zhong family's life? Zhong Hongwu was regarded by the upper echelons of Bailiang's officialdom as ignorant of the ways of the world. His cultivation was not as good as Yan Wenwan's, but that was only relative. If Zhong Hongwu was just a military brute who relied on favor and arrogance, he would not have reached the high position of cavalry commander. But today's humiliation was the first time in his life he had seen such humiliation. Zhong Hongwu had already decided that after today, he would return to the Bailiang army, hold the tiger tally in his hand, and have a good fight with His Royal Highness again. If you want to be the king of Bailiang, I can't stop you. But if you want to be the king of Bailiang to your heart's content, you have to go through me, Zhong Hongwu, and the hundreds of thousands of steel cavalry behind me first. Even though this second-level Huaihua great general was furious and said that he could defeat 200 Su Fengnian, at the same time, he played a trick and used words to block the young heir. In the hall, Su Fengnian, Su Beiji, Chen Xiliang, Bluebird, and Wang Ji were 5 people. It was obvious that the 2 weak scholars were not worth mentioning. If Su Fengnian let Bluebird or Cavalry General Wang Ji fight, it would be tantamount to admitting that he could let someone else do everything for him. He might as well just let some random person be the king of Bailiang. It was obvious that Zhong Hongwu was not the kind of general with a one-track mind. Unfortunately, after Dong Tai of the Wu family's sword tomb, there was another freak who had mastered sword cultivation. No matter how good his calculations were, it was useless. Zhong Hongwu was not conceited enough to confront a freak who could control swords for 12 times. In other words, if he lost to Yan Wenluan, Zhong Hongwu would admit defeat. If he died in the hands of Chen Jibao who killed Spear Fairy Wang Xiao, it would be a glorious death. But if he died in this shabby place and in the hands of Su Fengnian, what would that be? Su Fengnian put his sword back into his sleeve and went to help Zhong Hongwu. When the old general slowly got up, he said softly in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Do you want to go back and continue to be the Huaihua great general? Maybe it's too late. Yuan Zuozong will soon replace your position as the cavalry commander. As for Chen Jibao's vacant position as the governor of Bailiang, you and Yan Wenwan can forget about it." This was too much. This was a vicious method to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Zhong Hongwu glared at the young heir who he had always disliked and said in a low voice, "Can Yuan Zuozong really convince the public? Isn't the heir taking it for granted?" The implication was that he, Zhong Hongwu, had been the only bodhisattva worshipped in this big temple for more than 10 years. He had countless disciples and disciples. The direct descendants were all led by the Huaihua great general. Yuan Zuozong might have enough prestige in the Great Snow Dragon cavalry, but in the hundreds of thousands of cavalry, he might not be able to do so. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Zhong Hongwu, I know you want to complain to Su Shao. Don't worry, I will make sure you can't even enter the gate of Bailiang Palace." Zhong Hongwu said a few words in a low voice. Su Fengnian continued, "You may be thinking that my actions are destined to disappoint the soldiers of Northern Liang. At that time, you can arrange your subordinates to incite incessant clamor for you to return to the army. You can rest assured that if anyone dares to speak nonsense, Yuan Zuozong will take advantage of the situation and kick them out of the Northern Liang army. He is worried that there is no place to place Dang Yu's confidants." Zhong Hongwu's expression changed slightly. This time, for the first time, he began to really look at this young man who he had looked down on since he was born. Su Fengnian waved his sleeve and said to Wang Ji with a smile, "General Wang, why don't you untie young Master Zhong and help him up?" This casual wave of the sleeve had already frightened Zhong Qingxin, who was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He lay on the ground and cried, "Your Highness, you don't have to untie me. I'll just lie down." Zhong Qingxin was really afraid that the moody His Royal Highness would untie him. If he was unhappy, he would be beheaded by a flying sword. It was safer to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Complaints and revenge would have to wait until he safely returned to the Zhong manor. Anyway, Zhong Qingxin had made up his mind that as long as his father did not reconcile with the heir and come to his rescue, he would not get up. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Your son seems to be the same as me. Why didn't you break his arms and legs so that he wouldn't run out and make a fool of himself?" Zhong Hongwu's face was ashen. He did not say a word. Su Fengnian patted Zhong Hongwu's shoulder in an extremely unruly manner. "I won't see you off. Remember to collect the corpse with young Master Zhong." Zhong Hongwu went to untie Zhong Qingxin with a dark face. He then picked up the corpse of his good friend's son, Tang Duan. As for the second lieutenant, he did not even look at him. Before Zhong Hongwu left the hall, he wanted to pull out his iron spear. Su Fengnian said flatly, "Stay." Zhong Hongwu turned his head and glanced at His Royal Highness, who did not give him any way out. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Zhong Qingxin was startled. He did not care about his father's expression and hurriedly turned around and bowed. He flattered. I heard that your highness's poetry is outstanding. I have an ancient inkstone in my manor called 108. It makes no sound when touched, and it does not damage the ink. When I return, I will have someone give it to your highness to play with. Su Fengnian lived up to his reputation as the chief dandy of Bailiang. He smiled and said, Your eyesight is better than your father's. Originally, you could forget about being the county chief of Longqing County. Seeing that you are tactful, I will take up the position today. Bailiang's geography was long and narrow. Compared to the people of Gangnam-do, the number of registered households in the prefecture was a bit shabby. Therefore, there was no need for local people to go out and become officials. It was funny to say that Su Xiao had personally destroyed the foundation of the Chuanqiu clan. Within the borders of Bailiang, which did not have a vast territory, there were no less than 20 embryonic aristocratic families in just 20 years. Those few local aristocratic families in Bailiang all chose to marry into the noble families. They were powerful and tyrannical. Chen Xiuyang's so-called salt and iron protection, which made the official position of lieutenant, yet a non-existent official, was due to their contribution. The father and son walked out of the fish dragon gang. Tang Ziyi's corpse was lying on the sand of the martial arts center. No one cared about it. Zhong Qingxin did not care about etiquette and walked in front of Zhong Hongwu. He was really afraid that a sword would pierce through his heart from behind. He practiced the sword purely for his own entertainment, but because of his family background, he knew that there were excellent flying sword techniques in the world. Among the retainers in the residence, there were two famous swordsmen. They often argued about whether Li Chuangong's sword spirit was stronger or Dong Tai's flying sword killing technique was better. As for the two swordsmen themselves, they put everything on the line and insisted on riding their swords. A few feet was the limit of their cultivation. This time, seeing Su Fengnian's 12 imperial swords kill people without leaving a trace was really an eye-opener for Zhong Qingxin. If it were any other time, he would have invited him into the residence to drink and have a good time. There was no harm in choosing any of those beautiful maids with swaying bodies. Zhong Qingxin sat in the carriage and finally felt relieved. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and asked carefully, Father, what should I do? Should I be the county chief of Longqing County? Zhong Hongwu sneered. Of course I'm not. This is what the great general bestowed to the Zhong family. It's not up to Su Fengnian to decide. Zhong Qingxin did not agree with this far-fetched statement, but he did not dare to talk back. When he saw Tang Duan's corpse, he quickly shrank back and moved further away. Zhong Hongwu saw this action and sighed in his heart. There was a reason why he did not allow his only son to join the army. Other than spoiling him when he was young, he naturally did not want Zhong Qingxin to go to the border to take risks and fight. It would be better to let those soldiers who lacked military achievements do it. As the Huaihua Great General, one of the top 5 in power in Bailiang, there was no need for him to add flowers to brocade. Other than this selfishness, it was also because Zhong Hongwu could see the general trend of the next 20 years better than anyone else. Now that the military was in control of the government, the drawbacks were gradually showing. Those county chiefs were destined to be replaced by literati. He did not expect the king of Bailiang to emphasize the civil and suppress the military, but at the very least, the civil and military sides would enter a delicate balance. This had always been the trend after the world was at peace. It was not something the great general alone could stop. Even if he was the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, or Ren Tu, he was no exception. Zhong Qingxin suddenly felt sorry for his precious 108 inkstone, which he cared about more than he cared about his concubine. He asked timidly, Should I still send the ancient inkstone? Chapter 703. Zhong Hongwu glared at him. Zhong Qingxin laughed awkwardly and said, I won't see you off. Zhong Hongwu punched the carriage and said in a low voice, Your Su Fengnian is not particular, so don't blame me for not doing things properly. Zhong Qingxin was stunned. He didn't look at the corpse that he had drunk and enjoyed with yesterday. He moved closer and asked, Father, are you rebelling? Zhong Hongwu was angry that he didn't fight. He calmed his breathing and asked, The great general can tolerate civil officials betraying Bailiang, But how many generals have you seen that can live to betray Bailiang? Zhong Qingxin lowered his head and muttered, "How would I know?" Zhong Hongwu raised his hand and was about to slap him, but he stopped for a moment and didn't slap him. He retracted his hand and said slowly, "There has never been an undefeated general in the world. Jiang Baikue of the 13 armors of spring and autumn was one, but in the Battle of Western Fortress, his family was destroyed and his country was destroyed. He lost everything. This is the great general's strength. He can rise from a fall, and can even climb back up. Zhong Hongwu lost this battle today because he was too careless. It's not a big deal." Zhong Qingxin's mind turned quickly. He had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, "Father, are you going to join hands with Yan Wenwan, that old fox with a belly full of evil tricks?" Zhong Hongwu smiled in relief. He didn't nod or shake his head. It was enough for the father and son to know about this. The carriage suddenly stopped. Zhong Hongwu lifted the curtain. A horse galloped over. Wang Ji pointed his scabbard at the Huaihua great general, who had been snubbed today. Zhong Hongwu, remember this. Zhong Hongwu laughed it off. He was about to put down the curtain when he hesitated. "Who is your father?" Wang Ji sneered. "Wang Shirtsu." Then he rode away. Zhong Hongwu slowly put down the curtain, and suddenly realized that this traitor from the northern Liang had gone to western Shu to become a dispensable general in the great past Jiang'a. Zhong Hongwu didn't take Wang Ji's words to heart. When the carriage was about to reach the great general's mansion, Zhong Hongwu was suddenly terrified. Some time ago, the great general personally led 10,000 steel cavalry down south, facing off against the 40,000 cavalry under Gu Jiantong's former command at the border between Lingzhou and Xuzhou. The king of Bailiang took action and put pressure on the border. He was Wang Ji, the son of Wang Shirtsu, the general of the Sword Pavilion. Prince Zhao Kai went to the western regions with the vase, and then he left without a sound. The crown prince's hair turned white for no reason. Zhong Hongwu clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "What have you done all these years?" Zhong Hongwu walked down from the carriage and said calmly, "Go and deliver the ancient inkstone." Zhong Cheng felt a mixture of worry and joy in his heart. He asked tentatively, "You want someone else to deliver it?" Zhong Hongwu finally delivered that resounding slap. The atmosphere in the Fish Dragon gang was very awkward. Old gang leader Lu and several old men knelt down and kowtowed to His Royal Highness. Their explanations varied. Some called themselves commoners, while others didn't forget to name themselves. They didn't even omit their own nicknames. Su Fengnian smiled and asked them to get up quickly. As for Lu Narong, who stubbornly refused to move, and the young Wang Dashi, who was completely stunned, he didn't care. The old men were all people who had lived for 50 or 60 years. They soon took the initiative to leave. They were happy to see the turtle dove taking over the magpie's nest scene. Old gang leader Lu winked at his granddaughter Lu Narong, and went to appease the gang members. He only dared to say that the storm had calmed down. He didn't even dare to say that His Royal Highness had personally come to the Fish Dragon gang. After Wang Ji left, the hall was filled with the Crown Prince's confidants who were qualified to know the secret of the assassination at Iron Gate Pass. Su Fengnian joked, "Xiliang, let's make a bet?" Chen Xiliang smiled and said, "Let's bet on whether the ancient inkstone will be delivered or not. Will Zhongqing give it to you personally?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I bet that he won't deliver it, let alone young Master Zhong. If you win, the ancient inkstone will be yours." Chen Xiliang smiled confidently and said, "Then I'll use this ancient inkstone to grind the dragon painting and give His Highness the 3 dragons shaking the sea painting." Su Beiji raised his porcelain cup and took a sip of tea. He said slowly, "You're forcing Zhong Hongwu to side with Yan Wenwan." Su Fengnian sat back in the armchair, loosened the whip, and leaned back. He said, "I'm afraid Yan Wenwan won't agree easily. But if the fire is too big, it won't be easy to clean it up. I'm also in a difficult position. Otherwise, I'll let Zhong Hongwu return and send a secret letter to Yan Wenwan, or send a confidant to deliver the message. That would be the best." Su Beiji shook his head and said, "Yan Wenwan knows the big picture, and is known as the Clay Buddha. Unless Zhong Hongwu spends a lot of money, he won't be able to shake this big Buddha. If he was still the powerful Huaihua great general, then there would be some possibility. now that he's lost his power and fallen into the water. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to drag the clay Buddha down with him. Su Fengnian said shamelessly, where there's a will, there's a way. We have to believe in Zhong Hongwu's ability. Su Xiao had previously asked Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang to submit secret memorials regarding the change in Beiliang's military structure. The two of them took different routes to achieve the same goal. Both of them wanted to cut the Gordian knot and directly start with the top brass. Chu Lushan, as the protector general of Beiliang, made an exception to promote a large number of young and strong officers. This came from Chen Shiliang's memorials, and they had to force Zhong Hongwu and Yan Wenwan to withdraw from the border and retire behind the scenes. This came from Su Beiji's plan. The general outline was that if you don't withdraw, I'll make you have no choice but to withdraw. One was an overt scheme, the other was a conspiracy. Wang Dashi wanted to say something but stopped, not daring to interrupt. Su Fengnian turned his head and laughed. What's wrong? Wang Dashi realized in hindsight and blushed. He asked, Young Master Su, are you really Beiliang's His Royal Highness? Su Fengnian teased. Am I not allowed to roam the Jianghu like you? The youth scratched his head and laughed foolishly. You can. Su Fengnian laughed and asked, how's your practice of the fist technique I taught you? Wang Dashi blushed and said, I practice it every day. But young Master Su, oh no, His Royal Highness, you know I'm stupid. I can't practice it well. Su Fengnian laughed and said, you're smart, so I won't teach you this fist technique. Oh right, let me tell you, this fist technique was created by Wudong's Hong Shixiang. He's not smart, so you're very suitable to learn it. Wang Dashi was stupefied beyond words. Wudong's sect leader Hong Shixiang was an immortal who rode a crane down to Jiangnan and used a flying sword to suppress dragons and tigers. Sect leader Hong wasn't smart enough? Wang Dashi, who was indeed not very smart, was even more confused. The teapot and tea set were placed beside him. Su Fengnian turned over a teacup and poured a cup. He stood up and handed it to Lu Nerong, who was standing opposite him. Sit down and drink. Lu Nerong took the teacup but didn't sit down. She said with a sad face, I don't dare. Su Fengnian glanced at her. The Fish Dragon Gang will hang the flag tomorrow. That Wang Zhi will support you. Lu Nerong bit her lip and shook her head. Su Fengnian had been with her for a long time. He knew that she liked to be stubborn, so he didn't find it strange. He didn't make things difficult for this Jianghu girl. He said goodbye and walked to the door of the hall. Before crossing the threshold, he whispered something to Bluebird. Then Lu Nerong saw a copper coin thrown from afar. This time, Lu Nerong didn't deliberately turn a blind eye to it like last time on the hillside with thousands of miles of yellow sand. Instead, she caught the copper coin. That time, Su Fengnian explained some principles to her and said that one should be outwardly but inwardly. Lu Nerong lowered her head and said, the Fish Dragon Gang will hang the flag. Su Fengnian had already walked far away. Wang Dashi asked softly, Miss, are we never going to see young Master Su again? Lu Nerong nodded. Wang Dashi ran to the door. The grateful youth was full of sorrow. Sitting in the small carriage on the street, Su Fengnian said to Su Beiji, I originally wanted you to be the county chief of Longqing County to discuss the Zhong family. But after thinking about it, I decided not to let Zhong Qingxin be the county chief of Longqing County. It seems more disgusting. In fact, putting aside the disgusting people, you are like a carp jumping over the Dragon Gate. The more you jump over the Dragon Gate, the more exaggerated the better. Su Beiji looked straight ahead and smiled. Forget about me. Chen Shiliang frowned. Speaking was like looking at tea in a cup, like drawing a dragon on a piece of paper. Only when there was white space would there be lingering charm. Su Beiji's hidden meaning was clear to the three people in the carriage. Su Beiji did not want to be this carp. He was more than happy to be a wild carp in the river. Thus, he could only let Chen Shiliang, who was like a house carp in the Tide Hark Lake, be the remaining one. Who was higher and who was lower, the distance tested the horse's strength. Su Fengnian did not seem to notice the undercurrent in the carriage at all. He smiled and said, I just realized that these years of being a hedonistic son of rich parents were not in vain. Now, no matter what unreasonable actions I do, outsiders will not be surprised. The human heart is like a bowstring. The bow that is Bailiang has been pulled wide enough. Before the carriage left the city, Su Beiji was about to get off and did not see him off. Zhong Qingxin ordered dozens of retainer cavalry to follow from afar, and came to deliver the famous inkstone. Inside the carriage, Qin Shiliang received the priceless inkstone. Outside the carriage, Su Beiji tactfully declined the prefectural governor Zhong Qingxin's gift of a famous horse. The latter did not dare to leave on the horse. He led the horse forward and walked side by side with this trusted aide of His Royal Highness. After a moment of conversation, Zhong Qingxin sincerely bowed in admiration. Qin Shiliang put down the sandalwood box and asked calmly, "When will the world know that your highness personally killed the mountain chieftain of Mount Bubarang, Fifth Raccoon?" Su Fengnian glanced at him and laughed. "You clearly know the answer, yet you still ask me." Qin Shiliang's lips twitched. That day, a shocking secret spread out from Dragon Eye County to the entire northern Liang store with the force of a single spark setting the prairie ablaze. Crown Prince Su Fengnian personally cut off the head of Beimang's northern court great king, Su Huainan, by the Ruoshui. He also personally cut off Fifth Raccoon's head in the Ruren Mountains. And no one doubted these two earth-shattering things. Because the one who spoke was Su Huainan's grandson Su Beiji. 2 heads. Yixinliang. Hashtag Yixinliang. Chapter 704. This was an eventful period. But for the common people who were used to a peaceful life, it was just a few more things to talk about after a meal. They could not see the storm coming, so they would not be worried. After Su Fengnian returned from Beimang to Bailiang, he had first rushed to Iron Gate Pass to kill Zhao Kai. After returning to the Wang Fu, he had to take care of Su Weisheng. Then he started to use Su Weisheng and Chen Chongqing's strategies to pave the way. Today he finally carried a pot of green ant wine up the stairs. It was not that he could not squeeze out time to go to Tide Listening Pavilion earlier, but Su Fengnian did not dare to do so. When he was young his legs were weak, but he could climb up and down Tide Listening Pavilion quickly. Now even though his cultivation had dropped, he still had second-level internal power, but he walked so slowly. The withered man who had sat on the top of the pavilion for almost 20 years did not smile. After the death of Bailiang's chief strategist Zhao Chongling, he who had been suppressed, should have been the time to rise up, become familiar with the Liang dynasty, improve further, and leave behind an important comment in history. But he remained in seclusion there. Why? Wasn't it all for the sake of having a name that would go down in history after death for the sake of a wise ruler? Li Yishan died without a grave, and without a stele. Su Shao personally brought a jar of ashes to the border to scatter. According to Li Yishan, it was his fate to die without a grave. Also, he thought that since he would not see Su Shao lead troops to Beimang in his lifetime, he wanted to quietly look north after death, and let that disciple he did not admit to complete it. Su Shao did not tell Su Fengnian about this, but how could Su Fengnian not know? Su Fengnian pushed open the thin door of the pavilion. It was dark and gloomy. He placed the green ant wine on the desk, and lit the copper oil lamp at the corner of the desk. There was an ordinary and lonely brush hanging from the brush holder. Unlike the messy books on the floor in the past, Su Shao had probably organized them personally. But the room seemed even more empty and lonely. When he was young, Su Fengnian had been afraid of this place. He had to study history with this man who was half a master, and play chess with him. If he did not like it, he would be beaten up. Most importantly, he could not complain to anyone. He had to watch him drink and listen to his coughs as though he would die of drunkenness in the next moment. In the empty space of the desk under Su Fengnian's feet, there was a chess stool with vague engravings and 2 boxes of black and white chess pieces. He bent down and moved them to the surface of the desk. In the past, in order to test and improve the young Su Fengnian's memory, the master and disciple both raised their hands and pointed at each other in the air to play chess. They rarely used the chess stool anymore. Su Fengnian opened the chess box and took out a handful of black chess pieces. There was one person missing from the opposite side. In the past, Su Fengnian was often missing. This time, Li Yishan was missing. In the future, there would be fewer and fewer people. Su Fengnian said softly, "Qin Jibao went to Western Shu alone without a single soldier. I have made such an enemy. I have made master worry." Qin Jibao left without any attachments. But his trusted subordinates who were willing to die for him, Almost 100 of them left. I told Su Xiao not to stop them. If you want to scold them, then scold them. In the future, if by any chance he lost, there would be unofficial history saying that the second muddle-headed king of Bailiang let the tiger return to the mountain. Let 100 riders enter Shu. Su Fengnian was indeed unable to bear such a big responsibility. Chen Jibao's talent in generals is only inferior to Su Xiao's. His talent in generals and soldiers is unrivaled in the world. When he arrived at Western Shu and became the king of Western Shu, I am afraid in a few years he would have several tens of thousands of elite troops ready to fight and defend. However, I think that since I am destined to fight him, I might as well fight him fair and square. I don't want to use those low-class crafty plots and machinations. Nangong Push, who was in closed-door training with you in the pavilion, has already come out to intercept and kill Han Diaoxi. I don't know if it's because Quan Castrator is one of White Fox's 4 enemies. Before I killed Raccoon Diwu and Bei Mang, I thought that in this life, I could catch up to his realm in one go. I did not think that after the Battle of Iron Gate Pass, I would be beaten back to my original state. It seems that Master has never rejected letting me practice martial arts. In the 9 rounds of listening to the tide, there was one round where you and Su Xiao bet on whether I could enter first rank. I entered first rank and then fell out. Now, I don't know if I have disappointed you. According to your arrangements, Morong Tong Huang brought an enigmatic face and hid in the Beimang court. Xu Xiu also went to Xiangfan City. She used 10 years of her life to exchange for the glory and wealth she dreamed of. She is not a Wang Fei, but she is better than one. As to whether Morong Tong Huang can take root, and whether Xu Xiu can succeed, Zhao Sun and that Lu Su who brushed past me, you said that man proposes, God disposes. I can wait. Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang each have their own merits. It is hard to say who is like you and who is like Chen Shiliang. I left Su Huainan's head by the Ruoshui. As expected, Su Beiji willingly told the truth. He is an extremely magnanimous counselor. He does not stick to the back of the curtain, and he comes up with many stratagems. He is also very familiar with politics, and his gift of foresight is even more outstanding. If nothing unexpected happens, I will make him the first choice for the next administrator. Chen Shiliang was born a poor scholar, but he is first class in recognizing strategy and literature. You once commented that strategists should plan for themselves, for others, for the army, for the country, and for the world. They should advance step by step, and only when they have achieved their own peace can they help others devise strategies. You said that strategists' talent in military strategy is something that can only be discovered but not sought. You yourself are a scholar, but you do not recommend that scholars give advice on how to conquer an army. You can skip this realm, but you must have the vision to plan for the country. You even said that Northern Liang's chess game is a helpless game of governing an orphan. You can only seek victory amidst danger. Strategists do not have to deliberately seek to rule the world. If they use this as their goal, they will have to destroy the wealth that Northern Liang has painstakingly accumulated over the past 20 years. Bailiang can only lose once, but Beimang and Liang can lose many times. I don't mind being a man with my tail between my legs. After all, after so many years, I have already become accustomed to it. My heir Jia is probably qualified for the important task of strategizing. I will make Wutongan into a strategic location similar to Guangling Wang Zhaoyi's spring snow building, who said that women are like that Longquan kiln, which has never been passed down from generation to generation. Su Fengnian rambled on like this. He was originally not a long-winded person. He was like this when he killed the enemy. During the Qingming festival, he killed Tao Qianji, the devil Xieling, Tuoba Chunsen's retainer, and the 5th raccoon of Mount Tibing. Su Fengnian lowered his head and said, "You once used your Go skill to evaluate several strategists in the world. Among them, Huang Longshi won first place, obtaining 76 pieces. Yuan Bunshi, who has always been hiding behind the emperor, came in second, obtaining 67 pieces. Today, I will be bold enough to give Master the final verdict. During the spring and autumn period, you helped Su Xiao, which was tantamount to helping the Zhao family Son of Heaven to seek the world and unify the Central Plains. The Liang dynasty's territory was vast, no less than the great Emperor Qin's kingdom 800 years ago. 10 pieces, 10 pieces. Su Fengnian placed 10 pieces on the go board. Seeing through the matter of foresight, Master almost single-handedly advised Su Xiao not to strive for the world, and not to sit on that scalding hot dragon throne. 6 pieces. Step by step, you drove Chen Jibao into Shu and obtained 4 pieces. After gently placing down 6 pieces, Su Fengnian grabbed a handful of go pieces from the go box. As for the matter of geography, under your guidance, the imperial court allowed Su Xiao to lead troops into Beiliang, and be given the title of king of a different surname. He was far away from the capital, and was able to guard the northwest gate of the dynasty and obtain 9 pieces. You liked to personally plan troops, but you single-handedly facilitated the battle of the imperial concubine's tomb, and Chu Lushan's 1,000-man cavalry to open Shu. After pacifying western Shu, you even used the strategy of exterminating the family. After entering Beiliang, you created no less than 100,000 refugees and sinners to form an army that could fight. Once I became the king of Beiliang, I would issue an amnesty and have 100,000 troops. 8 pieces. As for diplomacy, Su Xiao followed your arrangements and mediated with the imperial court, Zhang Jiulu, and Gu Jiantang for more than 10 years. He did not fall behind and was far better than the king of Yan's strategists. He was fully deserving of the title of #1 expert in the world. 9 pieces. As for astronomy, you did not believe in ghosts and gods, so you did not get a piece. As for the appreciation of people, Su Zhao's 6 pieces, Yuan Zuozong, Chu Lushan, and Qi Danghua all came from your unique insight and obtained 6 pieces. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen took 4 pieces. After that, you personally wrote down the carving method for Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang, adding 4 pieces for now. Northern Liang is a desolate place. It only has 3 provinces in its hands. Even under your meticulous planning and management, Northern Mang still doesn't dare to make a single move. Moreover, you've successfully obtained the hereditary title for Su Xiao, giving an idiot like me the chance to become the Northern Liang king, and obtain 8 sons. There were a full 60 pieces on the chessboard. Then there were the relatively idle 6 pieces. 11 pieces slowly appeared on the chessboard. Su Fengnian looked at the chessboard in a daze. A strategist must first plan for himself. Huang Longshi, who single-handedly created the chaos of the spring and autumn period, is still free and unfettered. Yuan Bunshi, who is invincible behind the scenes in the Zhao family, is also safe and sound, hiding in the imperial court. The king of Yan's chief strategist is above tens of thousands of people in Nanjiang, enjoying the riches and honor of the mortal world. Master, what about you? He lifted a pot of green ant wine. He poured the wine on the chessboard. After pouring out all the green ants in the pot, Su Fengnian, who was alone in the room, had tears streaming down his face. He choked and said, "Master, who do you want me to bring wine to in the future?" Chapter 705. There are 2 more chapters to make up for yesterday's update. The sky gradually turned dark. Su Fengnian walked out of Su Weisheng's room that was filled with the smell of medicine. Cucumber, the maid, had been sticking to the crown prince, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. She sniffed at the door and wanted to take off the sachet at her waist and hang it on the crown prince to wash away the smell of medicine. However, Su Fengnian shook his head and walked into the courtyard with her. Seeing Su Xiao dozing off on the stone bench, Cucumber covered her mouth and smiled. She tiptoed out of the courtyard so as not to disturb the king of Beiliang and his royal highness time together. Before leaving, she looked back and saw the crown prince's white hair, which made her worried. The moment Su Fengnian sat down, the dozing off Su Xiao woke up. He rubbed his cheeks and said self-mockingly, "I get sleepy when I'm old. I remember when I was young, whether it was killing enemies or running for my life, I didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't see any fatigue. As long as I had a good night's sleep, I could eat 4 to 5 kilograms of cooked meat when I woke up. I really have to admit that I'm old." Su Fengnian smiled. A real man doesn't talk about his past glory. Who hasn't aged before? You're not a Taoist who hides in a cave to cultivate immortality. Moreover, with your comprehension, you want to achieve immortality? You've been a level 2 master your whole life. Look at General Gu Jiantang, who's even younger than you. He's already on the martial ranking. Aren't you ashamed? Su Xiao wanted to laugh out loud, but he didn't dare to disturb his daughter who was recuperating in the room. He pulled up his sleeves and put his hands in his sleeves. He didn't look like the king of Baelyang, nor did he look like a general. Instead, he looked like an old man who didn't have to worry about food and clothing. He laughed softly. "You don't understand. I'm already a father, and at my age, I don't care about martial arts or the size of my official title. In the end, I'm still comparing my own son. Look at Gu Jiantang's children. The boys aren't good at martial arts, and they look ugly. The girls aren't outstanding either. Gu Jiantang wants to compare himself with me, Su Xiao? I don't even want to talk to him. He can go play with his blade." Su Fengnian laughed mockingly. "You're taking it easy." Su Xiao turned his head and looked at the yellow crane tower at the top of Mount Qingliang. He suggested, "Let's talk while we climb?" Su Fengnian nodded. He waved his hand and called the head servant girl from his second sister's courtyard over. He asked for 2 jugs of warm yellow wine. He got up and handed one to Su Xiao. "Drink less, green ant. I feel like my throat is smoking. Since you've convinced yourself that you're old, drink more yellow wine in the future. It's good for your health." Su Xiao smiled and took the yellow wine. He took a small sip and walked out of the courtyard, following the main path of green stone toward the top of the mountain. When the king's mansion was built, according to the king of Baelyang's wishes, gold and jade would fill the hall. He wished he could just use gold to pave this path. Later on, his wife said that green stone slabs were fine. It also had a good meaning of the path to the clouds. One didn't ask for a meteoric rise. No matter how hard it was for one's children and grandchildren to walk, they would still reach the clouds. Su Xiao agreed without hesitation. Back then, he personally participated in the hard work of carrying stones and paving the path. The father and son leisurely climbed the mountain. Su Fengnian said, "Chu Lushan has gone to Baelyang to be the protector general of Baelyang. He will be promoted to general of hussars. Because Chun Xilyang is preparing to organize the ranks of the Baelyang army, many of the miscellaneous titles will be abolished. There will only be 8 or 9 left. The title of captain will be more valuable than before. Let's start with the title of general of hussars without the word da." Yuan Zuozong replaced Zhong Honggu as the commander of hussars and promoted him to general of hussars. Qi Danghua and Ning Amei will be the Iron Buddha's main and deputy general respectively. Huang Manor will lead the new Longxiang army. The 3 of them will not be promoted to general for the time being. Gui Commandant Huang Fuxiu will be promoted by 1 rank. As for whether he will be promoted to general of Yuzhou or something else, I will have to wait for Qin Xilyang's report. Xianyuan Qingfeng sent Mount Huishan's guest, Hong Yu, who does have the talent to lead troops. I am still considering whether he will replace Huang Fuxiu as Gui Commandant. When second sister wakes up, she will be the commander of your 30,000-strong Great Snow Dragon cavalry. Do you have any objections?" Su Xiao laughed. "Since I can comfortably be a hands-off shopkeeper, why would I have any objections? An old cucumber pretending to be young is too untactful." Su Fengnian widened his eyes and said, "It sounds like there's a lot of resentment." Su Xiao quickly waved his hand. "Not at all." Su Fengnian sighed and said, "The Baelyang army has been turned upside down. There have been many changes from the top to the bottom. If there is a conflict, and I cannot suppress it, you may have to come out to pacify." Su Xiao said calmly, "There will not be any major issues. The Zhao family has been ruling the world for 20 years. Our Su family has been ruling the Baelyang for almost 20 years. Father, if I ask myself, I do not owe any of the old men in Baelyang who are about my age. Also, I have a long line of good fortune. They should be satisfied. I know about Zhong Honggu. If he dares to work with Yan Wenwan in secret, I do not mind letting him drink the northwest wind. He will not be a general, and even his title will be taken away. He will be content to be a rich family's farm shuang. As for Yan Wenwan, in the past, he and Chongling tried to persuade me to divide the river and rule the world together. All these years, he has been called the leader of the emperor faction by Yi Shanxiao. He has roped in many old people who have complaints. The group of young generals that Yan Wenwan has raised are mostly the descendants of old generals who were disheartened and retired when they had no hope of joining the dragon." Su Fengnian drank a mouthful of yellow wine. "Almost 20 years of rotten meat. It is fortunate that you had the courage to have Yen Wenwan establish his own faction, and not let this vine reach the cavalry. That is why the entire Bailiang cavalry did not fall ill. Su Xiao held the wine pot inside. There was nothing to be done. In the Spring and Autumn War, the 9 countries fought for supremacy. Our Bailiang army destroyed 6 countries in one go. We fought with our lives in exchange. How many heroes do you think died? I was not willing to be emperor. Later, I entered the Jianghu. Fortunately, those who left were old soldiers who had connections to the Jianghu. But when I went on the expedition to Beimang, the emperor's decree was vicious. When I had no choice but to withdraw, the morale of the Bailiang army started to slacken. The reason was complicated, but the result was that they lost many of their captains. Many old people who wanted to make great contributions in one go faded out of sight. So it is said that it is difficult for a scholar to rule a country, but it is easy for a scholar to harm people. You have to be especially careful of Yuan Bunshi, a strategist who is as famous as Ishanxiao. That secret decree came from his hand. In the Spring and Autumn War, the hard knives were used by me and Gu Jiantong's group of martial people. These soft knives that do not see blood were mostly his work. The blue-eyed Zhang Jilu, who jumped so many steps as an insignificant yellow doorman, and became Grand Secretary 3 years later, was also instructed by him. In my opinion, scholars are naturally more knowledgeable than us, who ride horses and carry sabers, but most of them have high vision but low ability. They cannot achieve great things. They are extremely knowledgeable, but they rarely achieve great things. The truly frightening ones are scholars like Yuan Bunshi, who can take advantage of the situation and display their ambition. Before the current emperor ascended the throne, he sincerely said, "I am willing to be Mr. Yuan's puppet." Therefore, Yuan Bunshi let him become the emperor. Zhao Heng, that woman, must have hated this Mr. Yuan, who made her lose the dragon throne. Haha, that resentful woman, Zhao Heng, before she died, it was rare for her to be a man. He used his death in exchange for Zhao Sun's hereditary succession. If he had this kind of mentality 20 years ago, there would be no such thing as the current emperor. That blind man called Lu Su, his eyes are blind, but his heart is lively. He wrote 2 strategies and 14 strategies beautifully. Even I can understand it. I heard you played chess with him at Yongziali? Why didn't you directly capture him and make him Bailiang's strategist? Chapter 706. Su Fingnian shook his head. I didn't have time to take care of him at the time. Of course, the main reason was that I didn't believe in my luck, so I missed the opportunity. There are some regrets, but I don't really regret it. I've experienced Zhao Sun's ability as king of Jing'an. He's very good at enduring, but he's still not as good as his father. Without Lu Su, the king of Jing'an's vassal state would definitely have to be guarded by someone with great talent and bold vision. At that time, Bailiang would feel even more uncomfortable. It's better to let Zhao Sun fiddle around there. The vassal state has to enter the capital to meet the emperor every 4 years. If he dares to bring Lu Su along, I'm worried that he'll be poached. At that time, this once-in-a-century civil official vassal state would become the biggest joke. Su Xiao smiled with gratification. You're worthy of being my son, Su Xiao. You're so domineering. Su Fingnian smiled helplessly. Su Xiao laughed. Outside Dunhuang, 1 man and 1 sword guarding the city gate. That's quite domineering. No wonder that girl Sweet Potato is so dead set on you. Su Fingnian stopped when they were still some distance away from the top of the mountain. Together with Su Xiao, he looked at the panoramic view of Liangzhou. Yi Shizhen and Chu Lushan, one in the open and one in the dark, control the Bailiang spy agency. Since Lu Qiuer became the protector of Bailiang, she has to spit out a piece of meat. I plan to let Qin Shiliang take care of it. As for Yi Shizhen, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Su Xiao asked softly, why don't you choose Su Beiji? Su Fingnian shook his head. I want him to be wholeheartedly focused on becoming the next administrator. He'll be too distracted if he's involved in the spy agency. Spies are small and meticulous, but the administrator requires big plans. Besides, Su Beiji's health isn't good. I don't want him to follow in my master's footsteps. Su Xiao nodded and gazed off into the distance. As they continued to climb the mountain, Su Xiao said, Wu Qi should have already entered Shu from Beimang and joined Qin Jibao. Su Fengnian said bitterly. This trip to Beimeng was very difficult, but I didn't even get to meet this uncle. Su Xiao shook his head and said, maybe you have, but you just don't know. You don't have to think too much about it. The fate between relatives has come to an end. Su Xiao continued. No one's son is born rich and no one's son can't die. My son is no exception. If he wanted to inherit the family business, he had to rely on himself. For the past 20 years, I have been waiting for you to grow up, while Chen Jibao has been waiting for you to die. My friendship with old Chen's family ended after he went to Iron Gate Pass and tried to kill you in Zhao Kai. This is also good. No one has wronged anyone. Fengnian, I forced you to travel 3 times. Don't blame me for being cruel. Su Fengnian joked. I know you are holding a grudge. I beat you with a broom so many times. Su Xiao almost laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He coughed a few times and drank some warm wine to calm himself down. Finally, they reached the top of Mount Qingliang. The weather was clear and the view was excellent. Su Xiao's body was slouched, and he squinted at the west gate. Among the 6 kings besides father, the king of Yan, Zhao Bing, has the strongest army. When the emperor wanted to make Chen Jibao the king of southern Jiang, he had the intention of keeping Zhao Bing in check. The king of Guangling, Zhao Yi, was born of the same mother as the emperor and was highly regarded. The beating on the surface was nothing more than an act for outsiders to see. The left servant of the province, Sun Shiji, was made the Guangling magistrate because he was worried that Zhao Yi's methods would be too extreme and cause criticism. It would be difficult to guarantee that the Liang dynasty would be the 3rd hereditary ruler. The emperor's treatment of these 2 men showed how close he was. The king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, because he was in charge of the 2 Liao, he inevitably had some friendship with me. Over the years, he was dealt with by the emperor and Zhang Julu and Gu Jiantang. His situation was indeed a bit bleak. But although he was born in the emperor's family, his personality was rare and straightforward. After a heart-to-heart, he was trustworthy. Not to mention the king of Jing and Zhao Sun, the king of Huainan of Xiongzhou, Zhao Ying, was originally very similar to the old emperor. It was just that he lacked fate. Moreover, he had to be pure and simple. Among the 5 kings, he was the most severely suppressed and did not have any real power. This time, the kings will enter the capital as usual. I definitely won't go, but Chen Jibao, who has not been made a king yet, is destined to go. Therefore, it will be a big scene of the 6 kings entering the capital. Su Fengnian shook the empty wine pot and asked, the crown prince has not been decided yet. Su Xiao smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the 4th prince Zhao Zhuan will be made the crown prince before the other princes are made kings. Who let this kid be favored by Yuan Bunshi? Su Fengnian frowned and said, isn't it said that the eldest and not the youngest, the legitimate and not the illegitimate? Although Zhao Zhuan is the legitimate son, the 1st prince Zhao Wu is the legitimate eldest son. Su Xiao handed the wine pot, which was still half full, to Su Fengnian and said calmly, Zhao Wu's character is unyielding. Now that the world is at peace, what he needs is stability and stability. He does not need a crown prince who is suitable to fight for the throne. Zhao Zhuan is different. He has been smooth and slick in dealing with people for many years. He is destined to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Another important point is that their mother, Empress Zhaoji, seems to have secretly instilled in them the idea that one day the older brother will be a general and the younger brother will be emperor. Although Zhao Wu has a bad temper, he has believed in Zhaoji's words since he was young. He also has a very good relationship with his younger brother Zhao Zhuan. I believe that there will not be too many twists and turns when the crown prince position, which has been empty for more than 10 years, rises to the surface. Fengnian, you have to know that the Green Party, which is attached to the 1st prince, is already divided beyond recognition. The group of scholars in the northern land who are fighting for power with the scholars in Jiangnan, although they have bet heavily on Zhao Wu, as long as Zhao Wu can smoothly go to the 2 Liao provinces to guard the border, Zhao Zhuan will certainly compensate these people when he ascends the throne in the future. For them, their immediate interests will not be damaged but will instead increase. Right now their complaints will not be too big, and they will not dare to be too big. As for the 2nd prince, Zhao Bo, who is supported by the most powerful faction in the court, Zhang Julu and the emperor are only acting as a smokescreen. It is not worth mentioning. Su Fingnian took a sip of wine. Su Xiao smiled and said, the newly favored eunuch Song Tonglu is in charge of the Directorate of Ceremonies. After the cat Han Sheng left the capital, although he has not directly become the head eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonies, he has taken over the Directorate of Ceremonies from his master. The court knows that I will obviously not pay attention to the show of the crown prince ascending the throne and the princes going out, so they had Song Tonglu come to Bailiang in private and bring you 2 sets of the crown prince's makeup clothes. One is red and the other is white. The white set is specially made for you. In the end, they want you to go to the capital to watch the ceremony. Are you going? Su Fingnian asked. 9 deaths. Su Xiao shook his head and said, this time is different. It will be difficult to die even if you want to. The emperor and the empress will protect you from both sides. Now that the situation in Liang has been settled, especially since Chen Jibao has become the king of Shu, if they still want Bailiang to fall into chaos, who will help them block the 1 million Beimeng iron cavalry? Without us in Bailiang, even if Gu Jiantang makes the eastern front impregnable, not to mention the emperor, the entire capital will be in a state of panic. Those bastards will only curse me fiercely. In private, they will be glad that they have the 300,000 iron cavalry of Bailiang. Su Fingnian asked, last time you entered the capital, as soon as you left the main hall, you crippled an official. Why? Su Xiao smiled and said, that blind guy said the Bailiang cavalry is a watchdog. I beat him half to death. Look at the civil and military officials, who dared to make a sound. Besides, Gu Jiantang also taught that guy a lesson afterward. Those words even scolded him, the great general. The death soldier appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He said softly, eunuch Song Tonglu is already outside the mansion. Su Xiao asked, are you really going to the capital? Catman hasn't been killed yet. Aren't you worried? Su Fingnian shook his head and said, I'm waiting for him to come to my door. Su Xiao wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Fingnian suddenly said, I killed young Taisui. Do you blame me? Su Xiao said calmly, my old brother died a worthy death. The mastermind of the white clothes case in the capital city was the son of the Zhao family, and the mastermind was the sneaky Yuan Bunshi. Han Diaoxi was one of the many masters. As for the celestial state master, it was someone else. Su Xiao said softly, let's go down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, Su Xiao saw Su Fingnian carrying 2 wine pots in his hands. He said with a smile, you want me to carry them? No matter how old you are, you can still put on armor and mount a horse. Carrying 2 wine pots is not a problem. Su Fingnian slowed down and looked at the blue stone under his feet. He said, I'm old but I can't die. Su Xiao sighed softly, I also want to hold a grandson. Chapter 707. The first 2 chapters have been updated with 10,000 words. The 3rd chapter, 6 Kings Enter the Capital, is at around midnight. P.S. Please automatically subscribe to this book. Song Tonglu, who was not even 30 years old, was the head eunuch of the Imperial Eunuch Bureau, the personal attendant of the emperor who was favored by the empress, and had a secret edict. He could only take a few disguised eunuchs and quietly enter through the side door of Bailiang Palace. When he saw Su Xiao at the entrance of the main hall, he didn't dare to look at him. He had the palace guard stay outside the door, and quickly stepped over the threshold alone. With a plop he knelt down solidly. His forehead left a bright red mark as he said in a muffled voice, Song Tonglu of the Imperial Eunuch Bureau greets the King of Bailiang and His Royal Highness. Su Xiao and Su Fingnian didn't sit down, but they also didn't move to greet this eunuch who already held great power. Su Xiao smiled lightly and said, Song Diao Temple, rise and announce the edict. The titles of Diao Temple and eunuch were not titles that ordinary eunuchs could use. In the imperial palace of Greaton City, there were only a handful of them. Other than Han Shengxian, who had been at the top for many years, Song Tonglu's master, the head of the Imperial Eunuch Bureau, who was only second to the Ceremony Bureau, was one of them. Song Tonglu had been personally bestowed the surname by the emperor, and now had a chance to reach the top. It could be said that the student had surpassed the master. The entire court was dumbfounded. When Song Tonglu left the palace, he had already thought it through. If he announced the edict, according to the law, the vassal kings had to kneel. As for whether the king of Bailiang knelt or not, Su Xiao could carry a sword into the palace, and had the privilege of not kneeling to listen to the edict. However, if he stood there and announced the edict with a serious tone, it would probably be seen as a demonstration. From the beginning, Song Tonglu didn't want to be seen as arrogant. Even though he knew it was against etiquette, after he rose, he still pulled out the yellow secret edict from his sleeve. He bowed his head and walked quickly, handing it to the king of Bailiang with both hands, skipping over the announcement of the edict and ignoring it. Su Xiao took the secret edict and casually handed it to Su Fengnian. He then had this rather sensible eunuch sit down. Song Tonglu sat upright and still, looking straight ahead. However, out of the corner of his eye, he still caught a glimpse of the snow-haired Su Fengnian. He was shocked. For some reason, when he looked out of the corner of his eye, His Royal Highness was clearly lowering his head to read the edict. Song Tonglu was able to stand out among the tens of thousands of eunuchs in the palace, and climb to the top step by relying on his extraordinary talent for observation. He immediately knew that the young heir had sensed his unintentional spying. He immediately lowered his gaze, and only dared to look hard at his knees. Su Xiao smiled and said a few words of greeting. Song Diao Temple has been hard on you. Song Tonglu quickly shook his head and said, I don't dare. This is my duty. Su Xiao smiled and asked, Song Diao Temple, why don't you stay in Bailiang for a few more days? This king can entertain you to his heart's content. The young eunuch, who was startled by the mention of Song Diao Temple, quickly got up and knelt on the ground again. He said apologetically, Song Tonglu needs to immediately return to the capital to report. I may not even be able to eat a meal. I hope the king of Bailiang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Su Xiao walked over and helped Song Tonglu up. It's fine. We don't need to be so courteous. Let's do it as smoothly as is appropriate. We won't delay Song Diao Temple's return to report. Let's go. This king will see you out. Even though Song Tonglu had trained in the palace for many years, and did not lose to any top aces in terms of cultivating the mind, he was clearly a little absent-minded. He said respectfully, I really don't dare to trouble the king of Bailiang. Su Xiao shook his head and walked out of the main hall with Song Tonglu. The imperial bodyguards had already handed their luggage to the steward of the king's mansion. The group walked on a quiet path that was not heavily guarded. The bodyguards also walked as if they were treading on thin ice. They took the opportunity to take a few more glances at the back of this king with a different surname. When they returned to the palace, they could boast to their colleagues that they had once been less than 10 steps away from the great king of Bailiang. Song Tonglu had been cautious for many years. Without leaving a trace, he trailed behind Su Xiao by more than half a step. When they reached the main entrance, Song Tonglu did not dare to let the king of Bailiang see him off. He immediately stopped. The imperial bodyguards silently filed out, mounted their horses, and waited in the distance. One of the bodyguards clicked his tongue and said, as expected of the great general who destroyed the 6 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Another person asked in a low voice, what's wrong? The bodyguard said in a low voice, there's a murderous aura when you walk. I don't feel it. What do you know? That's because your realm is not high enough. No wonder people say that the king of Bailiang can kill with just a stare. He can directly scare people out of their wits. Fortunately, Song Diao Temple did not offend him. Otherwise, wouldn't we be killed with just a stare? One of the oldest and calmest bodyguards did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the ridiculous conversation of the younger generation. At the door, Su Xiao said softly, everyone says that when you were on duty at the Directorate of Credentials in the Song Diao Temple, you were cautious and conscientious. You were in charge of the ancient and modern collections of literature, pasting yellow papers, and other trivial matters. You did everything in an orderly manner, and you could even write good articles. I'm a rough man, so it's difficult for me to take care of these troublesome things, so I won't talk about it. However, there's one thing that I remember very clearly. The content of the hereditary edict of my family's Year of Feng was written by you. Someone in the residence said that you wrote it well, and I'll remember this favor. In the future, if you need my son Feng Nian, the new prince of Northern Liang, just let me know. I won't dare to boast that I'll help you settle it. Song Diao Temple felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He subconsciously wanted to kneel again. Su Xiao held his hands and scolded jokingly. A man has gold under his knees. What is there to kneel for? Song Tonglu, if you have the chance to come to Bailiang Palace again, you don't have to remember this. This has nothing to do with your status. This king is indeed unreasonable, and only cares about friendship. Song Diao Temple gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice, in the future, Song Tonglu will definitely do what I have to do. However, I won't say too much about unnecessary matters. Song Tonglu will only remember these words in his heart, and pretend that the Grand General did not mention them. Su Xiao nodded. This king will not see you out. Song Diao Temple's scholar bowed with his hands clasped in front and turned to leave. Su Xiao slowly walked back to the main hall. He saw that Su Fengnian had finished unpacking his luggage and was pinching the sleeve of a python garment. He was muttering to himself, "It looks pleasing to the eye and feels quite comfortable. When the flying sword leaves the sleeve, you have to be careful. If you cut it, who will sew it up?" Su Xiao joked. Are you afraid that you won't be able to find someone to sew it up? There are 2 groups of refugees from the spring and autumn period that are heading north. I have intercepted many of them. The head of the Bailiang Weaving Bureau was the one who made clothes for the Southern Tang imperial family. However, this time, the specific task of sewing your royal robe was given to a few clever and skillful women. That person is just drawing the pattern. He is old and his eyesight is not very good. He is afraid that he will be beheaded at the wrong time. Su Fengnian furrowed his brows and said, Your python robe is not good? Su Xiao laughed angrily. How can a new king wear old clothes? Our Su family is not that poor. Su Fengnian put down the python robe in his hands and hesitated before saying, I originally wanted to go to the northwest and capture the 100,000 refugees. Since I am going to the capital to observe the ceremony, I will put it aside and go to Great Peace City first. Su Xiao asked, When do we move? How many cavalry do we need? Su Fengnian laughed. Tomorrow. What cavalry? I am not a vassal king. I don't need to pay attention to ostentation when I go to the capital. Besides, if someone like the king of Yen brings 1,000 cavalry, Han Diaoxi will probably have to hide his head and tail. This time, I will open the door to the thief and let the cat kill to its heart's content. Su Xiao nodded and said, Apart from your own arrangements, I will also secretly hand Yin and Cho over to you. Su Fengnian asked, Then what about you? What if Han Diaoxi doesn't kill me but you? Su Xiao laughed and asked, Do you know why the sword godly Chungang was suppressed in the Tide Listening Hall for 20 years? Do you know who cut off one of his arms when he left the mountain on the Dragon Tiger demon slaying platform? Su Fengnian was dejected and speechless. Su Xiao sat in his chair and said indifferently, Go to the capital without worry. You don't need to worry about father's safety. There are as many people who want to kill me as carps crossing the river. I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Yin's sinister voice entered the father and son's ears again. Nangong Push has already returned to the pavilion. Xianyuan Qingfeng is in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Both of them are heavily injured. Su Fengnian asked Wu. Yin replied stiffly, Reporting to your highness, they are safe and sound. In the eyes of the earthly branch loyalists, the life and death of their comrades were insignificant. Su Fengnian stood up and went to the tide listening lake. The young loyalist squatted by the lake sulking. Su Fengnian walked over and saw him turn around with a guilty expression. He laughed and said, Go eat your meal and then come with me to the capital tomorrow. There will be plenty of opportunities to exchange blows with Han Diaoxi. The youth jumped up and smiled brightly. Really? Su Fengnian raised his leg as if he was going to kick him into the lake. This lively and not gloomy youth grinned and jumped into the lake himself, happily paddling to the opposite shore. Su Fengnian smiled knowingly and walked toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. As he approached, he saw Xianyuan Qingfeng sitting dejectedly against a pillar. Su Fengnian narrowed his phoenix eyes and sat down lazily. He mocked, Both of you are Xianfinger experts, but Han Diaoxi, the number 2 Xianfinger expert in the world, is much more powerful than you, old Taoist? Xianyuan Qingfeng said sternly, Wait until I reach heavenly phenomenon. Chapter 708. Su Fingnian said softly. Have you forgotten that Han Diaoxi is best at killing heavenly phenomenon cultivators with his finger? That's why there's the saying that those below-earth immortals are invincible. Don't feel aggrieved. When it comes to martial arts realms, comparisons are odious. There will always be a higher mountain. I know you want to become someone like Wang Xianji, but before that, you still have to relax. There are many things that can't be rushed. There are 800 unorthodox paths and 3,000 heretical paths. You've chosen an extremely steep and narrow path, so you have to cherish your life even more. As for me, I've briefly entered pseudo-heavenly phenomenon. It can be considered a fleeting moment, but there's one thing I can tell you. Once you ascend, you might become the first heavenly phenomenon cultivator in 300 years to be struck by heavenly tribulation. Heaven's net has long arms. You won't be able to escape. Xianyuan Qingfeng's face instantly paled. Su Fingnian stood up. Come with me. Since you've given me your proof, I can do a big business with you without worry. What I'm giving you is priceless. Even if you give yourself to me, I don't think you'll lose out. For the first time, Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't retort. She quietly followed behind Su Fingnian. It seemed that her failure to encircle and annihilate Han Diaoxi had caused her arrogant and lawless character to settle down. Su Fingnian pushed open the door and entered the tide-listening pavilion. He brought Xianyuan Qingfeng directly to the 8th floor. The red robe appeared in the corridor, displaying Xidagarba's compassion. Su Fingnian smiled. Don't force yourself and enter. You'll lose your cultivation for nothing. The door opened and closed. Xianyuan Qingfeng saw an unforgettable scene. 9 imperial jade seals of different sizes. They hovered in the air. They hovered in the same position as the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Su Fingnian stood still with his hands clasped behind his back. Calmly he said, Later Sui, West Chu, Southern Tang, Western Shu, Northern Han and Great Wei. After the fall of these 6 countries, the names of the countries recorded in the history books were all destroyed by Su Xiao. In order to commend Su Xiao for his military exploits, the Liang imperial court bestowed 5 imperial jade seals to the Su family except for the missing West Chu emperor's seal. Back then, the Chu was regarded as the orthodox of the Central Plains largely because it had been passed down from the Emperor Qin's seal of destiny. Later on, it was separated by the spring and autumn period. Various countries had copied it or simply reprinted it. There were all kinds of names for it, such as seal and treasure. Of the 9 pieces you see, 3 of them are imitations made to make up the number 9. The tide-listening pavilion has 9 floors for a reason. I know what you want to ask. Since the imperial court only bestowed 5 and imitated 3, where did the last one come from? We're in the same boat, so there's no harm in telling you. Baoyang Palace secretly hid the little princess who carried West Chu's fate. Do you see that smallest imperial jade seal? It's only 4 inches wide, but it's the genuine yellow emperor's Yang seal of the Great Qin. As for the Yin seal, I've entered Emperor Qin's mausoleum in Beimang. However, that person wanted to keep it for himself, and was only willing to show me the tip of the iceberg. I only wanted to save my life and escape, so I didn't have time to look into it. My younger brother, Huang Manor, won't be able to enter heavenly phenomenon for the rest of his life. Hong Shixiang abducted my older sister, and in order to return the favor, he severed the fate of the 5 nations. Baoyang didn't have a single bit of it on the surface, but it split into 3 portions and flowed into Liyang and West Chu's pillars of fate. Su Fingnian ignored Xianyuan Qingfeng's dumbstruck expression and pointed at West Chu's national seal. It was completely colorless before and looked no different from ordinary jade. However, after the bull-riding flying sword severed the fate, it shone brightly. Apart from the fact that it still can't compare to the Liyang imitations, it's already far more brilliant than the 7 imperial seals. This talisman formation is an item that steals the fate of the world. Chao Chongqing is already preparing to revive his nation, and I estimate that he'll take back West Chu's national seal in a few years. Rather than letting him take it away for nothing, I'd rather sell it to you. You can carry it with you for the next 2 years and slowly absorb it. When you reach heavenly phenomenon in the future, you can use it to resist the heavenly tribulation. Although the fate of the imperial seal is only 100th or 1,000th of that of a dynasty, If you monopolize it, I estimate that you won't become the shortest-lived heavenly phenomenon expert in the world. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked in a low voice. Then what about your little brother that my father said could only reach the finger-profound realm? Su Fengnian's lips twitched. At least you still have some conscience. One less great Qinyang seal, which is bound to be lost, but there are still 8 remaining. Moreover, I'll never let my Huang Manor enter heavenly phenomenon in this lifetime. This talisman formation is just a precautionary measure. Besides, Huang Manor is different from you. Even if this talisman formation is beneficial to him, it's only a temporary solution. In the end, whether it's your current finger-profound realm, or your future heavenly phenomenon realm, it's like a child's play in front of Huang Manor. Xianyuan Qingfeng said calmly, but I won't stop at heavenly phenomenon. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He stepped forward stealthily and reached out a hand to grab the West Chu imperial seal, like a python drawing water. As the imperial seal was pulled toward Su Fengnian's hand, a series of mysterious ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. The other 8 imperial seals trembled incessantly. When Su Fengnian grabbed the imperial seal, the ripples on the surface of the water gradually became as calm as a mirror. Su Fengnian turned around and handed the imperial seal to Xianyuan Qingfeng. Her expression changed drastically, and her entire hand turned from red to purple. Su Fengnian gloated. Hot. Don't let go. Xianyuan Qingfeng endured the stabbing pain in her heart and said angrily, why doesn't it feel strange in your hand? Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, there's no pitiful wretch in the world who has more luck than me. If I, as the eldest son of Su Shao, wanted to hold this West Chu imperial seal before the Iron Gate Pass intercepted and killed Zhao Kai, I'm afraid I'd have to break one of my arms if I wanted to live. Xianyuan Qingfeng almost fainted from the pain, but not only was she unmoved, she even tightened her grip on the imperial seal. Su Fengnian sighed inwardly. What an unreasonable crazy woman. He said, half of your life is yours, and the other half is mine. Do you agree? Xianyuan Qingfeng said straightforwardly, yes, but it'll only count if I survive after I enter heavenly phenomenon. Su Fengnian smiled helplessly. Would it kill you to lose out a little? Xianyuan Qingfeng snorted coldly, but there was an inexplicable smile in her eyes. Su Fengnian walked to the door. Go downstairs yourself later. Xianyuan Qingfeng simply drifted out as soon as she stepped out of the door. Su Fengnian shook his head and closed the door. After going downstairs, he easily found White Fox in the outer corridor, who was in a daze. Su Fengnian comforted her. Hey, it's not shameful that you can't beat Han Diaoxi, who's number 10 in the world. It just means you haven't entered the top 10 yet. White Fox, who was hanging from her waist, didn't say anything. She turned around and walked into the building. Su Fengnian asked, I'm going to the capital tomorrow. Han Diaoxi will most likely come after me. Are you interested? White Fox stopped in her tracks. Are you that afraid of death? Su Fengnian muttered. You're so heartless. White Fox turned around and smiled. Don't worry. My state of mind won't be affected and stagnant, because I can't kill Han Diaoxi. I'm the same as your Bailiang cavalry. We're on the path of fighting to support ourselves. There will be a few big defeats in the future. It's fine as long as I don't die. Su Fengnian didn't give up and asked again, You're really not going to the capital? White Fox said playfully, Why? Do you think you'll lose face if you don't bring me, the number 1 beauty in the world, with so many beauties in the capital? Murderous intent, murderous intent. Su Fengnian, whose crooked intentions were exposed, fled downstairs in a panic. White Fox didn't chase after him. After crossing the threshold of this floor, her state of mind calmed down inexplicably. She said sadly, I didn't expect this place to become my home. Where should I die in the future? The afterglow faded and the twilight gradually deepened. Su Fengnian unknowingly came to the lakeside cottage among the reeds. He didn't look for Pei Nanwei, who lived here alone. Instead, he walked along a dirt path that led to the tide-listening lake. Perhaps it was because she had stepped on it so many times that it was flat and soft. The autumn reeds that were taller than a man gradually turned frosty white. The wind blew like fluffy snow. A wooden ferry that was dozens of feet long was built beside the lake. Su Fengnian took off his shoes and socks and put them aside. He lay back and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown period of time, he heard a faint sound. The barefoot woman sat down beside him with her arms around her knees. After a long silence, she finally said, "Now I'm happy. You're worse off than me. It's karma." Su Fingyan didn't open his eyes. He said softly, "Reed ropes made from reeds can be used to hang and ward off evil spirits. Spring reeds can be used to make flute membranes. Whether it's to ward off evil spirits or flute membranes, the reeds are not for you to make scarecrows to curse me." Pei Nanwei rested her chin on her knees. A cool breeze brushed her face. She said softly, "According to the laws of the vassal states, this year the vassal king is going to the capital to meet the emperor. Are you going? If you're going, take me with you. I've never been to Great Peace City in my life. I want to take a look. After that, I'm willing to die of old age here." Su Fingyan stood up. He broke off a reed and sat on the edge of the wooden bridge. "I'm going to the capital, but I'm not taking you with me." Pei Nanwei said calmly, "Fine. Then I'll continue to make scarecrows to curse you to die a horrible death." Su Fingyan turned his head and said, "Do you believe that I'll slap you into the water with one slap?" Pei Nanwei shook her head. Su Fingyan turned his head and ignored this woman who had always been muddle-headed. Pei Nanwei sat next to him and then lightly kicked his foot. "Take me with you? I only have one unfulfilled wish in my life. I can be your servant girl." Su Fingyan firmly said, "No. Not only will I serve you tea and call you grandpa, but I'll also massage your shoulders and call you Gongzi. I don't care. I'll play chess with you and help you study. How much is it worth? When you're not happy, this servant will smile and be willing to be hit. I have tender feelings for the fairer sex." "Warm the bed." "What? Warm the bed. Good, it's a promise. We'll leave for the capital tomorrow. Remember to bring some elegant and beautiful clothes so you can wear them. Don't forget rouge and powder. It's not good to put on too much. Just a little is enough. Then there's the time to warm the bed." "I'm not going." "You're really not going?" This place is pretty good. You want to fight with me?" Su Fingyan stood with a smile. He bent down and placed the autumn reed on her lap. Then he picked up his boots and socks and left the reed marsh. Chapter 709. 3 chapters, more than 13,000 words have been updated. P.S. I won't stop updating tomorrow. A carriage slowly drove out of the western gate of the prefecture city. The coachman was a muscular young man with dark skin. Beside him sat a woman in green who was teaching him how to drive the horse. Fortunately, the horse was a good one chosen from the best of the best. Otherwise, it would have swerved and bumped into many pedestrians before it left the city. There was only a man and a woman in the carriage. They were both young. The woman was dressed in purple and had an eerie air about her. The young man had white hair and a white python robe. Perhaps it was because of his identity, but he was much more imposing than the woman. This was the only python robe in the entire Liang dynasty. If one didn't look closely, it was no different from a rich white robe made of silk. But if one looked closely, it was extremely exquisite. The 9 pythons spat out pearls, vivid and lifelike. Su Fingyan simply went to Graydon City. It was better than the first time he went out, but much worse than the second time he went out with 100 riders. Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei didn't have the face to show up. She couldn't go to the capital to take a look. She would probably have to kill a few more people to vent her anger. Fortunately, there was a large patch of reeds in the middle of chaos, and there was no lack of reeds throughout the year. Su Fingyan went to the capital for the first time in his life. He brought 2 famous inkstones. Biba City had already given them to Chen Shiliang, so of course they weren't included. One of them was unique to Liangzhou. It was a frozen iron inkstone that was fished out from the bottom of the river. It was said that the brush was as sharp as an awl. It was in line with the valiant customs of Beiliang. The other was Xianyuan Qingfeng's Shiil Yellowstone Rui Vase inkstone. It was a specialty near Mount Hui. Hui and Zhou's inkstone were competing for the title of the best inkstone in the world. There was a saying that Hui was like an official, and Zhou was like a beautiful woman. Su Fingyan took advantage of the opportunity and said, "You and Hui are close to each other. Give some to me later, the more the better." The scholars of Beiliang liked this kind of thing. They were very willing to spend a lot of money for this. In Baelyang, other than salt and iron, we don't have any other means to make a profit. If you give me those secret manuals, I can't just set up a stall and sell each book for a few thousand taels of silver. It's much simpler to sell famous inkstones, and it's also more elegant. Moreover, in the future, Baelyang civil officials will become more powerful. If you send the ancient inkstone over, you can even give it away. Every penny I can help Su Xiao save is a penny. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. Are you still His Royal Highness who spent money like water in brothels? I heard that even if you bump into a ranger, they'll chase after you and give you money. Su Fengnian smiled calmly and said, You don't know how expensive food is until you're in charge of the household. Besides, you can do whatever you want. After all, there are many things that you can't do as you wish. It's not only you Jianghu people who have no choice. Xianyuan Qingfeng stared at him for a long time. Su Fengnian acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, Think about whether there are any side doors that can bring Baelyang rolling in wealth. The biggest pishio in the world is the military. Baelyang cavalry has 300,000 men. To outsiders, it's a miracle that they haven't lost any men after so many years and can still fight. However, I'm not going to tell you about the hardships involved. You're a rich young lady who's been holding a bag of gold, bullets, and birds since you were young. You won't understand even if I tell you. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. Isn't it also not easy for me to be in charge of Mount Hui? Su Fengnian said sarcastically. In any case, you only want to raise your cultivation level. You don't care about the Xianyuan family at all. How can you call your method of being in charge of a household that drains the pond to catch fish? You spendthrift woman, you might as well just break the pot. Xianyuan Qingfeng faintly looked angry. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, There's no point in chatting with me. Think about serious matters. I'm not joking about making money. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered but didn't say anything. After a while, Su Fengnian frowned and asked, You farted? Xianyuan Qingfeng was furious, and his killing intent overflowed and filled the entire carriage. Su Fengnian held his belly and laughed. I'm just teasing you. It's very fun. Xianyuan Qingfeng restrained his killing intent and said stiffly, I should have killed you in the lantern market back then and ended everything. Su Fengnian rested his chin on one hand and stared at this woman who had become friends after a fight. His smile was intoxicating. Xianyuan Qingfeng turned her head away and meditated quietly. Her uncommon martial path seemed like a shortcut, but it was actually a complicated path. One had to know that her memory wasn't inferior to Su Fengnian's. She had browsed through the books in the Great Bulgang Library since she was young. She also had Xianyuan Jingcheng, who had entered the Saint Realm earlier than Chao Chongqing, left behind detailed insights. When it came to opportunities, everyone had their own fortune. Wooden Sword Wen Hua was like this when he met Huang Sanjia, and so was Yuan Tingshan, who became more courageous with every setback. As for those peak figures who had been famous for a long time, there was no exception. Su Fengnian suddenly said, If you happen to fancy a suitable man one day, remember to invite me to your wedding. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered and said, One more thing, and I'll pull out your thing and let you become a eunuch in the palace. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, With your morals, don't even think about getting married in this lifetime. 1,000 elite cavalry headed north from the southern border of the dynasty. Chapter 710. In the middle of the cavalry, there was a luxurious carriage. Purple smoke rose from the incense burner in the carriage. A middle-aged elegant man with a red sandalwood flower hairpin in his hair was gently patting the refreshing fragrance of the dragon's saliva. He looked at the smoke swirling around his palm and enjoyed it. Occasionally, he would write in the air and murmur to himself. Logically speaking, there were 1,000 king's cavalrymen outside the carriage. He should be the king of Yanji, Xiaobing, since he occupied the carriage alone. Hearing a rider knocking on the outer wall of the carriage for more than 10 times, the scholar-like handsome man lazily lifted the curtain. The strong man outside was dressed in casual clothes. He smiled and asked, Naylan, are you sure you don't want to try riding a horse? Seeing that the king of Yanji was about to put down the curtain, the rough-looking rider said helplessly, Okay, I'll call you Yusi, okay? You really need to exercise your body. It's always right. The scholar smiled and said, "There are many ways to maintain one's health. There are hundreds of ways to maintain one's health." The rider felt a headache. "I'm afraid of you. You sit in your carriage and I ride my horse. Well water doesn't interfere with river water." The scholar smiled and said, "Come up and sit. I'm just in the mood. I'll read the In Fu Jing for you." The rider pretended to be angry. "Are you the king of Yanji or am I the king of Yanji?" The scholar still smiled faintly. "There are 10 accidents in the world. When people see that there is nothing in front of them, they are relieved. If you want to get on the carriage, I'll tell you about the accidents of this trip to the capital." The rider snorted coldly. "This time I won't fulfill your wish." The gentleman who was called Naylan, and then changed to Yusi, smiled and put down the curtain. The rider sighed heavily and obediently got on the carriage. The rider, king of Yanji Zhao Bing. The scholar was the dynasty's most famous strategist, Naylan Uci. King of Guangling, Zhao Yi took 800 cavalry to the north of the capital. Before leaving, he made a special trip to say goodbye to the administrator, Sun Shiji. As a result, he was given a big cold shoulder. There were more than 10 carriages in this cavalry group, and the 2 largest carriages belonged to the vassal prince, Zhao Yi's son, Zhao Yuang, whose weight added up to 700 caddies of meat. The road that had long since been cleared of passers-by was spacious and quiet. The carriages traveled side by side. Crown Prince Zhao Yuang, who was as fat as a pig, pulled open the curtain and shouted, "Father, isn't that old son too arrogant? Not even giving you face? Are you trying to rebel?" Inside the carriage, Prince Guangling was like a small mountain. The 2 beautiful maids could only sit on his thighs. Zhao Yi threw a glance at one of the beauties. She smiled charmingly and lifted the curtain. Only then did Zhao Yi say lazily, "Piao, thank you for your auspicious words. It would be better if the Grand Preceptor rebelled." The chief strategist of the spring snow building rolled his eyes. Beside him was a famous general of the dynasty, Lu Sheng, who was riding a red horse, looking majestic and heroic. The 2 formed a sharp contrast. The strategist with 2 tufts of goatee lifted his sore buttocks and rode closer to Lu Sheng, who would be the 9th general after entering the capital. He asked softly, "If Sun Shiji really flirts with Chao Chongqing and is determined to restore the country, when the time comes, Bei Meng will coordinate from the inside and outside. Not to mention that General Gu will have no time to care about the northern front. The troops stationed in the capital will also not dare to easily go south to help. Our king of Yen in the south will be happy to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The people of West Chu who wanted to rebel were like wildfire that could not be burned away by the spring wind. Our Guangling Dao without you, General Lu, is really a house full of misfortunes, but when it rains, it pours." The Liang dynasty had a total of 8 generals. Bailiang had the vassal king Su Xiao, and the protector general Chen Jibao. In the imperial court, there was the minister of war Gu Jiantang, and the old general Gongsun Yongla, who had dominated the Liangliao Pass all his life. The other 4 were also old generals who had outstanding military achievements in the spring and autumn period. However, these 4 mostly retired and returned to their fields. Only one of them entered the Ministry of Revenue, which had nothing to do with them. Lu Shengxiang was about to leave the Guangling Dao and be promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War. He would be on the same level as the Tangxi sword immortal of the Lu family in Gangnam-do. During the spring and autumn period, there were many exciting battles, such as the battle at the Imperial Concubine's Grave, the bitter battle at the Western Wall, the 10-year-long battle at Xiangfan City, and General Gu Jiantang's invasion of Xiongzhou. However, the 2 battles that were praised by the militarists as the most agile were Chu Lushan's opening of Shu and Lu Shengxiang's invasion of Dongyue on a snowy night. Lu Shengxiang was one of the few famous generals in the world. Without a doubt, he went to the capital to enter the Ministry of War that Gu Jiantang had gradually left. It was more natural than Lu Baijie, who had no achievements. Lu Shengxiang laughed coldly. "If Sun Shiji dares to rebel, I dare to kill him myself." The advisor with the goatee, who was known as the Lord of the Spring Snow Building, laughed. The king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, led 500 cavalrymen down south. He was the only vassal king who went down south to meet the emperor. Zhao Sui's face was dry and solemn. He sat in a simple carriage and was deeply worried. His son, Zhao Yi, blended into the cavalrymen, and was exactly the same as the ordinary cavalryman. Because of his good relationship with Su Xiao in the early years, he had been troubled by him for so many years. That year he fell into a trap set up by the capital. More than 30 of his elite subordinates were demoted or sent away. People's hearts were shaken, and their vitality was greatly damaged. They had not recovered yet. Zhao Sui put down a military book in his hand and smiled bitterly. Lame Su will definitely not be willing to come. I don't know if the notorious nephew has the courage. 300 cavalrymen set off from Xiangfan City. It was the same as the relationship between the king of Yan and Nalin Yusi. The one who rode the carriage was not the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, but the blind advisor. Zhao Sun felt refreshed. With Lu Su's strategy, the Song family, which was supposed to dominate the literary world for 3 generations, collapsed like a paper tiger. This old man Song vomited blood on the sickbed and died of anger. The king of Huainan, Zhaoying, who was recognized as the most cowardly person in the dynasty, only brought a few dozen cavalrymen to the capital. He was drunk in the carriage. Looking at the many jars of wine at his feet, he was probably drunk more than sober. When he was sleeping, a lone cavalryman brushed past his pitiful cavalryman. It was the white-clothes plum wine of Shishu. Chapter 7:11. Wen Hua, who was still carrying a wooden sword, felt aggrieved the entire way. With great difficulty he finally managed to escape from northern Meng to Liang's borders. Originally, he wanted to make a trip to northern Liang first, and present the entire set of erotic paintings that he had painstakingly bought to little Nian. In the end, old man Huang refused, saying that he wanted to send him on his way. Wen Hua was so angry that he was about to die. The penniless wanderer immediately prepared to walk to northern Liang, but he never thought that old man Huang would threaten him that he would not be able to meet him in the capital after he left. Even after Wen Hua let loose a torrent of abuse, he still insisted on going to northern Liang. For the first time ever, old man Huang softened his tone, saying that they would meet sooner or later, and that they might even meet in the capital. Only then did old man Huang give up on Wen Hua's idea. The two of them bought a worn-out carriage. Wen Hua, on the other hand, was already very content with his life. However, after traveling for a few li, he urged old man Huang not to ride a carriage. They were both people of the Jianghu who had practiced martial arts, so they needed to train and temper their bodies. Thus, the two of them might as well ride a horse. How could old man Huang not know that this brat wanted to ride a horse alone to show off his wealth, so that he could show off his meager prestige? In truth, he did not agree at first, but later on he could not stand Wen Hua's nagging and had no choice but to fork out money to buy him a mule. Even until now the wanderer, who was so useless that he only had a wooden sword, did not pay attention to particular things. Riding a mule like a fine horse, he was still very proud of himself. With the mule under his buttocks, Wen Hua, who has the world in his hands, asked with a mischievous grin, "When we arrive at the capital, who should I find to compete with? Let me say this first, when I fought in the arena to steal a bride and was beaten down, Xiaonian would carry me away. When the time comes, don't leave me to die." Old man Huang, who was driving the horse, said indifferently, "Dongyue sword pools by Jiangshan." Wen Hua gasped and laughed mischievously. "Dongyue sword pool? I've heard that they're extremely powerful. Can you change to another one? It's not that I'm afraid of them, but when experts exchange blows, they should at least let me warm up first, right?" Old man Huang sneered. "Sure qi jiajie." Wen Hua asked cautiously, "What do you do? Among the 18 martial arts, which one do you practice?" Old man Huang said unhappily, "The number 1 swordsman in the capital." Wen Hua smiled apologetically. "Old man Huang, didn't I ask you to find an expert who's slightly inferior? His reputation is so great, it's not suitable." Old man Huang asked, "Find someone with a smaller reputation?" Wen Hua shamelessly nodded with all his might. "Let's do it slowly, step by step. You won't become a fatty in one bite, right?" Old man Huang nodded. "Then find a woman called Suehua, the maid of a swordsman. Is that okay?" Wen Hua really did not have the face to say no. After pondering for a while, he felt that a maid could not be that fierce. He patted his chest and said heroically, "Sure, why not? If you're a man, you can't say no." Old man Huang glanced at him. Wen Hua was enraged. He said angrily, I'm just a fledgling who hasn't tasted meat, so what? Why don't you find me a woman with a thin waist, a bun and a big butt? Old Man Huang said calmly. Okay, I'll find you one. Wen Hua asked probingly. You're not bluffing me? Don't paint a picture on paper. At that time, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Old Man Huang simply couldn't be bothered to speak. Wen Hua was amused for a moment, and then he asked with slight melancholy. Old Man Huang, what realm am I at exactly? You only taught me 2 moves, and I started practicing the sword late. Can I really defeat others? Tell me if I'm at the 3rd rank or not. Old Man Huang chuckled. 3rd rank. When Wen Hua heard the word chuckle, he instantly shuddered. Besides feeling lingering fear, he slightly missed the young woman who was unable to leave the small tea house for some unknown reason. Her temper was slightly bad, but she didn't speak much. For a woman, this was not easy. Wen Hua didn't think too much about her, and he asked carefully, Then you should at least be at the 4th rank, right? Old Man Huang said impatiently, Why do you care about all this? If you encounter an enemy, just strike once. If the first strike doesn't work, strike a second strike. If you can't beat them, then scram. Wen Hua made a habitual action of touching his crotch, and he sighed. Motherfucker. I chatted with little Nian for half a day before I came up with a few domineering titles like the #1 sword in the Central Plains. Looks like when the time comes, even if I become famous in the capital, I'll definitely be called 2 Swords One. Old Man Huang smiled and asked, 2 Swords One doesn't sound good? Then how about 2 Swords One? 2 Swords One is fine too. Wen Hua fumed with anger and cursed. 2 Swords One Hua your ass. Old Man Huang sighed. 2 strikes aren't enough? There are many. If Li Chungang hadn't been delayed by the 2-sleeved azure snake all those years ago, he would have entered the great realm of sword immortals that opened the gates of heaven with a single strike. How would he have been in such a miserable state later on? Now that Dong Tai has headed to the Eastern Sea, isn't it because he wants to return 10,000 swords to one? Wen Hua was displeased when he heard this. Old Man Huang, it's really unkind of you to point fingers at these 2 old and new sword gods like this. The old man smiled lightheartedly and paid no attention to him. He glanced at the carefree wanderer, who was new to the world. 2 strikes to 1 strike, that's the difference between heaven and man. Kid, can you really pass that hurdle I've set up for you? When the time comes, will you choose to be a sword immortal of the land, or will you choose to be a pipe dream? The late Emperor Liang had once said that all outstanding talents would enter his trap. Chapter 7:12. Outside the east wall of the palace, the area where the 6 ministries and other government offices were located was known by the people of the capital as Zhao family's garden. Every morning and evening, the officials of the capital would enter and leave the government offices, and the carriages and horses would carry carts big and small that had jumped through 1 or more dragon gates. The fact that the Hanlin Academy could occupy an area in Zhao family's garden, where even 1,000 gold couldn't buy an inch of land, and had connections between the 6 ministries, showed how noble and extraordinary the Huang men were. The Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu came from this place, and had been unknown for a whole 20 years before he gained the upper hand. This made the 40 or so Huang men very confident. Moreover, Jean Lanting came from this place, which had produced many famous officials, and became a close official of the emperor, which made people envious. Unfortunately, not everyone could enter this place. However, most of the Huang men could survive for a few years, and enter the 6 ministries to take up important positions. There were also some who sat here for decades and didn't make any progress. Of course, they were knowledgeable, but they didn't have the ability to exchange their reputation for a real official rank and real money. At most, they secretly earned some money. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that this kind of income was made from silk cloth or white rice, and the writer didn't use his hands to write anything. One could imagine how much these pedantic Huang men cherished their reputation. Jean Lanting was once an exception. After he left the Hanlin Academy to take up the position, a small Huang man from an aristocratic family used countless favors from his family to be promoted. The position of the small Huang men was still empty, which made those outstanding officials in the imperial court feel embarrassed. It was said that the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel almost got into a fight with General Qingche after leaving the palace. However, for the Huangmen who were already in the position of Huangmen, these were all idle gossip. The only one who couldn't laugh was Song Kelly. This old man Song was so angry that he couldn't keep his integrity in his old age. The second Master Song had to take the blame and resign from the Right Chancellor of the Imperial College. He closed the door and refused to receive any guests. He finally won a little in the open and covert competition with the Left Chancellor Lu Daolin, but suddenly he was defeated and disappeared. As for the young phoenix of the Song family, she wasn't affected, but in the Hanlin Academy, she was on the verge of collapse. Those who seemed to be close friends with gentlemen were gradually getting closer to her, and her face was even more fickle than a woman's. There was only one person who was the laughingstock of the Hanlin Academy. He was originally just a nodding acquaintance with Song Kelly, but now that the Phoenix was in trouble, he took the initiative to get closer to Song Kelly. Today he brought a pot of apricot wine to Song Kelly to learn from each other. In the Liang Imperial Court, only the Hanlin Academy allowed drinking during the day. As long as it didn't affect official business, it didn't matter if they were sleeping or snoring. His Majesty once visited the Hanlin Academy without warning in winter a few years ago. When he saw a drunken Huangman who was still reciting poems in his sleep, everyone was scared silent. Unexpectedly, the emperor, who was known for his diligence, just smiled and put a fox fur coat on that guy. He said to the other Huangmen, "I won't allow myself to be lazy. I won't allow other officials to be lazy, but I will allow you to be arrogant because of your talents." This became a popular story in the imperial court. Song Kelly, who had nothing to do, was immersed in reading a book that he had read many times. The Huangmen, who was said to be in his 50s but looked like he was in his 40s, sat down with a smile and put the wine pot on the desk. Song Kelly looked at this senior from the Hanlin Academy, who did not know how to curry favor with him, and could not help but sigh in his heart. He did not feel grateful, but rather helpless. It was true that there were unforeseen events, but he did not expect that his own family would experience good fortune and misfortune. This made Song Kelly, who was born with a smooth life, feel very confused. His future was bleak and uncertain, so he was not in the mood to drink. However, this old man was not very tactful. Every few days he would come to drink with him. Fortunately, he did not speak much. Song Kelly knew that he could not speak clearly, but his handwriting was unique and blunt. It was the complete opposite of his father's official song style that was once popular in the imperial court. When he was given a hard job in the Hanlin Academy, his colleagues liked to pass it on to him. This strange man, whose surname was Yuan and name was Pu, was easy to talk to and did not refuse anyone who came to him. It was rumored that he had no children, and was not like the other Huangmen who often gave themselves titles like Sir or Mountain Man. After Song Kelly entered the Hanlin Academy, he had never seen Yuan Pu go to a brothel with his friends to get drunk, nor did anyone come here to ask him for help. Although a gentleman did not associate himself with friends, it was rare to see someone as lonely as Yuan Pu. Probably because he felt inferior and could not speak clearly, Yuan Pu, who was still a Huangmen at his age, continued to drink when he saw that Song Kelly was not drinking. Song Kelly could not stand this man's attitude. He put down the book and asked softly, "Yuan Huangmen, forgive me for being blunt, but are you trying to burn the Song family's cold stove? Are you thinking that the Song family will rise again in the future, and I will cherish your friendship during this period?" The Huangmen smiled and shook his head. If it were someone else, Song Kelly would not believe it easily. However, for some reason he believed it when he saw this man. Song Kelly became more curious and could not help but ask, "Then why are you inviting me to drink now?" The silent Yuan Pu picked up his brush and laid out the paper. He did not write too much, but he wrote quickly and slowly. After he finished writing, he put down his brush and turned the paper around. Song Kelly glanced at him and said, "An ordinary man is brave and impolite, and a scholar is brave and immoral, and a country is in chaos. A gentleman's courage does not lie in winning against others, but in winning against himself." Song Kelly said bitterly, "Are you saying that I am weak? But my words carry little weight. How can I turn the tide? His Majesty is furious. Not only did my father refuse guests, but he also kept his mouth shut at home. What can I do?" The Huangmen, who did not look old but was actually quite old, picked up his brush again and turned the white paper back to write another sentence. There are 3 things that a gentleman does not care about. He does not care about his family, he does not care about his family, he does not care about his country, he does not care about his country. Song Kelly thought for a while and still shook his head. Confucianism cultivates one's family and rules the country. It does not mean that one cannot have both. The Huangmen pressed the paper and turned it. Then he smiled and wrote the words Confucianism on the paper. He gently pressed down the pen and erased the word Confucianism, and added the word family. Song Kelly nodded and did not refute this. This person then wrote another line of words. Public and private, the boundary between human and ghost. Song Kelly was not stupid. He understood immediately. Does the Huangmen want to say that the word public is divided into big and small? But not only do I lack the heart of a small public, I only have selfish motives? The Huangmen nodded. If he was not a bookworm who did not know the ways of the world, why would he be so straightforward? Scholars valued reputation and face. It was so 1,000 years ago, and it was destined to be so 1,000 years later. Song Kelly was poked where it hurt. He smiled sadly. This time, he really wanted to get drunk and not think about anything else. He took the wine pot and poured himself a cup of wine. He raised his head and drank it all. The Huangmen patiently wrote a sentence. The human heart is cold, it is not the fault of the world. Then he pointed the tip of the brush at his head and then at his heart. Song Kelly asked softly. The Huangmen sect taught me to remember and let go of my worries. The Huangmen sect nodded and was about to put down the brush. He thought for a while and slowly wrote the 4th sentence. The fall of all the countries in the world cannot escape from accumulation. The rise of all the countries in the world cannot be separated from the contributions of accumulation. Thank you for teaching me, Mr. Yuan. Song Kelly will never forget it. Song Kelly stood up and bowed deeply with tears in his eyes. Yuan Pu didn't say anything. He just took a sip of wine, lowered his head, and gently blew on the ink. After it dried, he flipped the page over and switched to a hard brush. Then he wrote in tiny characters. Do you know who killed the Song family? After Song Kelly sat down, he turned around and wiped his tears with his sleeve. He took a deep breath and said calmly, the mountain is the mountain and the water is the water. It must be that king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun. The 2 young Huangmen, who had a huge age gap, spoke in a strange way. If you gain power and control of the country, will you take revenge and resolve your hatred by harming both public and private interests? No. If you become the pillar of the imperial court, will you take revenge and resolve your hatred by harming both public and private interests? Everything is decided by the situation. I will do whatever is beneficial to the country and the people. I, Song Kelly, am willing to rule the world even if Mr. Yuan sees me as someone with great ambition but little talent. These are my words from the bottom of my heart. Are you still shaking your head at this moment? I won't do it again. The Huangmen sect put down the brush and rubbed the ink on his fingertips. Finally, he said in a hoarse voice, Song Kelly, you know the truth because you are very smart and can understand many things easily. But I still want to ask you one more thing. Can you bear the humiliation and live a nameless life for 10 or 20 years? Song Kelly said without hesitation. If Grand Secretary Zhang can do it, why can't I? The Huangmen sect spoke with great difficulty, and his words were as slow as an old turtle. Your father will return to his hometown and never become an official again. Song Kelly's face turned pale. The Yuan Huang sect remained expressionless as they slowly stabbed a knife into Song Chufeng's heart. Zhang Jiulu can still lay low in the Hanlin Academy and accumulate power. In the end, the old Grand Secretary will grant him a shadowy attack. But you can't even be a small Huang sect. Song Kelly's mind went blank. He knew that there was only a slight possibility of such a tragedy, and that the Huangmen sect member in front of him could not make it come true. But in his ears, it was like thunder rolling in the sky. The Huangmen sect stood up and said sarcastically, which scholar doesn't know how to write a few beautiful essays? Who doesn't understand a few great principles? Who doesn't claim to be unrecognized? You, Song Kelly, should get out of the Hanlin Academy. He came with wine and left with a wave of his sleeves. Song Kelly stood up slowly and said softly to the Huangmen sect member who crossed the threshold, Thank you again for teaching me. That day, the Huangmen sect, who had been treated as a joke by countless colleagues of the Hanlin Academy, knocked on the bronze ring on a side door after the imperial palace's curfew. The old eunuch, who had just retired from the imperial palace, opened the door and bent down with his hands almost touching the ground. He did not say anything and did not accompany the Huangmen sect member. Perhaps even the old eunuchs who had been on duty for decades did not know that there was a side door that led directly to the emperor's residence. There was no one on the way. The Huangmen sect walked to the emperor's residence casually. Even when they saw the emperor of the Zhao family who hurriedly put on his clothes and walked down the stairs, no one showed up. The emperor of the Liang dynasty saw the half-mute Huangmen sect and bowed with a smile. "Greetings, sir." Who in the world could accept the emperor's bow? The emperor took a few steps forward and asked softly, "Have you found a candidate?" The Huangmen sect member who had cut off half of his tongue nodded and said flatly and vaguely, "Song Kelly." The emperor of the Zhao family was relieved and did not ask why. Because the man in front of him was regarded as a confidant and a great enemy by Sun Ping at the same time. In the end, Sun Ping was cooked and killed. The 8 dragons fought for the throne and supported the current emperor, Zhao Heng, to sit on the throne. The old king of Jing and Zhao Heng hated him for the rest of his life. The mastermind of the white clothes case promoted Zhang Jiulu. A secret edict to expel the king of Beiliang framed the king of Jiaodong Zhao Sui. Jian Yan took the crown prince of Beiliang as the emperor's son-in-law, imprisoned Gu Jiantang as the minister of war for 18 years, lured this old man Song to hide a copy of the memorial, proposed that the prince Zhao Kai go to the western regions with a bottle. Inside he used both Confucianism and Dharma. On the surface, he worshipped Taoism and rebuked Buddhism. He made the emperor call himself a puppet. The emperor of Beiliang Li Yishan placed 67 pieces. Only Yuan Bunshi. Chapter 713. 30 li outside of Liangzhou's capital, there was a pavilion called Turning Back Pavilion, meaning to turn back after sending someone off. Since early in the morning, old people had arrived one after another. By noon, the pavilion was already covered in frost. As dusk approached, there were at least 500 to 600 people inside and outside the pavilion. They came from all walks of life. Not all of them were citizens of the city, but there were also old people who had come from hundreds of li away. Some of them were familiar with each other and traveled together. Then they would occasionally see old brothers they hadn't seen for many years at Turning Back Pavilion. They had mixed feelings and couldn't help but confide in each other about worldly affairs. There were even more people who didn't know each other at first, but when they got closer, they couldn't help but chat with each other, and found out that they were all from different camps. Gradually, the scene at Turning Back Pavilion became very strange. There were old people in brocade clothes kneeling and worshipping poor and simple old farmers. There were old people who brought good wine, but still drank cheap green ant wine. There were 2 sides arguing until their faces turned red, and there were also old people sitting alone with crutches. There were many people coming and going on the post-house road. There was no lack of fancy clothes, fine horses, and luxurious carriages. When the young people who didn't know about the past saw this group of old fellows, they all wondered if this group of old fellows had taken the wrong medicine or something. In the afternoon, a one-armed old man who came by an ox cart was about to get off the cart to lead the ox down the post-house road. Unfortunately, he still blocked the path of a carriage. The coachman was a strong man who was probably a fox masquerading as a tiger. He was used to having a bad temper and a rough voice, but the old ox had a bad temper. The coachman from a tyrannical family jumped off the carriage, disdaining the old man for not having eyes. He scolded him that a good dog wouldn't block the way, and was about to whip the lonely old man's head. As for whether the old man was dead or alive, he didn't care. However, when the coachman swung his whip, the shabby old man who was leading the ox easily caught it. The old man then apologized a few times and let go of the whip. After that, he continued to reason with the old ox. This made the coachman, who was in the prime of his life, feel that he had lost all face. He was furious and wanted to kick the old bastard to the ground, so that the master in the carriage wouldn't see this scene and dislike him for not doing things well. However, he didn't expect that his fierce kick would cause the old man to stagger and dodge as if he was drunk. His only arm lightly pushed the coachman's chest, and his whole body floated back 3 to 4 zhang away, but he didn't fall to the ground. The coachman stood where he was and was shocked. Did he think that he had met a master? When the elders at the pavilion and the two sides of the post house saw this scene, they loudly applauded and cheered. With the coachman being thwarted, the 5 or 6 retainers at the back of the carriage could not bear to watch any longer. Just as they were about to charge, an old man dressed in luxurious Sichuan brocade roared out from outside the pavilion. Almost at the same time, no less than 10 voices sounded out to stop them. These relatively well-dressed elders walked through the crowd and smiled at each other. Afterwards, they cupped their fists and gave a simple greeting. The Sichuan brocade elder faced the cavalry and angrily said, "Which one of you dares to charge?" A fat, big-eared rich merchant walked down from the luxurious carriage. Seeing the Sichuan brocade elder, he was so scared that his liver and guts were about to burst. He ordered the lackeys to retreat and gave the coachman a heavy slap. Only then did he kneel and say with a trembling voice, "Subordinate Song Long greets Yuzhou General." The Sichuan brocade elder said expressionlessly, "You know Lousy, but Lousy doesn't know you. Who do you think you are?" Scram. Song Long was a 6th-rank civil official in Liangzhou. He had once seen this General Zhou at a banquet at the end of the table. Although Elder Zhou had just retired from the prestigious position of Yuzhou General, he still had countless disciples. Even great generals like Zhong Hongwu and Yan Wenwan had to be courteous when they saw this person. How could a mere 6th-rank civil official like him go against him? The Bailiang Circuit only governed 3 provinces. Other than the first-rank generals in the border army that guarded the border, the generals of Liangzhou, Yuzhou, and Lingzhou held great authority. Liangzhou was adjacent to Beimang, and was far from being comparable to the Lingzhou general. The title of general of the 3 provinces was not just a general without a tiger tally. Even if Song Long was given 10 times the courage of a bear, he would not dare to provoke Elder Zhou. A tall old man walked out at the same time as the former Yuzhou general Zhou Kong. Compared to Zhou Kong, he was slightly younger and more robust. Looking at the one-armed old man who came on the ox cart, his eyes filled with tears. He immediately knelt on the road and sobbed, "Lotus Seed Camp's old soldier, Yuan Nanting, greets General Lin." Song Long, who was just thinking about how to appease Elder General Zhou, felt his heart tremble when he heard this. Yuan Nanting, the White Feather Cavalry, the #1 archer in the Bailiang army, had been split into 3. After one of the Bailiang's 4 fangs, Wei Fuqing, rushed to Western Shu, General Yuan Nanting monopolized 2 of them. He truly held great power in his hands. But that was not all. Who was this General Lin that could make a 4th-rank general, Yuan Nanting, kneel? Song Long, who had been struck by this unexpected disaster, even had the thought of dying. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Elder General Zhou's military order to get lost. He also knelt down and kowtowed with all his might. He didn't care which great bodhisattva in the Bailiang army General Lin was. He only cared about burning incense and kowtowing. Zhou Kong had held the position of Yuzhou general for more than 10 years. Naturally, he recognized Yuan Nanting, who held the #1 archer in the Bailiang army, the #1 archer in the White Feather Cavalry, but they weren't very close. The Bailiang army's invincible iron cavalry was formed in the 2 Liao provinces. Later, when they went south, they became braver and braver as they fought in the War of Spring and Autumn. They continued to grow stronger and stronger, which made their composition extremely complicated. Zhou Kong and Yuan Nanting came from different factions. However, when Yuan Nanting knelt down and called him General Lin, Zhou Kong immediately knew who the one-armed old man who was more than 10 years older than him was. He was the first leader of the Lotus Seed Camp, the 18th headquarters Lin Dofang. In order to save the great general, one of his arms was chopped off. The great general once personally said that if Brother Dofang had a daughter or granddaughter, they would be Su Zhao's daughter-in-law in the future. However, after the great general was bestowed the title of king, there was no longer any news about old General Lin. Fortunately, Zhou Kong was able to meet this person. Even the arrogant and conceited Zhou Kong was completely convinced. He cupped his fists and respectfully said, "Zhou Kong pays his respects to old General Lin." Chapter 7:14. The one-armed old man led the ox down the road, and walked back to the roadside. After nodding to Zhou Kong, he helped Song Long up and said calmly, It wasn't easy for the great general to train an elite troop that can dominate the world. It's not for you to show off your power to the common people. All right, Sir Song, stop kneeling. Go about your business. You don't have to worry about me, more than the common people. Song Long didn't even dare to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. He quickly nodded in agreement, afraid that he would be an eyesore and run away. This group of old men didn't take the clown Song Long seriously. Zhou Kong smiled and asked, "Why is old General Lin here?" The one-armed Lin Dofeng wasn't the kind of official who was deliberately mystifying. When the Bailiang army should have been rewarded, he retreated at the top of the tide, and lived as a common person for almost 20 years. He looked at the road and sighed softly. "You're still not waiting for the crown prince to enter the capital?" As an old soldier of the Lotus Seed Camp, Yuan Nanting was still respectful to his old superior even though he had become a general. He cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to General Lin, Yuan Nanting has been waiting with my old brothers for a whole day, but we still haven't seen any cavalry or carriages passing by Turning Back Pavilion." Lin Dofeng nodded and said with a smile, "On the way here, I heard that he went to Beimeng and took 2 heads. Do you believe it?" Zhou Kong said with a heavy voice, "The matter of Northern Courtyard's Great King Su Huainan and Mount Tibing's 5th raccoon has already spread throughout northern Mang. Paper cannot wrap fire, and there is no doubt that their heads were forcibly cut off by someone. If it is only Su Huainan's death, this show can treat it as the Northern Mang Empress method of cooking the hound after the rabbit has been caught. However, 5th raccoon's sudden death also cannot be explained by internal strife in northern Mang. Now, there's intermittent news that Tao Qianji's death was also caused by the crown prince. There's also news that the Beimeng devil Xieling was also killed. Later on, the crown prince met Tuoba's youngest son Tuoba Chunsun. One of the 2 famous devils under his command was killed by the crown prince alone. Zhou Kong privately drew a route of the crown prince's trip to Beimeng in his mansion. It was completely consistent with the time of death of these formidable characters. It should be true. All these years, we old fellows have really lost our sight. Lin Duofeng smiled and said indifferently, "Regardless of whether these frightening rumors are true or not, I don't really care. This time, I came to Turning Back Pavilion before I died because I heard about the fish dragon camp's Su Yongguan. After his leg was broken, a young man who saved him often bought him wine before he died. The young man also promised to carry his coffin after he died. If your highness didn't carry the general's coffin on his behalf, I'm afraid Su Yongguan would never know who that young man was. As for me, I'm stubborn. Anyway, I admit to this matter. I feel that it's not sullen that we followed the general on horseback for decades, and then had such a young man take over Bailiang. At that time, I was angry with the general and went to farm. A few years ago, I heard about this young man's absurd behavior, and even scolded the general in my mind from afar. I scolded the general for raising such a bastard. Fortunately, I, Lin Duofeng, don't have a daughter or granddaughter. Otherwise, wouldn't I regret it?" Zhou Kong, Yuan Nanting, and the group of old men around them all laughed knowingly. Lin Duofeng also laughed and said, "In the end, I regret it even more now. If I had known, I would have married the princess of Southern Tang. She was so beautiful. It's a pity that I was too proud and hesitated and missed the opportunity. Otherwise, I would have a large nest of children and grandchildren now." Yuan Nanting, who was as serious as the god of death in the army, was now like a naughty child. He licked his lips and said, "General Lin, you still have such a wonderful thing with the princess of Southern Tang? Tell me about it." Lin Duofeng glared at him, and Yuan Nanting immediately looked down and showed concern. Lin Duofeng slapped his old subordinate's head and scolded, "You were quite decent when you were a pawn. Now that you're a general, why are you acting like a rascal? I'll be frank first. I heard that you're in charge of half of the White Feather Guards. Don't be blinded by greed and only care about making money. If I hear about it in the future, I'll break your 3 legs. If I don't have the chance, I'll have to trouble General Zhou to do it for me. If this kid dares to fight back, General Zhou, you can reason with the general." Zhou Kong laughed heartily. Zhou Kong will remember these words. "General Yuan, the few times we've met over the years, you've always glared at me. Now that I have old General Lin's imperial edict, Won't you bring chicken, duck, and fish to my residence every now and then to curry favor with me? Yuan Nanting went straight to the point. General Zhou, I didn't see eye to eye with you in the past. It's inevitable that the border army and the local army of Yuzhou have some conflicts. It's not that I have a problem with you. To be honest, since I can meet you here today, I've decided that you can be my old brother. It's a pity that you don't continue to be the general of Yuzhou. I'll talk to the general later. If I don't want to be the general of Yuzhou, I can't be the general of Liangzhou. Zhou Kong shook his head and laughed. I'm different from Brother Yuan. My body can't take it anymore, so I won't shamelessly compete with the young people for a job. But if there's a day when I need to ride a horse into battle, I can still drink a few bowls of wine and eat a few kilograms of beef every day. If I risk my life, killing dozens of northern barbarians will be a piece of cake. Lin Dofeng suddenly said. I think he didn't bring any cavalry to the capital this time. Maybe we've missed it. Zhou Kong was stunned. Yuan Nanting laughed and said, That's good. The general's eldest son, our future king of Beiliang, should have this kind of pride. A large group of old people around him nodded with a smile. Although they didn't get to meet His Royal Highness and waited in vain for a day, they didn't regret it. A simple carriage slowly passed by and drove out of Turning Back Pavilion. It seemed to hesitate and stop for a moment. A man with white hair and white clothes walked out of the carriage. Under everyone's gaze, the man bowed deeply. He bowed to the old soldiers. When Lin Dofeng saw this person, his eyes were filled with tears. He patted his coarse sleeves and knelt down. He said loudly, Lin Dofeng of the Lotus Seed Camp respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. Zhou Kong followed closely behind. He knelt down and said in a deep voice, Zhou Kong of Yuzhou respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. I, Yuan Nanting, respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. Chuan of the 18th Headquarter Camp respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. Old Soldier He Turan of the Cavalry Army respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. 600 old soldiers faced the young man who bowed for a long time. One after another, 600 voices of farewell. Chapter 7:15. Inside the carriage, Xianyuan Qingfeng closed her eyes and focused. She looked indifferent, but in fact her mind was in turmoil. When she opened her eyes and saw the white-haired young man in the white python robe slowly returning to the carriage, she smiled and asked, You've endured for so many years and secretly practiced your saber technique, all for this day? The carriage moved slowly. Su Fingnian didn't pay attention to her at all. Xianyuan Qingfeng was used to going head-to-head with this guy. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't provoke him. She continued to ask, The people in the capital don't dare to touch the king of Beiliang. Even if you have a firm foothold in Beiliang, won't you be drowned in their spit when you go to Taiyan City? At that time, when you meet the loyal officials who provoke you, or the sons of some officials from the capital who rely on stepping on you to make a name for themselves, will you avoid them and suck it up? Also, other than Linlang King Zhao Ao, who died without heirs, and your mortal enemy Qin Jibao, there are 5 other kings who are eyeing you covetously. Most of them have a grudge against Beiliang. Not to mention that Tai and city is Han Diaoxi's territory. At that time, if I stand by and do nothing, you'll only have that celestial phenomenon otherworldly item left. And the human cat is good at killing celestial phenomenon experts. Won't you be walking right into a trap? Aren't you afraid of waiting for 20 years and not even becoming the king of Beiliang? Su Fingnian kept his mouth shut. Xianyuan Qingfeng had probably been isolated to the extreme after her cultivation deviation. It wasn't easy for her to find someone she could sit with as an equal. She was as talkative as a married woman, and didn't think there was anything wrong with a one-man show. Facing the mirror, she carefully applied yellow flowers and asked with a playful expression, Who will you marry in the future? Su Fingnian frowned and said, Xianyuan Qingfeng, can't you stop for a moment? How about you drive the carriage? Half of Xianyuan Qingfeng's face slanted out of the mirror. Her eyes were purple and her lips were scarlet. She smiled at Su Fingnian and said, Aren't you afraid that I'll take you directly to the bull gang? Su Fingnian lifted the curtain. In his field of vision was a desolate scene of yellow grass and trees. It was frost in the north and insects were burrowing into the mud. If it was the south, it would have been long dead. Su Fengnian. For some reason he remembered his first trip. Including this trip to the capital, he had left home 4 times. It seemed that his first trip was the most desolate, but also the most unforgettable. Half of Xianyuan Qingfeng's face was exposed from the mirror. His eyes moved as he stared at the young man with gray hair. Su Fengnian finally opened his mouth and said, "I'm doing business with you with a clear price, and I don't mind you taking advantage of me. But if you're still not satisfied and watch the show when it's time for you to make a move, I have plenty of ways to make your life a living hell." Xianyuan Qingfeng laughed loudly and said, "Are you threatening me?" Su Fengnian's eyes were cold. In the next moment, a red robe that looked like a big red peony slid into the carriage. 6 arms held the purple robe. A woman and an otherworldly item flew out of the carriage. Half an hour later, Xianyuan Qingfeng returned to the carriage with a gloomy expression. Blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. For the next 10 days before Lidong, the two didn't speak a word. In Great Peace City, the center of Weiwei World, an inconspicuous carriage stopped outside the gate. It was mixed in with the heavy traffic, and didn't even receive a cold glance. During this period of time, Zhongtian City was bustling with noise and excitement. First, it was old Master Song and his family who were in trouble. In just one night, their building was overturned. Everyone on the streets and alleys were talking about it. Most of them felt that it was not worth it for old Master Song to leave behind a secret memorial, to seek a good reputation in history. It was just a small matter. Not only was it infuriating, even old Master Song and Little Phoenix were implicated. The whole family, old and young, packed up their belongings and left the capital. At that time, the people who saw them off were officials from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, scholars from the Imperial College, and many other members of the royal family who were not involved in power. After the Song family lost power, it was time for the 5 princes to enter the capital. The Prince of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, entered the capital first, followed by the Prince of Huainan, Zhao Yi, followed by the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Sun, the King of Jing'an, and Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yanqi. This made the imperial vassal office, as well as the Minister of Rights and the Assistant Minister of Rights, very busy. They probably lost a few pounds of weight. But the biggest sensation was the white-robed Chen Jibao of Western Shu. When he rode into the city, it was the first time since the white-robed monk Li Dongxin that the streets were empty. It was the first time that the streets were empty since the white-robed monk Li Dongxin. That day was the Frost Festival. This war sage was dressed in white, riding a white horse, and drinking plum wine. Even the old enemies of Northern Liang, who had only heard of his name and never seen him before, were deeply impressed by his unparalleled scholarly bearing after seeing him with their own eyes. Not to mention, who knew how many women on both sides of the main street screamed and went crazy. The shrewd flower peddlers made a lot of money. They didn't care whether they recognized the white-robed man or not. They just closed their eyes and flattered him as much as they could. It was guaranteed that they would be able to swindle money from the noble ladies and daughters of rich families. When Su Fengnian lifted the curtain and looked up at the majestic city wall, he said calmly, "I didn't want to get off the pavilion of turning back, because I was afraid that I would let down their expectations. Your situation in Mount Huishan is different from mine in Bailiang. Sometimes I vent my anger on you. You're a heroine who aspires to reach the peak of martial arts. Don't lower yourself to the level of a common person like me, who isn't an expert." Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had originally planned not to say another word to him on this trip to the capital, suddenly said softly, "Why don't you just become the emperor? Before I can enter the heavenly phenomenon stage, I'll work for you." Su Fengnian smiled. "I suddenly thought of a good way for you to get back at me. After you get off the carriage, you start shouting that the Crown Prince of Bailiang is going to rebel and become the emperor. You'll definitely make me suffer." Without waiting for Xianyuan Qingfeng to speak, Su Fengnian waved his hand behind him and said, "Don't take it seriously." Su Fengnian said to Blue Bird, "Let's go to the Damayai post house." Putting down the curtain, Xianyuan Qingfeng frowned. "You're not going to let the officials of the Ministry of Rights make a big fuss?" Su Fengnian smiled. "The Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, is related to the Su family by marriage. When the time comes, I'll just pay them a visit." Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled. It's true that national laws are inferior to family laws. Su Fengnian said helplessly. Don't open a dye house just because I give you some color. Xianyuan Qingfeng suddenly asked. Have you not spoken sweet words to a woman for many years? Su Fengnian closed his eyes. I'm so hungry that I don't have the energy to think. After handing over their residence certificates, the carriage slowly entered the main city gate of Great Peace City. The main road, which could accommodate 10 carriages side by side, led directly to the palace. It was bustling with activity. Xianyuan Qingfeng lifted the curtain and looked inside. After a few glances, he put it down. It's just like that. Chapter 7:16. Su Fengnian laughed lightly and said, if you read history books and record a person, a matter, or a battle in just a few dozen words, you would also feel that it is just that. Only when you are personally in the situation do you understand the ups and downs and the disgrace. For example, if I had died in any place before, the history books would only record that the Bailiang heir Su Fengnian had no virtue or talent. But sitting next to you along the way, how many times have you involuntarily wanted to kill me? Xianyuan Qingfeng slanted his eyes and said mockingly, oh, you know how to reason now. Su Fengnian smiled knowingly and said, you are wronging me. Back when I was chased and beaten by your servants in the lantern market with Wenhua, did I not reason enough? I almost talked myself hoarse, but I still could not avoid a beating. The corners of Xianyuan Qingfeng's mouth rose slightly. Great Peace City was truly large. They had not even crossed half of the city from the main city gate of Great Peace City to the Xiamawi relay station, but it felt like they had already made several trips to any city in Bailiang. Tong Ziliang, the head of the Damayai courier station, hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past half a day, afraid that he would miss the arrival of His Highness the Crown Prince. He was a former member of Northern Liang. Before he retired from the army, he wasn't considered a soldier and couldn't be called a general. Now that he was in charge of the courier station, he was like a fish in water. He had settled down in the capital, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. He was even more extravagant than many of the capital's old officials who couldn't afford to buy a mansion in their lifetime. He had bought a small residence in the southwest corner of the city, and his grandson had been studying for many years. Tong Ziliang hoped that the child would have some success in the imperial examinations, so he didn't have any greater wishes. His only regret was that the relay station had been replaced by new people. Today, other than him, who was an old member of the Bailiang army, there was no one else who could be considered a soldier under the general's command. In the past, he could always drink with his old brothers in the relay station. Now he could not find anyone to drink with. Tong Ziliang stood under the dragon claw locust tree outside the relay station and waited. His subordinates all laughed at him for thinking too highly of himself. Even if the infamous heir of Bailiang entered the capital, he would stay in a grand residence specially arranged by the Ministry of Rites. At the very least, he would not lack beauties, fine wine, and good food. Would he be willing to stay in the relay station? But Tong Ziliang did not explain anything and just stood there. In the past, he had waited time and time again for the king of Bailiang to return with merits, and for the generals of Bailiang to return with glory. The only time he was disappointed that no one came. During the Battle of the Western Wall, General Feng and Ma Ling, 14 generals including Ma Ling, went to the palace. The carriage stopped. A young, handsome man with white hair got off and walked toward Tong Ziliang. He smiled warmly and said, Tong Ziliang, you've worked hard. Tong Ziliang asked in astonishment, His Royal Highness? As soon as he asked, Tong Ziliang wanted to slap himself a few times. Looking at the unfamiliar but noble white satin robe of the man in front of him, who else could it be but the heir? Otherwise, which member of the imperial family would be willing to look for trouble? Tong Ziliang knelt on the ground and said in a low voice, Tong Ziliang of the Horse Way pays his respects to His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian helped him up and said with a smile, Su Xiao asked me to pass on a message to Tong Ziliang. Be careful of your unmarried daughter. Don't let Su Fengnian meet her, lest he be harmed. Tong Ziliang stood up in a daze and couldn't help but laugh. It was difficult for him to restrain himself. Su Fengnian walked with him to the door of the post house and said, I'll be staying here for the next few days. I'll come here however Su Xiao used to come. There's no need to specially arrange anything. Tong Ziliang nodded and said, I'll definitely do as His Royal Highness says. Behind him Wu whispered, Sir Ziliang, remember to give him more food. Tong Ziliang laughed and said, Don't worry about that. There's enough food and meat. Behind them, Blue Bird and Xianyuanzi were very eye-catching. Su Fingnian suddenly turned his head and saw a middle-aged poor scholar with a pure yang scarf on his head. Behind him was a handsome boy carrying a black sandalwood sword case. Su Fingnian first let Wu follow Tong Ziliang into the post house to eat. He walked toward the assistant minister of the Ministry of War who had become popular in the capital in just 2 years and said with a smile, Greetings, Sword Immortal Tang Shi. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Baijie of the Lu family. Sword Immortal Tang Shi smiled and said, Fortunately, Your Highness didn't ask this rotten scholar about benevolence and morality. Now that I'm an official in the capital, I've been called assistant minister so many times that I've almost forgotten that I'm a swordsman. That's why I purposely let my boy servant come with a sword. I wanted to disregard the dignity of an elder and exchange swordsmanship with you, but I didn't expect to be humiliated. Su Fingnian flattered, Assistant Minister Lu has a unique insight. Lu Baijie shook his head helplessly and said, After becoming an expert, I've become more thick-skinned. Su Fingnian accepted all these words and asked, Shall we go in and have a seat? Lu Baijie nodded and said, I'd like to ask you about the way of the sword. Su Fingnian blushed and said, Uncle Lu, aren't you afraid of being blind? Lu Baijie said indifferently, Not to mention that Li Chungang personally taught me the 2-sleeved green snake, and Dong Tai gave me the 12th sword. Even if I, Lu Baijie, am a frog at the bottom of a well, I should know that even if the 5th raccoon stood there and let me stab him a few times, I might not be able to kill him. Su Fingnian was silent. Lu Baijie joked, Don't worry, no one in the capital believes that you really killed the mountain master of Mount Bubang. They all say that it was done by the king of Beiliang's men of sacrifice. It has nothing to do with you. Su Fingnian was about to speak when the boy servant with the sword on his back shouted in shock, Teacher, there's a ghost on the locust tree. Lu Baijie turned around and knocked him on the forehead. A red robe was hanging on the lush dragon claw locust tree. Lu Baijie didn't even look at it and said softly, Xianji? Su Fingnian shook his head and said, It's already a celestial phenomenon. Lu Baijie laughed and said, I'm indeed worthy of being called a frog at the bottom of a well. Su Fingnian held back his laughter. Lu Baijie was puzzled. When she saw the woman in purple from Mount Huishan, she sighed deeply. Even with Tongshi Sword Immortal's excellent state of mind, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings. She went straight to the point and said self-deprecatingly, In the officialdom, there are only old men with white hair and eyebrows. After seeing you today, I know that a little success in the officialdom will lead to a big disappointment in martial arts. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. It was late autumn and the capital was clean. Tong Ziliang, the post housekeeper, saw that there were many people, so he simply moved the table to the courtyard and did everything himself. He didn't give anyone in the post house a chance to get close to Su Fingnian. The locust tree in the courtyard and the dragon claw locust tree outside were a pair. The people at the table under the tree were Su Fingnian, who had come to the capital to observe the ceremony, Lu Baijie, Mount Huishan Xianyuan Qingfeng, Blue Bird, the young man of sacrifice and the boy servant with the sword on his back. There was one more. The boy servant pointed at the gloomy locust tree with a pale face and said with grievance, Teacher, look, I didn't lie to you. There really is a female ghost on the tree.